Evangelist war between the Orthodox and demonic cult had happened. The great war between the demons and the Orthodox. No one could have predicted that the battle would continue for 13 years in an endless hell filled with tears, bloodshed, and whatnot. However, the long war was stopped abruptly with the unexpected truce. Even 20 years later, the details of the truce remain a mystery. Both factions had agreed to remain silent for the time. But as time passed, new forces began to emerge within the Jianghu. On the other hand, some families had weakened because of the war. We see a young woman, ablaze, slicing and dicing through the air, saying, "But why the hell can't I break through the seven-star realm?" We see her, Guo Shi, the second daughter of the righteous sword sect leader, Lady Zhang. "I have to master the red sword art of death as soon as possible to restore my family," she thinks. This sword art has been passed down through generations of her sect. As she sheathes her blade, she says, "Strangely enough, my skills aren't improving." Someone calls her name, and we see her say, "Sister and brother-in-law." This is her elder sister and her husband. "What brought you here all of a sudden during my training?" she asks. Her sister says, "Someone from the Xiangxin clan has arrived." Her sister continues, "Swordman Jiang wants to compete with you in the year's Dragon and Phoenix tournament." She's surprised. What? Among the martial artists of the Central Plain? There are two tournaments that stand out the most. The Heavenly Dragon Tournament, where sex honors and even lives are on the line, and the Dragon and Phoenix Tournament, an event for the young rising talent. This year, both tournaments are being held here in her city, Wuhan. Having to pair up like children is already bad enough, but pairing up with that perverted guy, Jiang? No way. "I can't do this," she says. "Why the hell do I have to get involved with someone like him?" She grunted out to her sister as her sister says, "Don't get worked up and listen to what I have to say first." We see her husband trying to resolve the argument first, saying, "Stop arguing." We see her sister saying, "You always said you would bring honor to the clan's name. If you get selected for the Dragon and Phoenix tournaments, you will gain great prestige," she says with a dubious look. However, if you go against the Xiangxin clan, her speech is cut short as her sister runs from beside her at full speed, saying, "I told you I am absolutely not going. Why don't you just lie about your age and enter, sister?" We see. After she is gone, her older sister sighs. What a pain, as her husband comforts her, saying, "My sister-in-law really does have a temper, just like you," he says, caressing her. That we see at the market. People are roaming everywhere as new goods have arrived. "We are selling Westlake Long Jiang tea today for less than half the price. Did you hear the news? The Grandmaster lost another finger. This time, it looks like someone punished him on our behalf." We see two men conversing as the girl with her sword looks disappointed. She says with her eyes closed, "But what if the Xiangshan clan holds a grudge and retaliates against our clan? Can they do whatever they want just because they are a powerful clan?" As we see, it looked like a scuffle is commencing near a shop. The man says, "This isn't what we agreed on." "What? Are you insane? Do you really want to die so badly?" Another man replies, "Deceiving each other, hurting each other." As we see another group of people, one says, "If his lordship could just lend his strength for this matter." Don't worry about that. Just make sure you handle what we talked about last time. Scheming and dirty tricks are running rampant. We see someone's money pouch has been stolen, as we see all of the people in the market are just fighting with each other. She stands, saying, "Is this the Jianghu I longed for and dreamed of?" As we see, she hears something and takes a look. It's the leader of the Morim Alliance. To think that the dream of unifying the demonic cult would end so fruitlessly. The heavenly demon has fallen. Everyone cheers him on. The 13-year-long war is finally coming to an end. Long live the leader. As we see, it is just a play happening. She thinks to herself, "This is nonsense." Even though this is a play, nothing has been revealed about how the great war between the Orthodox faction and demon cult ended, right? We see someone coming behind her, saying, "I have similar thoughts." In her ear, the boy says, "The Heavenly Demon 9 Calamities demonic technique is also called the Invincible Demonic Art. In a one-on-one fight, no one can defeat him." He continues, "Moreover, the great war between the Orthodox Alliance and the demon cult didn't end in such a trivial manner." We see the girl wondering what is up with this strange-looking guy. We see the boy saying, "I am thirsty. Let's grab a drink together. Show me the way. This is my first time in this city." We see her thinking to herself, what kind of trick is he pulling with his innocent face? She says to him, if you are a martial artist, you shouldn't act like a worthless bum. I have something else to take care of, so I will be leaving. We see him saying, do you really think this Jianghu has such great value? As she turns to him, saying, what do you mean by that? He replies, ideals and chivalry have long been abandoned. This Jianghu is nothing but a facade. Isn't that pathetic? As both of their eyes meet, we see her holding her sword tight, saying, let's not get worked up. As we see her releasing her grip on the sword, both of them stand there. We see her saying, but you are still living in this Jianghu, right? As we see her turn her legs and move forward, this Jianghu is not bad enough to deserve such disrespect, she says. As we see the main character's eyes light up, we see him smiling, turning his face around as we hear, it's a sword ornament made of night light stone. I've never seen this many people in Wuhan before. What kind of tournament is being held this time? Front row seats to the Heavenly Demon Tournament are only 10 niang at the end of the city. We see people eating, drinking, families, and servants running to serve. I heard the Dragon and Phoenix tournament is going to be extraordinary. The top candidate in this championship this time is surely swordsman of the Book Xian family. You can't underestimate swordsmen of the Namek sect either. As we see the girl entering the inn, everyone is shocked to see her. She says, is it because of the tournament? There are so many people. As we see the server, he says, aren't you young Lady Zhang of the Righteous Sword sect? What brings you here alone? Oh, I just wanted to have a light drink, she says. Oh dear, what should I do right now? The only empty seats are in the special room, he says. For now, please come this way, Lady Zhang. We are the best in the city, so I will give you a bit of a discount. Everyone is looking at her, seeing her beauty as we see her going up the stairs. We see her thinking to herself, who on earth spread such rumors about me? Looking a bit anxious and angry. I don't normally visit inns alone. Please sit wherever you are comfortable, he says. As he opens the door, she sees the strange guy from the Xiang Jian clan earlier. Oh, we meet again, the main character says. If I had known that we would run into each other like this, I would have come with you. We see her saying, my luck is really strange today. As we see the main character picking out a chicken leg, talking about the tournament, he asks, do you know how to register as a participant? What's the deadline? As we see the gradual meals ordered on the table, she wonders, has he been starving all day? You are not serious thinking about participating, are you? He says. Of course. Pretty girls will gather there in droves, right? I have a face that girls tend to like quite a bit. I've been traveling since I was young, and everywhere I've been, girls have always chased after me. We see her drinking and saying, unbelievable. Moreover, has he always been this kind of person? We see him saying, the great war between the Orthodox Alliance and demonic cult didn't end in such a trivial manner. He is acting completely different from how he was earlier. We see him saying, and then I realized who the most beautiful woman of the entire Jianghu is. We see him with a delighted face saying, it's my mother. We also see the dragon tattoo on his hand. We see someone saying, your mother? He says, what, are you disrespecting my mother because she's getting older? We see the girl flustered, saying, that's not it, as she thinks to herself, damn it, why am I flustered? What did I do wrong? He picks up a shrimp with his chopsticks, saying, well, that aside, I am feeling nervous about a big event coming up, so I am craving more food. Huh, is it because of the tournament? No, I am obviously going to win the tournament, he says. I'm aiming to conquer Hubei this year, he says. We see her thinking, he is going to conquer what? We see him saying, there's a lot to worry about, and even more to do. At times like this, I get really hungry, as he picks up the shrimp once again. Winning the tournament and conquering Hubei? Aren't you getting a bit boastful? We see her saying, I thought I heard a voice while passing by, as someone enters the door. Aren't you, young Lady Zhang of the Righteous Sword sect? We see her look into his eyes, surprised and terrified. It's been a while, the man says. This is the successor of the Xiang Xin clan, the one who asked her to pair up for the tournament earlier. Let's have a drink here too. As we see there are people with him, we see the lady beside her saying, here? Well, should we? This is her sister. How have you been all this time? We see the man asking her. His habit of scanning my body is still as strong as ever. I want to hit him right now, but I guess I will hold back. He turns his gaze towards a man saying, By the way, Visser, the main character, is eating such a grand meal. He says, looks like there's someone else here, as he takes out something from his clothes. It's a gold coin, and he throws it towards the main character's food. There are multiple coins. He says it's for the bill. As the main character is still eating, he adds, if you are done eating, could you please leave your seat? He says with an ominous gaze. The main character looks at him with a more ominous gaze. We see as the main character sees the coins spread on his table, where all the food was sitting. He murmurs to himself and then says it out loud, I do not think that this amount of money is enough to pay for my meal. We see the surprised face of the guy who threw the money. He murmurs to himself, thinking, what is this guy talking about? The main character just pointed towards him with his chopsticks, saying, there is more food coming too. It's certainly not going to be enough with just 4 gold coins. We see the guy coming closer to the main character, and with a starry look, he says to the main character, you should go away while I am still being nice, or else. We see him laughing as he says this, murmuring to himself, thinking that the main character is scared. We see him saying, so, you are acting arrogant because you are a member of the Jianghu. As we see 2 of the main characters, one is short with a long blade, a heavy sword, and the second one looks more like a straight sword. Both of them are wrapped up to the brim with clothes. As the man takes a look at them, he says, looking towards the weapon, your weapons look enormous. Going towards them, we see him saying, shall I take a look? We see his chopsticks cut in half as when he tried to lift up the heavy sword, it just stuck to the ground. We see him using all his force with one hand, as his back even twitched, his whole body shaking, but the sword didn't lift up. He thinks to himself, while in surprise, agony, and reality and disaster. What to this blade? Why is it so heavy? He thinks to himself, if I just turn back here. As we see everyone looking at him sternly, he wonders if he will be able to pick up the sword or not. There will be no humiliation worth more than this, as we see him trying to pick up the sword with more strength. Even if I use my internal energy, we see him using his internal energy, putting all of his power into it, and still, the sword did not even lift one bit. We see, after putting every ounce of his energy, the sword lifted up an inch in the air. As he turned towards the main character with a grunty look like he had achieved something, he says, it's quite heavy, so you use this blade to train your muscles. We see his devastated look as his whole body is struck and sucked dry by the sword just to lift it 1 inch from the ground. In the broader picture, his sister is embarrassed. The girl thinks, what's happening? The main character is just enjoying his food. And the 2 servants think, I know, ha ha ha. So it's for practice, trying to give her sister some face and save them a bit of respect. As we see the main character now getting the sword from his hand, he picks it up with one hand and with ease, saying this isn't for training. We see the man's arm shaking as the main character did, and we see him saying, it's obviously a tool for training. We see the main character telling him, no, this is mine. We see the man saying, I am correct though, as the main character, with romance in his eyes, says, are you trying to joke around with me right now? The guy says, as he conjures some internal energy in his hands, we see someone saying abroad, stop. This is the girl from the sword sect, trying to mediate between them to solve this. As we see his sister and the 2 servants surprised by her actions, that she can have that much courage, we see the man surprised by her actions couldn't say anything, just sighs. He says, looking at me with such a hot gaze, are you interested in me? To the sword girl and the main character, who is just standing behind her with a heavy sword in his hand. We see him grabbing the sword girl's hand tightly as he says, well, we'll be joining the Dragon and the Phoenix tournament tomorrow anyway. Looking pervertedly towards her, as if doing it will be a good idea to get to know each other before that. He says this with an ominous and perverted look in his eyes. We see the girl shaking his hand and freeing herself from his grip, saying, I am sorry, but I have decided to participate with someone else. We see the man angry, saying, what? Why? As we see him clenching his fist in anger, he says, because using your family's power to impose things onto me is a pretty shameful act. We see the girl saying that out loud and boldly, without a seam of hesitation in her eyes. We see the man absolutely surprised and angry by her statement. So who are you participating with? He asks her. The girl hesitated about whose name she should say, but we see the main character saying, me. I'm going to participate with her, to the guy. Everyone is in broad spectrum as the guy sees the main character in his eyes. The main character just says, "She will be with me," holding his sword. The guy just said, "What?" As we see the temperature in the room getting a bit hot, we see his sister coming forward, saying, "Do you know who you were talking to?" Looking ominously, trying to impose her authority over the main character. The main character just says, "I do. Do you know who I am?" The main character retorts with a sense of monarchy in his tone. We see her saying, "Of course not." A person has two types of reactions when faced with the unknown. The main character says, looking at her, either they dismiss it or they fear it. But you are doing both. You are dismissing me because you don't know me while hoping that I will be afraid of your brother. Quite contradictory, don't you think? As we see her listening to his words carefully, we see a slight smile on her face as she pokes her chin, saying, "I am not sure." We see the man saying, "You certainly have some guts." As the main character says, "You see, I eat everything." They say people who eat well also speak well. We see the man getting angry by the main character's words as he grabs the table. The main character just warns him with his eyes, "Be careful not to spill the food." We see the man looking into the main character's eyes and abruptly stop whatever he was doing, fix his coat, and then says, "I will see you then," as he moves towards the door saying, "I will see you at the Dragon and the Phoenix tournament." Busy as every one of them left, in the broader picture, the servants are trying to calm him down, while his sister took a last look, and the main character also responded to her. She says, "I will see you again then." Because every one of them has left the premises, the girl thinks to herself, "I am in big trouble," while looking at the broken piece of table. She thinks to herself, considering his temper, he will be trying to go after the main character's life as well. The main character just says to her, "Well, now that we are at this point, let's just participate in the tournament together. I will revise my plans." He says, "Revise? But weren't you planning on participating from the beginning?" We see him saying, "Yeah, that's why I have to revise this." We see her saying, "Don't tell me you said you wanted to participate. Did you mean you were talking about the Heavenly Dragons tournament?" As we know, it is a tournament for the Masters, the Grandmasters, the Elder Sages. The main character says, "Of course I was going to participate in that." She says, "Why would you stay still with such amazing martial arts skills? Why didn't you give them a good beating?" We see him saying, "I don't fight little kids." The girl just got kissed, hearing this, saying excuses. We see his broader tone, with sternness in his eyes, saying, "At least those kids aren't the reason behind this, Jiang Hu Rot." We see the girl saying, "If you say that with such a serious expression, it sounds like you are telling the truth." As we see outside, it seems like Lady Jiang likes young Master Jiang a lot. She was obviously trying to make you jealous. It looks like she doesn't plan on winning at all. To think she's rejecting young Master and entering that tournament with that laughable guy. You see the man hearing their brabble and thinking to himself, "Lovable guy? What a joke." That play earlier was certainly not one to be held lightly. It's my first time seeing him. Who exactly is he? And that arrogant Venge. How dare she reject me? I will make those who repent for what happened today pay to the bone. He says, as we see them walking away at the Righteous Source sect. We see her big sister saying, she rejected Jiang's offer in one go, outright. As all of them are sitting at the table, young Master Jiang is wreaking havoc at the brothel because he is upset. I was worried because the rumors about him weren't good anyway. This is the matriarch of the sect, but we don't know what he will do with that temper of his. As the matriarch says that. The girl is still young. We can't make her sacrifice herself for the family. It's not just about the family. He might hurt her too. My wife and children are suffering because of my shortcomings, the man thinks. He is the leader of the sect. Had I mastered the Crimson Death Sword art, our sword family would have been powerful too. Anyway, if it's true, this is a serious problem. We have to find her first. There is no need for that. It is true. We see the sword girl saying that, and the main character is behind him. You see everyone surprised by seeing her. We were worried, but who is that? They say after seeing the main character. The girl introduces herself as the one she is going to participate in the Dragon and the Phoenix tournament with. Everyone is shocked to the core, hearing this knowledge. As the main character moves forward, taking a stance with glory in his eyes, he says to them, "Nice to meet you. I am Jorg Legion." We see a majestic-looking flash shown on the screen as someone asks, "Is that porcelain from the Fujian region?" It looks like it's the main character who asks, How much did you pay for it? The sect leader replies, 150. What a pity, he says. If I were there, you would have only needed to pay 120, the main character says with a smiling twinkle in his eyes. We see the sect leader saying, right, as he gulps his saliva, saying to his daughter, you say you're going to enter the dragon and the phoenix tournament with the young master? As we see her sister thinking to herself, no matter how childish she is, how could she enter the dragon and phoenix tournament with such a strange guy? As we see the main character trying to rotate the porcelain on one of his fingers. Which sect do you belong to, young master? The sword girl's sister says. The main character has put the flask down, saying, I do not have one, but my parents sell fruit near the Yemen gate. He says that with a nonchalant expression. We see everyone shocked. Fruits? What? As their faces are surprised to hear what the main character just said. We see someone asking, what are those blades and swords you are carrying on your back? As the patriarch says, have you mastered both the arts of the sword and the blade? He thinks to himself that something a third-rate thug would do, even if it's just for aesthetics. You see the main character saying, yes, I have mastered both. Hearing this, the sect leader was in disaster, devastated by his fate. The main character says, I am quite exceptional in several areas. I come from a really strong bloodline. As we see both of their auras resonating, we see the man saying to him, don't tell me you learned martial arts from your parents who sell fruit? The main character said, yes, but do you not eat fruit? You ask. We see the man now turned into a rock, thinking about his daughter's safety. We see her sister going near her ear, saying, apologize to the young Master Jiang first thing in the morning. Well, as the night comes to light, we see her walking towards somewhere, thinking to herself, I brought him home for now in case the guy tried to do something to him, but what should I do? She thinks to herself as she sighs her breath. We see her distracted by something, looking towards the main character, who is standing right there. As she goes near the main character, she asks him, are you unable to sleep? The main character just replied, I can't sleep whenever I change locations. He says, moreover, there's something I must do tonight. He says something. She wonders. The main character, putting his hand forward, says in a tone of death, I'm going to send off a few guys today. He says so nonchalantly. We see her saying, why is he saying such a brutal joke so seriously? Why the fruit shop? Something he was joking about too. She thinks to herself, what kind of people are your parents? She asks, I heard that your mother is beautiful. What is your father like? The main character thinks to himself and says, my father tries to take care of everything while abiding by the rules. That's good, but he also imposes those rules on me, which is the problem. My parents are opposed to me entering the Jianghu, especially my father. The girl thinks to herself, indeed, his parents are not part of the Jianghu, so they must be worried about their son. But the main character just shocks her, saying, they say that they are worried about me destroying the entire place. I understand that too. Anyway, my parents are also worried about me. However, now that we are at this point, she thinks to herself as she remembers the table broken. We see the main character seeing that she is in agony, despair, and thoughtfulness, saying, by the way, I think I digested all my dinner already because it was only vegetables. We see her shocked expression as he says, will they serve meat dishes tomorrow? We see her saying, what? As the main character laughs. We see her saying, stop saying such foolish things. Leave this place after breakfast tomorrow, she says. The main character just looked at her, and she replied, what's wrong? The main character said, with a slight smile, are you worried about me? We see her saying, nonsense, as she is flustered. Hearing this, the main character looked at her while she was going away, saying, I am worried about the people you are going to meet in your future. As we see the image of the main character in the reflection of a pond, we see that ominous aura coming from a tower looms in the air. At the entrance, there are several people near the bonfire. One of them says, that young guy was trembling with a sword in his hand, trying to seek revenge for his father. How could I pretend not to notice it? I had no choice but to send him to his father's side, he says, with an ominous grin in his eyes. As we see everyone laughing, they do not look like good guys. On the contrary, we see the second guy saying, I suppose you just saved a poor kid from being an orphan. We see the main character arriving there, and all of them asking, who's that moron? Who are you, and why are you standing like this? Do you even know where you are? One of the guys asked, as the main character stood right in front of them. The main character says, "The Dark Heart, a place known as the Wandering Market. You know that and still came? The world has become kind. I see even little kids roaming around here." The Kaiser says to the others of his accomplices, "If little kid comes out of your mouth once again, you are going to die." The main character said, with an ominous look in his eyes, who was just looking for a reason to tear them to pieces. We see the leader of them with a sigh in his eyes as one of the guys gets up, saying, "I was going to go easy on you because you were a little kid," as he sheathes his sword. "But you have no manners." We see him lunging at the main character with the tip of his sword towards the main character's face. The main character ducked and easily avoided the sword from hitting him. We see a purple aura in the main character's hand, most probably a poison technique, as he touches the man's gut very softly. We see the man frozen in the air as his accomplices are watching him, saying, "That idiot! Are you going around and getting beaten up by kids now?" Everyone is laughing, saying, "Just give up everything and go help with your mother's business." They think that the man is still alive as the blade from his hands falls into the main characters. We see the carcass of the man on the ground. Everyone is now on their toes, seriously looking at the main character, shocked to the core. The main character says, "This time it's extremely important to me. This is the first day I take my steps forward towards the future, so I have no choice but to steel my resolve." He says we see them saying, "What?" as all of them are now on their guard, getting ready to attack the main character, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" We see the main character just lunge towards them with the sword of the man he just killed, and with a steely look in his eyes, he says, "That means even those whom I usually let go." As he slices through every one of them in one fell swoop, everyone spat out gallons worth of blood. The main character says, "I have to kill today," as we see blood on the floor and the main character with no expression. We see the room filled with countless bodies and the room decorated with bloodstains all over. As the main character opened the door to the main hall, it's a lavish room with many girls, a butler, and a fat man on the throne. As the main character looks at them, he sees the girls first, then the butler, and lastly, we see him going towards the fat man as he smells the ominous aura in the air. He says, "What a great atmosphere it is to be in." We see the fat man just trying to drink some soju as he bangs his fist against his throne, saying, "Are you here as a guest?" looking ominously towards the main character. "What are you here to buy that you are making such a fuss about?" We see this being say, "This is the gluttonous emperor, dark herbs leader." The main character says with no expression at all, "The most expensive person in this room." The man just sits in a stupor, and we see him laughing throughout the room. "How dare a chick who's wet behind the ears want to buy me," he says. "Look, would a young guy like you even have that much money?" The main character says, "How much is it?" The man just abruptly says very large numbers, saying 500,000. The main character nonchalantly just throws 500,000 on the ground, saying, "Here, is the deal sealed?" Then he says, while smiling, we see the man singing to himself, "I thought he was all talk, but he was that much of a rich guy." As we see him looking at the main character's back, thinking that it looks like there is more money in the bag, he says to the main character, "What if I increase the price?" The main character says, "I will be disappointed." The guy, with an idiotic smile, says to the main character, "What if I kill you and take that money?" The main character just says, "I will be even more disappointed," with a gelatinous tone in his voice. We see the man pointing at something and saying, then, as we see the girls behind him now coming towards the main character step by step, saying, "I will disappoint you a bit." As we see all of them so close that they have surrounded the main character, trying to put him in their seductive magic. We observe the absolutely malicious atmosphere of the room. Eyes everywhere selecting lips and an aura that is profound yet simplified. We see all of the girls who are covering and embracing the main character as the fat man sitting on the chair observes the main character surrounded by these seductive demonesses. We observe the fat man saying, "The moment you stepped into this room, you were caught," as we get to know that these women carry the pinnacle of sorcery that paralyzes a man's reason. Illusion, blissful dance. Technically, that just means subduction, distraction, and one-hit blow. We see, as the main character was going to get stabbed by the hairpin, he, with no effort, blocked it. As he turned to the girl, kindly saying, That was a good dance, although it wasn't good enough to kill me, he says. We see him taking the hairpin and launching it with force. The hairpin became an arrow shot by a divine god, which, when pierced, struck the throne of the fat man. He was in a blind stupor. We observed that the arrow impaled into the wall, broke the entire wall and the lamp attached to it. Every girl there observed this sight and was surprised, mesmerized, or let's say, fearful. We see them in a stupor, seeing what the sorcery has undone. The fat man soon realized that the main character had figured out the way of their soul manipulation technique in just an instant. We see the main character saying to him, "Are any of you guys here because you like that fat guy?" We see the hesitation on their faces, as saying anything would bring up a lot of trouble for them. We see the main character saying, "Were you dragged here by force? Leave. Don't worry about the aftermath." As the girl standing closest to him, still with hesitation, asked, "You want us to leave? But you must be scared of leaving." Right in front of him, the main character cuts her line in the middle, implying that they must be scared of the fat guy. We see him saying, "But still, you must muster up the courage to leave now so that you can live well after this. Don't you think?" We see the girl's eyes light up at this sentence. And as everyone was in a moment, we see the fat guy laughing out of his wits, with saliva going everywhere. We see him saying to the main character, "That was an impressive speech. Very well, I will let you go, only after cutting off your limbs," he says to every girl standing in front. As we see the horror on their faces as he says that, the main character did not say any words. He suddenly shifted his leg and said, "Really? I will slice you up alive." Then he says, showing his true personality as a battle-hardened warrior. We see that this killing intent was so massive that the man had to gulp his words down. We see him imagining as his foot is getting drenched by blood, and he is standing in a pool of blood. This is the murderous intent of the main character. We see the main character getting thanked by everyone as the maiden said, "As you said, we'll muster the courage. Furthermore, we won't forget your kindness for giving us such a big amount of money." As we see the main character handing them all his money, saying, "You'll need it to start a new life. Sister, have a good life." As the pleasantries were done, we see the trembling body of the fat guy as his servants speak over. We see his thoughts. "I'm going to think that his great gluttonous emperor would freeze up because of a seasonally man's murderous intent. I can only watch as those things run away. What has he reduced me to?" We see his body getting larger and larger, saying, "I feel so awful," as the ornaments on his hand break by the size increase of his body. We see the floor cracking as he stepped on it. As we observed, a large figure said, "I shall kill you with my special martial arts." Relatedness, Emperor's body protection art. We see the main character now excited, saying, "You have to endure quite the beating to get even bigger." We see, as the man threw a massive punch, the sheer power of it broke through the ground as stones flew out. The main character dodged it by jumping away. As the main character got behind him, he sensed it, and with fury in his palm, he tried to attack the main character. But for the main character, it was just like playing as he ducked down backward. We observe his smile towards the man, who, seeing him, called him a rat. We see the man trying to catch the main character, but he ran away quickly, saying, "I will turn you into powder." We see the main character right in front of his eyes. As the man was going to attack him, the main character just said with a nonchalant expression, "I hate lunatics like you." We see the main character, with a single kick to the man's head, throw the man away as blood splattered everywhere. The main character kicked the man through the doors, breaking everything in the way as he landed, impaling himself into the wall. As we see his bloodied outlook, now gorging with pain, he tries to stand once again. We see his image in front of the main character. We see that he gathered enough strength to land his foot on the ground as he now conjured every inch of strength left in him, saying, "Die, you son of a..." We see the main character now seeing a disgusting person, What were you doing by keeping those women hostage? As we see the main character pick up a small stone, now trying to pinch it, he conjures some energy in his hand. With just this much strength, we see that little stone impale through the man's arm, cutting it right off as blood splurged everywhere. We see the man couldn't even notice the pain because of the speed. As we take a good look, the man's hand is completely gone as he falls on his knees, trying to cope with the pain. The man, now bloodied, says, "That crazy lunatic." As we see the main character facing the person head-on, he realizes he is a real master. The fat guy finally understands that he is facing a person who is out of his wits. We see the look of the main character, now glowing with energy. We see the man start laughing, smiling, singing. In that case, do you think I'll just end like this? As we see the man now getting bigger than before, he has become a giant monster, saying, "I'll make sure to kill you before I die." As we observe purple lightning coming through the air, the main character came very close to him, conjuring a small ball of energy through his palm. As we see the energy impaling the main character strikes the man in the stomach. We see the energy was enough to impel the man throughout even the whole building and the forest. With this heat, the man spat out gallons of blood, and he was finally dead, his body lying down in rubble. The main character, towering over him, says, "I have paid for your life, so I will be taking you." We see the man still has a little energy to say, "Where are you trying to take my dying self?" We see the main character saying, "I think you have mistaken something. I'm not talking about you. It's that guy that I want," as he pointed toward the servant of the fat man. We see the fat man seeing, "What can that good-for-nothing even do? Moreover, if it's someone like you, you should be able to take them away without a sound. Then why did you do it?" You see the main character saying, "Because I needed a reason to kill you. You are worse than I am, probably, but good people never fall into my traps. There is no way someone or something like you exists in this Jianghu." As we see the whole picture of them, we now observe the main character's back, at which the servant is looking. The main character says, "We finally meet, Master Wa." We see the man suddenly twitch at hearing that name. The main character said, "Or should I call you Mukil so that you answer me?" Turning his head, we see the man's eyes go back into the past, saying, "That's right. What a nostalgic name. This is the former patriarch of Mount Phantom Manor. Who would have thought that a formation arts and engineering technique genius would be in a place like this? It took me quite a long time to find you. Thanks to that. As expected, is it that difficult to recover from that incident?" We see the man seeing something as we learn about Mount Phantom Manor. Anyone from Jianghu knows that place is famous for having the best machine techniques. This man, who possessed excellent talent and a great family, was a man everyone had envied, at least until his only daughter touched an unfinished mechanical device. As we see the scene of carnage and horror, the man covers his own eyes, crying as we see the body parts of his daughter on the ground, spread through because of the malfunction of a machine. Having lost his only family in that accident, he blamed his foolishness, and because of that, his skeleton structure was changed. We see that the fat man got him as a slave, changed his appearance, and went into hiding. We see him saying, "You are a good adult." Seeing this, we see the man hearing these kind words from the main character. After so many years, he lightened up a bit. A good adult who has suffered for 10 years. No one should suffer all his life, unable to forget the sorrow of losing his family. We see him thinking to himself, "What a strange guy. He tried to save me, whom he met for the first time, while risking his life. Up until now, has anyone else told me those words? How are you going to use me after buying me?" He asked that we see the main character executing his aura, saying, "To dominate the Jianghu." Hearing this, he was in a stupor as we see him laughing. "Ha ha ha." We see him fall toward the ground, saying, "My new fate," while Muchel greets his master as a pleasing alliance to the main character, saying, "I will devote the rest of my life to you, master." We see the main character smiling at him as he says, "Shall we get started then?" Going toward the man, he conjured up some flames in his hand, looking evil toward the man as the man wonders what is going to happen to him. After some time, we observe the outside of the tower with some legs on a tree branch. We see a man just outside the tower looking toward it in the night light of the sun. We see his face covered with a robe, thinking to himself, is the young master still fighting? Implying the main character. We observe as the night emerges and the feet of that man land on the ground. How in the world? I heard that a body once transformed by the supreme arts could never be diverted. So how? We see the servant saying this as we see that his hunchback was returned to his normal shape, and he was finally looking like a human. We see him sincerely thanking the main character, bowing his head at a 90 degrees angle toward the main character. The main character says, I'm going to use you till your bones wear out, so I am the one who's thankful. As we see in the frame someone saying, you did it, we see this is the scarred-faced guy. He says, young master, as he removes his cloak. We get to know that this is the guard of the main character. He is Julian's. We see the main character taking his name with a smile on his face as he says, please shave that beard. You look old. We see these words of the main character impale him in the head as blood splattered out of his mouth. The main character says to the man, Master Hua, this is my god, as he introduces both of them to each other. We see them exchanging their pleasantries as the main character said he will be guiding him about what he needs to do from now on and that the plans have been changed. The main character says to the man, implying that they will begin with the Zhangxin clan. First, we see the look on the man's face, surprised about something, as he says, you said that the likes of that clan are not even worth messing with and participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. All of a sudden, why did you change the plans? He asked the main character. We see the main character with closed eyes telling him, we never know when someone's mind will change, do we? We see the man with a stern look say, that's what a playboy would say, implying that the main character was like a playboy. We see the main character looking at him, mocking him by saying, I see that you are jealous of my popularity. Of course not. Just because you have a lot of women chasing after you doesn't mean you have good fortune in love. That's merely indulgence. And true good fortune in love lies in marrying a good woman. We see him saying to the main character. The main character just mocked him again, saying, you are truly extremely jealous, I see. We see the man, the master, was just confused out of his wits about what was going on between these two. We observe the main residence of the Jiangxin clan, as two guards are guarding it. We see that the sword girl and the sect master have both arrived at the place. We observe the guards saying that the union leader and the young master are away. The sect leader asked, can we know when they will be returning? They get the reply that they don't know that either. In the memories of the sect master, we see that his oldest daughter was saying that the young master is wreaking havoc because he was upset. He thinks to himself, we must apologize before things get out of hand. They observe the gates opening as someone says, please tell them once they are back we were here. As the gate opened fully, someone says, well, isn't it Grandmaster Zhang? I was on my way because of the union leader's invitation, but I didn't expect to meet someone who I would be delighted to observe. This is the 8 flying hands, Shiryuki. We see the sect leader saying, long time no see, Grandmaster. I heard that the clan's leader was showing off his power by inviting skilled individuals, but it looks like he is selective about who he is inviting. We see the man saying, it seems like we both have some free time. How about we grab a drink? It will be on me, shall we? As we observe someone looking at them through a wooden window in the spring breeze, we see them filling up a small glass with wine, saying, please take this. It's bare bile wine. It's hard to obtain. I got the pleasure of tasting this precious wine thanks to Grandmaster. As we observe them at a table eating, he says, by the way, it seems like the Xiangshan clan leader was very upset. Please put in a good word for us if the opportunity arises. Ha! Don't worry too much. I will put in a good word for you, he says as we see the speechless figure of the sword girl just sitting there observing everything. We see as they were eating, he says, kids can fight. It's normal for them. We see the girl thinking about how the main character wasn't at home when she arrived with food. She asked our servant. The servant replied, yes, young miss, it seems he left last night without a word. We see her picking up food with chopsticks, eating it while whining about what he was saying about wanting to have meat and whatnot. Why did he leave all of a sudden? He must have left Wuhan by now, right? As we see her gulping down wine, we see both the sect leader and the sword girl bowing toward the man. We had a good time and even got to enjoy some good wine. Thank you. I will treat you next time, we see the man saying. With a jolt, he says, "Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten something urgent I have to attend to." As we see the man ditching both of them without paying the bill and getting out of the inn saying, "I am leaving first. See you next time." We observe the madam of the inn handing the sect master the bill. We see him reading the bill. His hands trembled, his eyes shocked into wildness, as it was 120 nyong for a bottle of wine. This was truly fearful for him. Moreover, the prices of these side dishes were beyond common sense. The man just sighs a breath and says, "I don't have much money right now. Can I come back tomorrow?" We see the woman say that they do not accept any kind of credit, but they can't overlook his circumstances. As we see people gathering up, "Until you bring the money, your daughter can stay here." As we see everyone surrounding her, what was happening? She wonders. We see the man saying, "Are you holding my daughter hostage?" with an angry face. The madam says, "You can consider it collateral. If you don't have the money, your daughter can entertain guests too." We see the slight grin of lewdness on her face. The man says, "Is she out of her mind? This must not be a normal wine house." Moreover, all of them have an unusual aura surrounding them. Either their strength is equivalent to mine or even surpassing me. We see him clenching his fist and trying to sheath his sword. As we see he was about to unsheath his blade, we hear a familiar voice saying, "We meet again, sect leader." As we see it's the main character with an astounding aura coming toward them. We see them surprised, seeing the main character. "Young master, what brings you here?" the sword girl asked. "I am here to drink, of course." We see the main character replied as he slammed the wine bottle on the counter, saying to the madam of the inn, "The wine tastes a bit strange. Did you mix something in it?" The main character says that without any smile on his face, which can imply that he is really serious about it. We see her saying, "What do you mean? I heard that big shots came here. Do you sell fake wine to those people too?" As we see, everyone there was hearing what the main character was talking about. The woman tried to mediate this by saying, "It seems like you were drunk. Please lower your voice." We see the main character grinning, saying, "The bare bale wine they sell here is fake. Fake wine alert." We see him shouting it as everyone inside and outside the inn can hear that. We see every person there gathering saying, "What? Fake? Why is it noisy?" We see that all of these people are quite the big shots. The madam tried to de-escalate it by saying that it's just a drunk customer causing a ruckus. Please don't mind him, as we see sweat trickling down her face. We see the main character saying, "A ruckus. I will show the proof to everyone here," as we see him pointing towards some men. "I can prove that this wine is fake. I will take everything this place has earned today." We see the woman saying, "And if you fail?" Then the main character says, "Then you can brew liquor with my gallbladder," implying that she can have his life if that happens. "Everyone, please come outside," as we see the main character taking them into a courtyard of some sorts, where there was a sealed door. We see everyone talking about, "Did this place always have a backyard? By the way, what proof does he have anyway? People have been talking about wine from this place, but don't you find it strange? Why would they store their wine in such a distinct, hidden place?" As we see the main character hitting a lock, saying, "They even changed the door down with the iron lock. There is no way we have stored our wine in such a place, don't you think?" We see the woman saying, "We store our trade secrets in our warehouse," as we see sweat trickling down her face. The main character just broke the entire door as he took out a jar filled with something. Oh dear, the young man just broke the door with his bare hands. What a show of his power. We see the people of the inn all getting worried. "Hey, that's..." As we see the main character putting it onto the ground. The smell of alcohol was there. We see him saying, "This is the true identity of your so-called precious wine," as we see him taking it. We see the sweat down the madam's face, saying, "I must stop him if the guest sees that." We see her commanding, "Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to kill him first and take away the wine," while aiming for a gap within the chaos. We see the main character smile and throw the entire pot of wine upside down, as we see the pot of wine breaking into several pieces. The observers notice some kind of insects flying throughout the whole area from the wine. As every guest there took a look near it, they were horrified. "What is that?" We see everyone now in a commotion, saying, "Why are there bugs in the wine?" We see the main character holding the wine, asking, "So, do any of you want to try it?" The main character is serious about it. We observe the main character handling the little cup of wine, saying, "Do any of you want to try it?" As people had already seen what was in the wine, we observed disgusting faces made by them, saying, "I am good," as many people even viewed their side of the wine. "How can I prove it if no one tries it?" The main character cried out loud, but we see the main character all in when one of the guys in the back says, "Stop it, you lunatic! I have never heard of this making beer by wine with such insects." The main character took the insect really close to his face, saying, "This insect is called the black-painted insect. It's called that because its back resembles a piece of art." We see the man asking the main character, "So what about it?" The black-painted insect tastes almost like the beer bile, especially its excretions. It's so similar that no one with an ordinary sense of taste would notice. We see everyone even more distressed about hearing that its excretions are what they have been drinking, that we see someone with a grand stature say, "How do you know that?" Even Madam was in shock at seeing that person. This is Elder Yang. He is the alliance leader of Southern Peak. We get to know that after a 13-year-long Great Orthodox demonic war, having suffered significant losses, the 9 great sects and the 4 great families sealed their doors, and the demonic cult began living in seclusion, taking advantage of that void. 4 major forces established themselves as the strongest players in the Jianghu, and as we see everyone bowing down at the sight of that old man. Among them, the Northern Heaven Supreme Family and the Southern Peak Alliance are the biggest forces. So, this ordinary-looking old man is one of the most powerful people in the current Jianghu. We get to know that the main character is also surprised after seeing the expressions of everyone around him. The old man says, "I heard that the black-painted insect only lives in the south. How do you know about them?" As we see his experienced face, the main character responds with, "I have wandered around a lot ever since I was young. Your knowledge is quite vast." "Who are you?" The main character replied, "I am Jayak Legion, the eldest son of drifting clouds and flowed water." We see the man wandering, drifting clouds and flowing water. We see the main character responding with a smile, "The best fruit merchants on the outskirts." We see the surprised face of the old man and his servants behind him. The old man just laughed out of his wits as saliva flew through the air. We see him thinking, is he intentionally hiding his identity? How impressive indeed. As we see the main character teasing the sword girl with the insect, we see his servant behind him looking towards the old man, thinking about something. He thinks to himself, to think that the alliance leader would be interested in such a kid, how odd. We get to know that this is the White Tiger Squad leader of Southern Peak, that we see the big man saying, "I would give it a try if you want." The old man agrees to it, and as the big man took a few sips of the wine, we see him realizing something, as he looked towards the woman with a disgusting face, saying, "Why, you blasted little wench. This is the same as what we drank earlier." Now that he has said that, every guesser says, "What? Then did we really just drink? Please calm down. I am being framed." The madam tried to lie her way out. We see everyone saying to her, "Bring us the real thing then, if that is the case, or give us your head. You damn guys. What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping them?" As we see her guards thinking to themselves, the leader of the Southern Alliance and the White Tiger Squad are here. "We can't do anything," we see her saying. "Do you know who is behind me? You will all die if you mess with me." As we see the main character smiling, we see the sect leader saying to the main character, "Young master, if it weren't for you, we would have been in great trouble. Thank you very much." Bowing his head, that we see the main character saying, "Of course." Hearing this, the man was surprised as the main character continued, "If not for me, who would do such an awesome thing? You are right. From now on, I will be looking forward to being treated as your savior." We see the main character saying that with nonchalance on his face. "Then shall we leave now? I think I will have to inconvenience you for the time being. There are no empty rooms in the Wuhan because of the tournament." As we see the old man looking towards the main character, the big guy says, "What an interesting person." The old man replied to the big guy, "No, he is more than that." We see the big guy wondering, "What? Pardon me?" As the energy surges in the old man, he says, "From the moment I saw him, the feeling which I had forgotten so long ago has rushed back in." What's that? A combination of pleasure and excitement, desperateness, and ambition are stirring up inside me, like the day the Southern Peak Alliance fell into my hand. I have no idea why I'm feeling this way. The alliance leader that I know has enough insight to look through just about anyone, but he says he does not know. Does that mean this guy is that special? As we see in the dark night, as the wind blows through the forest, someone's running, posture blood-covered over his clothes, as he is running for his life. I must alert them at all costs, he says, as we see the face of the man covered in blood, while thinking to himself, the fate of the Jianghu depends on this. We observe someone rushing towards him, as a shadow pops upright beside him. The man was a bit startled, as he was unsheathing his blade sheath. He is already caught up. We get to know that this is the man from the Orthodox Alliance, as he shows his badge towards the wounded man. The wounded man took a look at it, and with one glance could say that there is no mistaking it. That's the Orthodox Alliance identification tag. We see the man introducing himself, as he belongs to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. We don't have time, so I will get to the point. We must cancel the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and the Heavenly Dragon tournament. A group called the Flying Swallows Association is proving a big conspiracy in this tournament. It's this year's tournament being hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Why are you trying to reach the Orthodox Alliance instead of reporting to your superiors? We get to know that there is a spy among us. I can't trust anyone. We see as people fly behind them. The man suddenly realizes, damn it, they are chasing after us. I will become the bait, so you should get out of here and alert them about this, as this information leaks anywhere. We see the man asking the guy. The reply is, you are the first to know. We see the darkened face of the man saying, what a relief, as his smug look shows his true colors. As the man was going to say, what did you just, we see that the Orthodox Alliance member just cut his head in half, as blood splattered and his head rolled off in the forest, saying, you are mistaken. The people behind us are not the Flying Swallow Association. It's the Flying Swallowtail Association. As we see butterflies, we observe that it's a lady's foot that is on such a little branch. The man kneels down and greets, saying that the 16th butterfly greets the Alliance leader. We do observe her saying, what happened to the other guys? The man says that the 14th butterfly has already taken care of them. We see the lady with the fans saying, right, I knew he would do it. As we observe a beautiful face, but with a murderous grin in her eyes. Seeing this, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament will become a nightmare. We do observe that in this dark night, the main character and the sword girl are walking towards somewhere, as the main character says, I am looking forward to it. We get to know that he is talking about how tasty the meat is that the second leader is going to buy. We see the sect leader asking him if he likes meat, right? He is going to buy good meat, so he can pay his respect to the main character. The main character feels hungry just thinking about it. The girl says, you are always hungry. It's because I am thinking a lot these days, he replies. We see the girl saying, to conquer the world. The main character replies, that too. Then what else? As we see the main character has already sensed something. His darkened face appeared, and his smile vanished. We see her thinking, is he lonely because he is alone in a foreign land? As they were walking, they stopped, and she says her thanks for today with a broad, smiling face, saying that the young master of the family is talking about the one that tried to lift the main character's sword, and that the man had deliberately ordered the madam of the house to do it. To think I had considered entering the Phoenix and Dragon tournament with that kind of a lunatic, we see the main character saying. That's why I am telling you, to enter with me, I will bring you victory. We see the girl's face suddenly rotate towards the main character as he wonders what is happening. She says, very well, as the main character also smiles. Winning may be hard, but I want to at least put that man in his place, she says as we observe the night and the moon shining. Both of them say, let's do our best. You don't have to, but if that's what you want to do, the main character replies. The main character looks towards someone. Seeing that before this happens, he says, I suppose we must take care of that lunatic first. As both of them rotate their heads in the other direction, we see a man, the one who ran away after eating and drinking, leaving them to pay the bill. Are you the one who upset young Master Jiang? The guy I planted at the inn just told me that some strange lunatic ruined everything. He's talking about the main character. We see the main character saying, is it your hobby to run backwards and check on the targets you were trying to kill? We see the girl surprised when the main character said kill. Is it that bad that he, Jiang Engine, only ordered me to kill you? But that wrench will be a problem too, he says with a broad grin on his face. We see that his murderous aura could be felt by the girl as she says, I can feel his murderous intent. He's trying to kill us. This is truly happening. Will we be able to beat him if we join forces? But I have never slashed someone in real life before. We see her hands trembling, even holding the sword. She asks the main character, do you have any experience in real combat? The main character just got a bit behind her as she was surprised. The main character pleads for her, stay please, save me, getting behind her as she sweats bullets right now. We get to know that this guy is a master of palm techniques. When he unleashes his skills, his hand seems to multiply into 8, which earned him the name of 8 Flying Hands. He was once a hero who dreamed of a better job, but only the villains always seemed to thrive. He realized that the distinction between good and evil was meaningless, and then he himself became a villain. We see him standing ominously in front of both the main character and the sword girl. The sword girl's body trembles. To think that I have to face such a guy alone? The difference in skill and experience is like heaven and earth. As we see the main character noticing her trembling figure, he says to her, leaning near her ear, for now, draw your sword. She unleashes her sword, saying, yes, I can't just stand here and let this happen. We see her figure pointing the sword towards him as we observe the man, the main character, and the sword girl in a bigger frame. As the man says, you seem eager to die first. We see he has activated his palm attacks. We observe him lunging towards the girl with his 8 palm technique, trying to end it in one go. Both the main character and the girl dodge that attack. The girl could not fathom how fast he was. I need to use my movement technique, she thinks, but we see her body wasn't able to keep its balance as she hits the root of a tree. As we observe her falling down, her back hits the tree bark, and the man uses his attack towards the girl. We observe her ducking down onto the ground towards her knees as the man destroys the entire tree with his palm attack. The scared look of the girl shows she thinks to herself, this is completely different from when I practiced. We see the man's ominous face looking towards her, and lingering in her eyes, she thinks to herself, she's really going to die. We see the main character telling her, don't rely on your movement technique. Let your body flow. The sword will also flow. As we see her hearing these words, the main character continues, your feet don't move the sword. The sword moves first, and then your feet follow. All right, let's focus slowly on the sword. She thinks to herself, little boy, you are quite the talker for someone who hides behind the back. The man says, as we see her attacking towards him while he was distracted, but he just blocks her attack without breaking a sweat. We see the agonizing eyes of the girl thinking to herself, if I get pushed back here, both of us will die, as she starts to attack him relentlessly one after another, throwing large strikes. As the man blocks her attacks, he says to her, do you think these childish tricks will work on me? With one of his palms, he tries to grab her face, but she ducks down and retreats a bit behind. What should I do? She thinks to herself, as she got a bit hurt and her shoulder was bleeding. By the way, something seems off, the main character says. She wonders why he says, your sword technique is normally quite heavy, so why are you moving so daintily? The Crimson Death Sword art features a variety of changes in footwork and irregular swordplay. It's based on agile movements. Is he saying that the method I trained in for over 10 years is wrong? Moreover, what does this guy know about the Crimson Death Sword art? He's the one begging for his life right now. You look like a turtle that should be in the waters, stuck on land, the main character says as she tries to think again on her own statement, saying, I have been feeling like I've been wearing clothes that don't fit me for a long time now. Ever since I reached the 7-star run, it feels like I am being blocked away by a wall. Could it really be what this guy is saying? Is the Crimson Death Sword really as fast as an arrow, yet slow like a turtle and as fluid as water? At this rate, death is the only option. As we see her feet moving as if she is on water, she thinks to herself, even so, let's give it a try. As we see her legs move with trickles of water, she gets into her stance, moving like fluid water. We observe her unleashing her sword, thinking to herself, heavy and soft, as she strikes. We see some hair cut in half. We get to know that these are the hairs of the palm guy. He's in a daze, seeing his hair. That's it, she thinks to herself. We see the man gritting his teeth, now getting more and more agitated as he attacks, saying, arrogant brat. We see him conjuring his magical power in his palm and attacking her. She tries to block it with her sword but gets blown away far, dropping her sword and getting hurt internally, splattering out blood. We see him saying that he will put an end to this as we see his demonic eyes glowing while looking towards the sky. We see that the girl has vanished. He thinks to himself, "What the hell? Where did she go?" We see him hearing something from behind him, saying, "That is it." We see the main character in the air, holding her like a true master. We observe the man looking towards the main character as the main character shines like a bright star in the moonlight. We get to know that the main character is using a skill called Void. We see the main character saying, "It's the falling blossom step of the heavenly thunder steps. You probably don't know much about it. My father's martial arts, since they were rarely ever revealed." We see him saying, "Your father's martial arts?" as the man trembles on the ground. The main character puts the girl near a tree, saying to him, "My father and mother say they fell in love at first sight." Honestly, I never believed in those kinds of things, although I think I understand a bit now. We see the trembling man saying, "Do you manage to use the reverse flow of wondrous movement? How could a kid master such a martial art?" We see our attack coming towards him, and with one strike, the main character busts his skull out. We see the broken fragments of his teeth, skull, and nose as the man goes through a tree, breaking it and then slamming himself on the ground. "No way," he says as we see him coughing out blood. "That guy's on a level that I can't even comprehend," he thinks as he sees the main character. We see the broken tree as the man begs for his life. "Please let me live." We see the main character saying to the guy, "Do you know why I hate my father? If it were him, he would have definitely told me to forgive you. He's a really frustrating person." We see the man saying, "Is he insane? What kind of nonsense is this? Let's run away fast." As he tries to run away from the main character says, "But my mother always said we will never live like that. We will never live like what your father tells you." As we see the main character's real personality coming out, he unsheathes his blade. "Even if my father's path is the right way." As we see the cloth on the blade gearing up bit by bit, the main character says to him, "I will always live on my mother's path." What is that sound? The man wonders as the main character unleashes his blade for the first time. It's like a ghost, screaming, scratching, wailing. As we take a look towards the main character's blade, with flames overtaking all his hands, we see the demon skull on the blade's guard. As the blade ignites, we see its bright red, agonizing look. We learn that this is the Northern Hellblade. As we observe the main character, with blood-red eyes wielding his weapon, he swings it, and we witness a demon emerging from that strike. Multiple souls attack from that single slash, and we see the terrified face of the man as all these demons lunge toward him. It was like a blood show, a bloodbath. Oh, pure carnage and evil. The main character just stares at the man, who is already injured. When the man sees the attack, he can't even fathom what is happening. As we zoom in, we notice the tiny cuts on his face, and we realize that the man has been cut into hundreds of pieces in an instant. He was already dead before he even knew what killed him. We see the main character's bloodshot eyes, staring at the man's lifeless body, as he says, "My father's path is just too boring to follow." We see the main character singing the song that goes like, "On a windswept cliff, I stand and sing of paths to take and what they will bring. No one hears my song out here, but a flower on the rocks lend an ear." As we see the sword girl, who was just knocked out, open her eyes, the main character realizes it and asks her, "Are you awake?" She is a bit surprised about how the main character has given her a piggyback ride. She asks him to put her down, but the main character implies on keeping going because she's hurt. She does not recall anything. The main character tells her about how the man had no luck at all. Who would have thought he'd get a fatal blow from the sword that you built with your eyes closed? I went and finished him off after he fell. We see her surprised face saying, "You stabbed him to death? Did he die?" Of course, the main character, with a grin on his face trying to scare her, says, "Is he immortal? How could he still be alive with his heart stabbed into the ground?" We see the terror on the face of the sword girl, realizing that that man is dead and she is the one responsible for it, at least half responsible. As we see her trembling arms over the shoulders of the main character, he quietly says to her, "There's no need to make a fuss. He deserved to die. Besides, Don't they say that drawing a sword without the resolve to use it is an insult to the sword? Looks like the main character is quite a fan of Shanks from One Piece. We see she is still quite hesitant. In her image, the main character is still a very mysterious person. He may seem like a senseless man, but he also seems like a different person occasionally. As we see the main character, as they are moving, say, "It's the beginning now." He replies with a smiling face as the girl looks over his shoulder towards his face. The Dragon and the Phoenix Tournament, the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, and Conquering the World. We see as both of them walk towards the new path up ahead. Well, on another side of this continent, two old people and a middle-aged man are all deep in conversation. As we see the harpoon-like crop cutter tools, they are covered with ominous aura, and the normal-looking solid is emitting at most the opposite aura of the harpoons, but still of the same or more intensity. As we see the killer gaze of both of them looking towards someone, they say, "Did you buy it?" It looks like these two are no normal people, just judging from their weapons. We see the third one, the middle-aged guy standing, saying, "Yes, here are they," as we see him pull out some dumplings, 6 to be exact, in a wooden box, handing it to them. We see the old woman eating one of the dumplings, gazing at it as she says, "We will soon arrive at Wuhan." Sometimes traveling slowly like this is also a pleasant experience. It brings back memories of the old days. We see her telling something to the middle-aged man about how he knew what his friend said when he met her 20 years ago. She's talking about the old man, who was freaking out, saying, "Are you going to bring that up again?" As soon as he saw the woman, he drew out his sword and lowered his voice dramatically, saying, "Supreme Demon Empress, I don't care about your past misdeeds, but the day you stepped on the young master's shadow, you will die right here." As we see the memories of them fighting with each other looking cool, we see the face of the woman, ominously adding some traumatic effects. Well, it's her memory, so what can we say? We see the man clenching his own hair, saying, "That was a long time ago. I was senseless back then, wasn't I?" We see the middle-aged man spit out what he was drinking as all of them have a hearty laughter. The middle-aged man asks, "What did he mean by the young master?" In the story, we see her smiling, saying to him, About that, I am talking about Legion's father, the main character's father, if you didn't understand from this." We see the old man saying, "Ha ha ha, I can't believe Legion is already participating in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. When did he grow so big? A lot of young kids are going to get hurt this time." The man says without any hesitation and still with a laughing face. We see the middle-aged man saying that the main character does not mess with kids unless they do something that deserves a beating. As we see the face of the guy who sent the man after the main character to kill him, it looks like this guy is going to get a beating. We see him saying, "That lunatic is still alive," implying to the main character. His servant says, "Indeed, sir, we confirm he came out of that righteous sect with young Lady Jiang, the sword girl." We see the man freaking out, saying, "What is that lunatic I hired doing? He can't take care of one mere guy." He is talking about the person the main character cut into pieces. His servant implies the man as a great warrior, saying that he didn't return since leaving last night. We see the scared expressions on the guy's face as he processes the news in his mind that the man has not returned yet. Where did he disappear? Don't tell me. He wonders if the man is dead, which he is indeed dead by the main character. But we see him starting to shake as he laughs out, thinking to himself that he must be insane to even entertain such a ridiculous thought about how the main character can kill such a Grandmaster. He thinks about how the main character managed to save his life, but we will find out whether it was due to luck or skill in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. As we see, it's the day after the night, obviously. But as the crackers go into the air, bursting with a beautiful resonance of sound and colors, it looks like it is the day of the tournament. The banners of both the tournament and the family hosting the tournament are on the road, with guards on every corner of the street. We see the massive hole in which this tournament is going to start as we get to know the dragon and the phoenix are all arriving. The dragons here imply the male martial artists and the phoenix for the female ones. We see people talking about how there is the young master of the Southern Sword sect and the young miss of the Huang family, whatnot. As we see a girl screaming so loudly that the eardrums of the passers-by begin to burst. She notices someone in a mesmerizing robe. This is the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. I am Hagi. He is also the successor of the family. We see people saying about how he is better looking than the rumor suggested. As we see with him is the young lady of the renowned Sima clan. Have the four renowned great clans finally started to make their moves? People wonder, as we see their attention grasped by one more person. That man is the young master of this Southern Peak Alliance. He's the one who will win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, people proclaim. And with him is the young miss, the greatest beauty, the daughter of the Clean Water Mountain Manor. As we see the people saying how she is very beautiful and they will all root for them, we see the hand of the main character in the air as he thanks people for rooting for them, even though no one is talking about them. He still is in his own days, talking about how he will be sure to win and others don't have to worry. People are just astounded because they don't know who he is. We see someone saying, "Who are you? Stop covering for the young miss and piss off." Is he not even nervous? Who would have thought I would ever envy his indifference? We see the sword girl saying. The main character says, "They have decorated this place nicely. These Northern Heaven Supreme family brats must be making a lot of money, right?" We see her chuckling at the main character's comments as we see she takes the name of the main character, and the main character looks towards her with a side eye. As we see her beautifully embraced face saying, "Let's try our best together." The main character smiles and, with his smiling adorable face, says, "Sure." Can anyone even imagine that this was the guy who cut a man into 1,000 pieces just one chapter before? Anyway, continuing, we see that the 8 teams who are participating should comply with the referee as they have been called. We see the man saying, "Don't touch anything and just wait," as they were going inside. The main character thinks about something and says, "He's talking as if he wants us to touch something, isn't he?" We see that the girl cannot understand the main character's words. Inside the room, many people have gathered as they see how nerve-wracking it is. How many people do you think will advance to the second gate? The sword girl says, "What are we doing here?" The male character just looks around. We see her saying once again, "Are they going to ask us to do from the first gate?" The main character, in a daze, is looking towards somewhere as we see the match starts upon entry sign getting towards the wall. The girl thinks, "What is he looking at?" The main character reads the sign and thinks, "What do they mean that the tournament will commence the moment they enter?" The main character realizes it in its entirety as he smiles and folds his hands. We see him guiding the girl towards the painting as he says, "Don't you feel something strange about this drawing?" "Something strange?" she wonders, as we see the drawing where it seems like a lot of people are fighting with each other with numerous weapons. We see her taking a look at it, thinking to herself something, and saying that she has finally got it. There are 18 figures in this drawing, and they are holding the 18 traditional weapons of the Chinese martial arts. That means, as she was going to say something, the main character cuts her off saying, "That does not mean anything. It's a trap to draw your attention to the 18 traditional weapons of Chinese martial arts." We see her embarrassing face saying, "A trap? Then are you saying that there are other hidden secrets?" "Take a closer look once again," he says. We see her looking towards it but finding nothing particularly other than that. As we see her pupils enlarging, she notices something. How the people in the painting may seem to be fighting, but they are all looking at one thing. They are all looking towards the incense burner in the hand of the very last guy. Everyone's gaze is towards the incense burner as it radiates in the middle of the fight. We do observe that in the hall filled with people, there is an incense burner placed on a table, even though they have told us not to touch anything and that we will be disqualified if we do. We see the girl saying, "The examiners are watching. Be careful not to touch anything, even by mistake." As the main character's hand comes close towards the incense burner, with a loud noise, he grabs the incense burner. We see the people around him are surprised by the main character's action as the main character lifts it up, taking a look at it. People nearby, especially a man with a red sword, look towards him as if he is a fool. The main character looks towards it from a lower angle with the sword's gun, as people are confused, looking towards them. The main character found out something about how Dragon and Phoenix Hall is written exactly under the incense burner. As the main character points toward it, we see the sword girl looking at it, asking the main character, "Dragon and Phoenix Hall? What does it mean?" She cannot fathom the meaning. The main character says to her, "It said match started upon entry, right? The first stage has begun." As we see the trembling man behind them saying something to the main character, the main character and the girl both get ready to go, arriving at the palace, maybe the first priority. We see someone shouting, cutting the main character's line in half. Same weight. We see the man holding a red blade and the little girl behind him as he points towards the main character and the sword girl, saying, "You too. Did you not hear about not touching anything?" We see him saying this like he owns the bloody pavilion. "We can't tolerate your careless behavior here." We see him shouting towards the main character, and for the main character, who is not so fond of such people, he looks towards him. You see the guy rambling about how, "Don't you think such kind of act could harm everyone?" We see he's trying to teach the main character and the girl how to act, as we see him saying with anger, "Put that down at once." The main character, who has merely experienced such kinds of things multiple times throughout his life, says, "Something's gravely wrong with you." Calming himself and taking a breath, he says, "Why does a young man like you only live by the rules?" You see the sword girl behind the main character thinking about how he looks the same age as us. The main character tries to teach him how kids should reject and rebel against the existing order. We see the man is not taking this advice and rambling about how what the main character is saying is just an excuse for immature kids, still shouting and spitting all over. We see his side eye looking towards someone at a glance. We see all the instructors paying attention to their scoffing, with no emotions appearing on their faces. We see the guy smiling, thinking to himself, just in time, "It would be a good idea to subdue this idiot here and leave a strong impression." We see the man saying about how they only told them not to touch any items, but there is no rule that says he can't take out his sword. We see the man trying to threaten the main character as he says to him that no words will affect him. We see the companion with him is a bit smart, trying to gradually stop the commotion. The man who is trying to show off has made up his mind, accessing the main character. "Don't worry, I will just give him a scolding." As he unleashes his blade, we see suddenly a force arrive as a hand forces his sword back into the cover. It looks like the main character has had enough of the guy as he comes closer, not even giving him a chance to draw his blade out. As the main character stands still, we see the man's eyes completely devoured with fear, saying, "That lunatic." As we see the main character's true personality trying to emerge once again, his smiling, ominous face, which we have seen that brings death and blood, is emerging once again. The man is wondering how the slight movement of the main character's palm is so strong. We see the main character coming even closer to the man's face, saying to him, "Let's not humiliate yourself and listen to your little sister." The man is now sweating relentlessly as he tries to speak. We get to know that he cannot move an inch because of the murderous intent put on him by the main character. As we observe this happening, everyone's attention is now allocated towards them as we see his sister coming towards his wrist. We see her saying to her big brother about how he did while holding back. "You mustn't point your sword recklessly at the powerless." The man wonders, who is the powerless here? We see her bowing her head and saying, "Excuse our rudeness," towards the main character. The main character seems to be happy as he takes a breath, smiling. He puts down the incense burner on the table as we see him calling the sword girl to go with him. We see that even though the little girl didn't realize it, the sword girl did indeed realize what happened, or at least a glimpse of that distressed a bit. As we observe, the guard says to the main character, "You will be eliminated if you leave without permission." The main character, without any hesitation, says, "Sure," seeing that other onlookers were surprised about how and why the main character is leaving on his own accord. We see the main character turning around, saying, "You may be pathetic, but I will give you a chance because of your little sister. If you want to advance to the second gate, follow me," the main character said, as we look at the expressions on the face of both the brother and sister. The man grits his teeth, saying to the main character, "Didn't you hear that you will be eliminated as soon as you leave?" We see the main character getting out of the hall, just chuckling about it as he leaves the building. We see other people gathered there looking towards them, dazed, seeing that lunatic. As we see all that happens, the main character and the girl have finally arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. We see the girl, who had some doubts, now say, "The Dragon and Phoenix Hall really do exist." The main character pulls the door, seeing that was a real difficult problem. How many participants would be here? We see the girl thinking that there would be only 2 of them as the problem was almost impossible to solve. She thinks that they will win, but as soon as the door opened, her expectation was crushed as we see hundreds of pairs inside the hall. Seeing so many people gathered, we see that she cannot fathom the situation. The main character just takes a look around as we see the girl asking about how these many people solved that riddle. The main character, who is taking a look around everywhere, sees people from high nobility. We see other nobles and even the successor young master of the Southern Peak. We see him saying to the sword girl about how would the precious and prestigious Orthodox faction be called as one for nothing. We see the girl thinking about how the words of the main character sounded like sarcasm as she realized something. Her pupils dilate even by thinking about it. She asks the main character if he is telling her that there is corruption involved. The main character is pointing towards the people, saying they must have only given the information to the prestigious clan. I can tell just by the faces that idiot is here before us. The main character is pointing towards the person, the young master, who tried to kill both of them, calling him an idiot. We see the girl thinking to herself, that lunatic, as we see he is with her sister as well, both standing there. We see the sword's girl in a rage about how he is walking around so confidently even after all of what he did to both of us. The man thinks to himself, judging by how the wench is looking at me with eyes wide open, does she know something? It looks like she met that idiot I assigned. I wonder what could have gone down between them. I definitely told him to get rid of that lunatic. What the hell is that guy doing? He's talking about the main character. The main character seemed like the man couldn't fathom, but he let his real emotions show on his face as he looks toward him with murderous intent. We see the man realize something, thinking to himself, something is wrong. Is something backing him up? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Did the man I hired take the money and run away? As we see him looking at her sister, she is in a love daze, looking towards the main character. The main character, his head around, looks like he doesn't call himself popular without any proof. We see the man getting angry towards his sister, thinking about what this woman is doing with her eyes wide open, looking towards him. As we see the drum commence, everyone's attention, including the main character and other people in the room, turns towards someone. We see a particular person arriving, and everyone is wondering who this man in the robe is. Who is that guy? We see him announcing that all the dragons and the phoenixes gathered here, congratulating them on clearing through the first gate. We get to know that this is Bong So-chan. He is an elder in the Northern Heaven Supreme family and also in charge of this tournament. As we see everyone's expressions looking towards him, all of them are ignited with fire about how all of them have passed. We see even the sword's girl is excited about how the main character was right and they passed. We see someone stop all this excitement, saying, "Please wait. Hey you, return now." We see the guard stopping those brother and sister who earlier had a scuffle with the main character. The man says that he has something to discuss. We see the girl looking towards him, saying, "That guy," as the main character also takes a glance. We see the guy with anger on his face saying, "This is unacceptable," as we see the crying image of his sister because there are people in here who should have failed, he says, looking towards all of them, including the main character and the sword's girl. It looks like something very exciting is going to commence finally. As we see the commotion arise, everyone is wondering about what the man is talking about. Not valid. Even the attention of the examiner is piqued. We see the disdainful look the examiner presented towards the man saying, "Unacceptable, you say?" The man with an angry face says to him, "When we entered, the host clearly said to us not to touch anything, quote unquote. We merely followed those instructions." As we see him pointing towards the main character, saying, "In fact, these people are the ones who broke the rules and should be disqualified." We see a few people gather behind him also starting to say, "He is right. There is unfairness towards the test. The exam is unacceptable." The word unacceptable is not one that anyone had heard in the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion before. As everyone gathered there listened to what the guy was saying, the examiner, who was quiet till now, blasted out with, "Stop your whining." We see the look on the people's faces when those angry words reach their ears. The man, with a disdainful look towards them, says, "Do you think the affairs of the Jianghu are a joke? You never know what might happen to you in Jianghu. You have to keep your eyes open and be on your guard at all times. You were careless. You were told clearly that the match would begin the moment you went in. If you were to die at the hands of an assassin, you wouldn't find. Are you going to argue it's not fair? To whom are you going to complain? The ruler of hell, Yama?" The examiner lashed out at them, saying, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself in front of those who came all the way here after solving that mystery?" We see the faces of all the guys standing there in a daze. we see the main character, whose attention was just diverted as the sword girl asks, "How did you know that the incense burner was the glue? Was it just merely a coincidence?" The main character softly answered her misconception, saying, "There is no such thing as a coincidence in the Jianghu." We see the girl really using the main character's words, thinking to herself that Jianghu is way more scary than she initially thought. We see the poster of both the brother and sister as the little girl cried, saying, "We just did what we were told." As we see the disparity and cruelty, it's more than what the sword girl initially thought. If she were with someone other than the main character, she might have to face that too. As we see both the brother and sister now consoling each other, saying that there is no other way. "Let's go home." We see the smiling face of the examiner as he announces with a grin on his face, "You will thank the heavens for being eliminated today, because this dragon and phoenix tournament is going to turn into hell." As we see the evening arrive, the main character, holding some meat skewers, says to someone, "Here, have a bite." As we see someone's mouth eating the main character's food, we see it's the sister of the sword girl, as she is delighted by the main character's food, saying, "It is so tasty." "I know, right? Awesome, isn't it?" The main character replied with a bright smile on his face. As we see both of them talking, the main character told her about how it may be the same meat, but when he grills it, it is way tastier, isn't it? This is the third daughter of the leader, also the youngest sister of the sword girl. We see the main character talking about how his mother is perfect in every aspect. Her only flaw is that she cannot cook. To avoid falling into cheap taste, he had to learn to cook himself. "I believe the joy of eating is truly the best among life's 3 greatest pleasures. By the way, those 3 pleasures are food, alcohol, and women," he says. We see the lady of the sect understand what the main character means after eating his food and admit that it's better than hers, even though she is a good chef. We see the sword girl turn to her sister about how she's enjoying it. "Isn't she? And she should chew it more properly." Her sister replies that it just melts in her mouth before even chewing. The sword girl has never seen her sister so lively before. We get to know that she used to be always healthy, but suddenly at the age of 7, she fell ill. Even the most reputed physicians couldn't find the cause, let alone the cure. She thinks to herself, "Will my sister ever be cured?" It just seems to get worse and worse with every passing breath. We see the sect leader saying about how she usually hardly eats a spoonful, but thanks to the main character, today is great. He is really talented, and he was the one who helped his daughter pass the first round. The main character says out loud, "You are well aware you can rely on me for the second round as well." We see the red on the man's face, thinking to himself, "In the past, I would have thought he was bragging again, but he isn't someone ordinary. Only a fool wouldn't see that. Who on earth are you?" We see everyone thinking about it as the evening briefly turns into the night sky. We see the main character's feet embedded on a flowery terrain, looking lost and focused at the same time. As his feet land on something, it looks like a flower or two were crushed. The main character sensed something as his attention flowed towards a sensation. We observe the whole terrain getting disturbed, more like shaking violently, as we see rocks flying everywhere, emerging from beneath the Earth's surface. As the main character is standing, we see the ground before him start to crumble into pieces, one by one. As the crumbling takes quite a while, we see the main character looking towards something curiously with his eyes. As we see what had happened to the flower field, it has been turned into more like a deadly terrain where grandmasters would train themselves. You see the expression on the main character's face suddenly turn into a smile, saying, "This looks really great." As we see the villa master and the main character's friend/servant behind him, we see the main character standing on the ground covered with a dome. The villa master says, "I've been disarmed of the formation arts." It looks like everything was created by this absolute genius of a person. As the formation crumbled into reality, we see him saying, "The formation just now was the 9 palaces extinguishing flower formation. It's the lightest of the 3 formations installed in the manor. The second formation is the 5th element and the 7-star formation. And the last formation is the Celestial King of Light formation. Especially the Celestial King formation. Once activated, no martial master can escape it unless they know how to dismantle the formation." We see the main character saying to him, "It must be a formidable formation indeed, but Villa Master, you got one thing wrong. There definitely exists martial arts that allow you to break a formation without knowing how to dismantle it. We see the expression of the villain master as the main character says, "Someday, you will find out." As we see the night darken, the main character's subordinate says, "Beside the tree formation, a mechanism called the 7-step path of the Grim Reaper will be installed as well, and major buildings are being set up behind that construction, which will be done soon." Then the main character replied to him, "What's this? We are only one step closer to forming the strongest and most impressive sect of Jianghu." The main character says to his subordinate. We see him looking towards the main character with confidence in his eyes, as the main character also glances at him. He says, "We discovered the whereabouts of the wind god as you predicted. I will have to pay him a visit tomorrow." The main character replied, "But why all of a sudden?" We see the man saying, "Is there anyone you want to offer it to?" We see the man's grim face trying to sarcastically attack the main character. They see the main character saying to him, "That's a bad habit. Asking someone even though you already know, trying to test the waters." He apologized to the main character, saying, "I can't stop you, geez." We see both of them peacefully standing. The main character says about how the night view always excites him. He doesn't know why that is. "Is there a story I don't know about? Something like me falling into a well when I was 2 and being trapped in the darkness for a day or 2. The man says, "Nothing like that ever happened. And even if it was true indeed, you would have crawled out of there yourself." What kind of childhood does the male character have? Well, it looks like the main character hates himself sometimes because of this. You see the main character calling out the man's name, and the man asking him, "Yes, young master?" The main character, looking towards the entire Jianghu, says, "Can I have the light all to myself?" With a look on his face, it doesn't seem like he is kidding. The man says to the main character, "In this entire Jianghu, who other than the main character could do a better job at this?" When in the bustling streets of the markets, we see the main character and the girl both walking towards someone as she asks the main character where he is taking her. Without saying a word, the main character just looked towards her and, with a calm face, told her about how he was going to get her a real weapon. A real weapon? She wondered. We see in the past that the main character has observed how the girl is very bad at collecting weapons. Her only determination for weapons comes with their looks and price. The main character even offers his pocket money to her. Well, he had enough of her nonsense and says that he's going to take her to a nice place. We see her confusing looks after he said these words. Anyways, we see that they have arrived at their destination as lanterns are lit and multiple spears are on a wall, showcasing different kinds of weapon handling. We see a stern-looking blacksmith-type guy wearing a robe. The sword girl feels like she's not in the right place, as the atmosphere is kind of scary. As we take a look around, we see that there are thousands of weapons lying around. She thinks to herself how the main character introduced himself as a person who has never come to Wuhan. But how in the world does he know about the Dark Arms Merchant? The Dark Arms Merchant is a place that secretly deals with dangerous and valuable weapons. As the main character stops looking around, we see him saying, "Is this all that you've got here?" You can see the look on the guy's face as he analyzes the main character. When he takes a look towards the main character's blades, which, in his eyes, are emitting a different kind of aura, he forces a smile while offering the main character something off the shelf. Something different. Since he's a special guest, he will show him this appropriate item that we see the box opening, with a chilly frost essence emerging from it. You see the man introducing this weapon as the Frozen Jade Dagger. Seems kind of powerful, isn't it? Continuing with the story, we see the dagger emanating energy and aura, and it feels like the environment is getting colder. We see the main character take a look at it, mumbling something to himself, while the girl also sees what is in the box, saying that it is so pretty. We see that it costs a staggering 15,000. The girl's eyes widen. It looks like she has seen a monster or something. Even when facing death, she wasn't this scared. We see the main character trying to make a deal out of it, saying, "What can you give us as a bonus if we buy this?" The girl is absolutely surprised about what the main character is talking about. A bonus? The man wonders. After thinking for a moment, he asks the main character if there is something that he wishes for. Well, the main character asks him if they can't just choose from one of these items here, doing it so nonchalantly. The old man isn't a dummy. He realizes that the main character is aware that there are no ordinary items here. But he still thinks about how the main character is quite a strange person. It looks like the man has agreed, and the main character has a smile on his face. It looks like he has chosen something, as he points his index finger towards what he has selected. We see the old guy's eyes bulging out as he looks towards somewhere. The sword girl wasn't expecting this, that don't miss out on this surprising moment, as we see her expression as well. The man, after seeing the main character selection, laughs at it and sternly asks the main character what his name is. The main character introduces himself as JOK Legion, even though it's the first time the man has ever heard that name in his life. Just a small kid of young age can recognize that an item like this is out of his understanding. Does that mean that he has an extraordinary background or is an extraordinary individual? Don't tell me those blades are truly... We see that the man has finally realized what kind of monstrous weapon the main character is carrying. We see the man's grin as he thinks to himself, looks like the master of that item has arrived. He then asks the main character if he will ever see him again. The main character, with a darkened look, says to him, "Since you have been generous enough to give me a bonus." We see both of them grinning at each other, laughing as they're talking man to man. As always, the sword girl cannot understand the moment. We see the main character washing something. The girl is angry about how the main character spent 15,000 on a dagger. Not just that, but he even asked for a gold glove as a bonus. She has her head in her hands as she pulls her own hair, thinking about how the main character is either crazy or foolish. She decides on crazy fool. What humor the author has. Anyway, we see her asking, "Moreover, how did you get that much money? Didn't you do something bad?" As we see her poking the main character, asking him, "Are you a son of a rich family?" The main character got fed up and asked for her hand. The girl tried to refuse, saying that she does not need a glove or anything. The main character told her that if she wore this, it would help improve her martial arts a bit. "You are stuck at this 7-star right now. Isn't that correct?" She did not understand how the main character knows this. The main character says to her, "Is there anything that I do not know about?" The girl still asks him, "Will this really help? Or are you just making fun of me?" The main character assures her, taking her hands in his own, and says, "Even the most trivial objects are bound to possess their own unique energy. Treat it with respect and sense its presence." We see the girl's face, kind of mesmerized by the knowledge she has gotten from the main character as he puts the gloves on her hands. The girl suddenly notices that the gloves have become transparent and are now emitting some kind of energy powerful enough to generate wind as it intensifies. We see her asking the main character, "What is this strange energy?" All of this is happening as we see so much energy coming towards the gloves and getting absorbed by them. The girl is also covered with it. We see the glove emitting a yellow, shiny glow as the energy intensifies. The girl cannot fathom the situation. The main character just sternly looked towards her with cold eyes. In a broader frame, we see how this merely dirty glow has changed the entire surroundings into a wind disaster. We see the expressions of the girl as her pupils dilate. She finally realizes after all this that the gloves are no ordinary item. The main character is very pleasantly happy about how the gloves have accepted her as well, and he wasn't wrong. She has talent for certain. The girl wonders about acceptance. "It accepted me?" She questions why there is wind written on her hand. The main character finally breaks the silence, explaining how it's the wind god and she should greet him. It looks like the main character has the second glove. He tells her that if they each have one, the gloves will react when they are close. The main character outrightly tells her how her internal energy is still lacking, so it doesn't work, but he can tell. The girl cannot fathom the situation. The main character assures her that the materials it was made with are no ordinary materials. It looks like the original master of this weapon was the first king, famously called the Wind God, the greatest martial master of Jianghu 300 years ago. In one word, it's the treasure amongst treasures. The girl cannot fathom why a treasure like this was kept in nothing but a dark arms merchant's store. The main character tells her that he is not sure, but the guy must have been waiting for someone who can recognize it. The main character talks about how she can block the sword chi with her bare hands. Of course, her internal energy is very weak, so she will get greatly injured if she uses her hands. But still, at least her hands won't be cut off, he says with a nonchalant look. We see the girl a bit distant from him as both of them look towards each other. She asks the main character, with the purest intention, why he is treating her so well. The main character is just silent after hearing those words. He smiles while looking towards her, looking like an 80-year-old in a 20-year-old's body. As we observe rain falling on the pavilion, it looks like a stage has been ready for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. We see the main character seated on a chair with the sword girl next to him as she asks, "What are those footprints on that long stone slab?" As we see there are many footprints on the stone slabs, the examiner announces, the second stage of this year's Dragon and Phoenix tournament is a test of striding art. Oh boy, I know where this is going. Well, the test is quite simple. You can just go from this point to the other point, but there are two conditions. You must step on the footprints marked here, and the two people must assist and cooperate with each other. We see people thinking about how striding art is quite simple and that there will be no problem in passing. We see the young master of the Southern Peak proclaiming that anyone who has learned martial arts can do this. He says it out loud towards the examiner, boasting that it's child's play. The examiner thinks to himself that there is no one as pathetic as this lunatic, the successor of the Southern Peak Alliance. Starting from the second gate, there are no special privileges. Even if you are from a prestigious clan, the examiners are those who don't have any connection to the world scoundrels, and I won't take part in the evaluation. Will this brat be able to pass? For the first time in the entire series, the main character says, "This won't be easy." We see the surprised expressions of the sword girl, who thinks, "What is he saying?" The main character explains that everyone has their own habits in building martial arts, even more so with their striding art. After all, it comes out unconsciously, but if you become conscious of those steps, your rhythm will surely be disrupted. Moreover, the problem is that two people have to go together. How will the test proceed? Are the rest supposed to leave, and only the parties involved remain? One girl asks, and the examiner says no, it will be carried out in front of everyone. People think about how it's an advantage to go later rather than early, considering they should wait and watch others take their first steps and copy them. The sword girl herself hints about how it would be advantageous to see other people and make up for their mistakes. We see someone accepting the challenge as the girl's pupils look towards that person, amazed. Everyone sitting there thinks, will they be all right? The main character smiles and looks towards that guy, saying with a grin on his face, "What a smart guy." There is always value in going first. We see it's none other than the successor and young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family as he takes the challenge. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next. We see that the rain has covered the pavilion. As the scene subsides, we observe both the Phoenix and Dragon, or rather the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, as they were attempting the second round. We see people wondering about how, being the first challenger, he is that confident in his skill. People are quite surprised about him, but that's understandable coming from the young master. It looks like he has quite a good reputation. We see the main character and the sword girl both looking towards him, thinking about what kind of striding art he will use. The main character seems quite pleased with his decision to go fast, and looks toward the man with a smiling face to ask the guy, and the girl started to place their feet on the pavement engraved in the stone. We see their flourishing image as energy subsides to them. Seeing this image, we see every girl there is in love with the guy, and every man there is quite shocked. Some even say, "How elegant." It didn't take long, one step, then another, and another. In a few seconds and quite a few steps, we see both of them doing it quite easily. We see the expression of the guy, who seems focused and in awe toward the finishing line. We see that the sword girl is quite impressed, seeing his incredible speed. The main character also looked towards him, looking a bit disappointed though. Even the elderly there are talking about how his steps are swift yet accurate, showing an image befitting of the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Compared to his speed and accuracy, the lady seeming with him is having quite a hard time, but she's still catching up, anxiously considering that they're the first challengers. As the elderly were talking, we see that the young master has already gone through to the end, landing with elegance, both arms behind his back, making it seem like child's play. We see everyone saying how impressive this feat is, but it looks like the brat from the Southern Alliance isn't too happy about it, although the lady sitting beside him seems quite interested. We observe how both of them have passed successfully, and cheers ring out across them. The main character's attention was diverted as he heard, for some reason, "I am nervous. Will we be able to pass too?" We see this as the sword girl asking the main character with all sincerity. The main character, with a smiling expression, says, "No, I don't know why, but the author is quite on point with this character." Anyways, we see the reaction of the sword girl, who is quite baffled by hearing that. She wonders, can't we? The main character corrected his statement a bit. He says how it's not we. The girl is quiet, confused by this, thinking about, so, can we or can we not? We see the main character getting up, wrapping his blades around, as he says, let's practice. Follow me. The girl says, what, are we not watching anymore? The main character says, it's quite obvious most will try to follow after his striding arts and will definitely fail. This is a test to see if you can follow your own unique steps, so we can't pass like that either. The main character sets such a serious tone with nothing on his face. We see, in a rainy courtyard of some sorts, both the main character and the sword girl have arrived as he says, there are no eyes around. This place is quite perfect. The main character asked her to show him the Scarlet Trace sword technique, and he will correct her on the way. It's a test you can't pass with the 7-star realm of this Scarlet Trace sword technique. We see the baffled and confused look of the sword girl, who is wondering about how the main character can correct her technique. She asks him if he's saying that he can grasp the essence of her martial arts just by watching it once. Who are you really? Are you already an expert? As we see the image of the main character in the rain, with both his blade and his sword on his back, we see the smile on his face that implies something as he says, facing the sword girl, I am good enough to teach you. We see the expression of the sword girl, who is speechless after hearing the words of the main character. We see her taking out her sword, saying to him, I have no idea what you mean, but I will give it a try. As the droplets of rain emerge onto the sword, we see her taking up stances and showing her elegant arts, as the main character also follows her movement. She maneuvers the blade in her hand swiftly. We see the main character, after seeing what her martial arts look like, thinking about something as he glances toward her final stance. The main character's eyes are quite fond as he asks her to wait. This startles the girl as she waits. We see the main character telling her, try slowing down that part by half a breath. She follows the main character's instruction as she says, like this. It looks like the aura that was surrounding her has suddenly doubled. We see her expression looking quite surprised about how she only slowed down by half her breath. But the feeling of the sword's movement is completely different. The main character says, nice. Go on now. He looks quite happy seeing her progress. We see a few minutes pass, and she is showing the main character her improved skill with slashes. The main character says, bring your arms more inwards there. The main character is quite strictly instructing her. The position of your left foot is wrong. Each and every single word from the main character is helping or improving her. As he says, you are too fast. Slow down there. The changes the main character's words are bringing are not minimal. We see that she is understanding this fact as well. This is the final form now. We see that the rain has stopped, and in the reflection of the water, we see her martial arts are giving a completely different feeling now. What she has done all this time was completely different from this. We see her final stance is quite elegant as the main character smiles, looking toward her progress as he is the one who instructed her. We see her holding her trembling sword in her hand. She cannot believe it. She absolutely cannot believe what has happened. Is this the Scarlet Trace sword technique that I knew? Just who in the world is the main character? She wonders to herself, looking towards him as he is smiling toward her. The main character congratulates her. Your Scarlet Trace technique just surpassed the 7-star realm and reached the 8-star realm. We see her expression looking toward the main character, thinking about something. She says, with her pupils dilated, is martial arts a joke for you? We observe a man standing in the blatant rain in the forest. As we observe closely, this is the main character's accomplice/servant, with his stolen eyes looking coldly towards somewhere. We see a pathway surrounded by trees. It looks like the 3 elders have arrived. We see the aura they are emitting is quite dense and dark. 1 old woman and 2 men with caps. We see him greeting all 3 of them, saying, you are here. Long time no see. We see the old woman saying that as the man replies, the young master is taking part in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. I shall escort you to the competition hall now. We see the old woman saying to him, sure, but I see that you didn't shave. You look old. Such a comment from a lady pierced through the man's skull. We see even the elder man there saying, you look 5 years older, which pierced through the man's chest. As the 3 of them leave, saying, by the way, why did he take part in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament? We see the man left behind, wounded by their words. We see them saying, "It looks like he's about to do something strange again. Let's get going quickly." As we see in the hall of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, someone is announcing that they will take the challenge. We see everyone's surprised look as they look in the direction of the main character and the sword girl. Thinking about what's with their look, we see the main character introducing himself. "I am Jeek Legion from the Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water," and the sword girl introducing herself, "From the Righteous Sword Sect." We see people thinking about what the main character says. Drifting clouds and flowing water? Seems like this lunatic doesn't have a clan, the man replied. The main character looked toward the girl, saying, "Since this is the 9-star realm of the Scarlet Trace sword technique, this should be easy, right?" We see her distressed eyes and surprise, saying, 9-star, you say? After getting my Scarlet Trace sword technique corrected one more time earlier, you finally reached the 9-star realm." We see the main character smiling towards her, saying, "I heard him say that, but that doesn't make any sense." To the sword girl, he says, "Do you know what the operation name is this time?" She asks, "Operation name?" We see the main character jumping in an instant, saying, "Operation Dragon and Phoenix shine together." As we see the main character already halfway, looking toward her with a smiling, bright face, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen next. We observe as the rain stopped outside the pavilion. We look into the scene that is happening, observing our main character and the sword girl. Both are halfway on the stone pavement. We see the look of the people watching them, sweating in confusion. We see the main character and the sword girl elegantly hopping through the stage as he says, "Pretty good, aren't you?" She says thanks to someone. We see the happy face of her as she is almost flying through the stage, thinking to herself that she is amused that her body can move like this. It is because she is feeling lighthearted now, as if she is dancing. We see the main character in action, saying to her, "The mind comprehends principle, and the body channels them into action." That's how one grabs the essence of martial arts. The essence of martial arts, she thinks to herself, as we see her smoothly landing. Even she was very surprised as she looked down through her eyes. She is mesmerized by the thought about how they have already reached the end. We see the main character has also reached the end with her. She tells the main character that she didn't even figure out how, she got here, at which the main character just looks at her and smiles. While smiling, the main character says, "That was an impressive operation. Dragon and Phoenix shine together." We see her smiling face, looking towards the main character as these words come out of his mouth. The examiner announces that the main character and the sword girl both passed the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Outside, we see the streets where everyone is talking about how they all improved in martial arts, and discussions about the Dragon and Phoenix tournament are in every conversation. We see the main character heading somewhere, his eyes focused. We look, and all three of the elders have arrived and are facing the main character. The main character says, "Grand." We see that his cold nature suddenly shifts into a childish smile as his hands get into a position for a hug, and he extends them towards them, saying, "Grandmother." As the main character was going to hug them, we see a small blade impaling his forehead, with blood splattering down. We see the old lady seeing that, saying, "Disgusting lunatic. Anyone would think you are her biological grandson." The old man says from behind, and we see everyone laughing. It feels like a happy, energetic scene. The main character asks her how she has been, saying that this is the first time they are meeting for a long time, and that she is just too much. We see the old woman talking about how the main character told her that he is establishing a martial faction right here. "You brat. What are you going to do after causing such a big problem?" she says with a smile on her face. The main character replies, "What do you think?" with coldness and a smile on his face. "I am going to devour the Jianghu." We see her replying, "Do you think uniting Jianghu is that easy? Of course it will be hard. Setting aside the 4 hegemonies, what are you going to do with the 9 Great Set 1 Union, as well as the 4 major clans?" As we see her gaze getting a bit sharper, she says with strictness, "What are you going to do with the Divine Cult?" We see the main character also getting a bit serious hearing the name, as the Divine Cult is equal to the Demonic Cult. It's either the mistake of the translator or the creativity of the author. Anyways, as we see the faces of all 3 of the men around there, the main character just says, "I don't worry about things that haven't even happened," as calm as ever. We see everyone relax a bit, with the old woman sighing. Who does the main character take after? We see the main character instructing his companion/servant to escort the elders well, as the man asks, "Pardon me, where are you going, young master?" We see him saying that he is going after an ugly lunatic. In the mesmerizing scenes of valleys and mountain cliffs, we see the face of the sword girl saying, "No way. You're joking, aren't you?" We see the main character's smiling face saying that he is very serious and that they are going to cross this bridge. As we see a tethered out bridge stretching from one point to another, it is called the Life and Death Bridge. We see the fear spreading across the sword girl's face as she says she can never do it. The main character says, with almost no expression, "You will regret it if you don't go." We get an explanation about how the lunatic that the main character is after has largely to do with the sword girl. As the main character says that, we see him walking on the bridge, saying that it's just like flat land, and you can just walk on it. We see the sword girl freaking out about how the main character is standing over a dangerous cliff and could fall at any time. We see the main character looking towards her, saying that such thoughts are the difference between an expert and a novice. An expert thinks this is the same as flat land. We see the sword girl being largely affected by the main character's words, her pupils dilated hearing his words. We see her embarrassed face saying, "I know that too. I don't think you're a martial master." The main character responds by saying to her, "But if you at least have the mindset of a martial master, don't you think you'll have to give it a try?" We see him say this with a smile on his face. As these words ring towards the sword girl, we see her thinking to herself that the main character's words are right, and she just has to go through the pathway. We see her walking on the Life and Death Bridge as she almost reaches the middle where the main character is standing right in front of her. We see her looking down with hesitation as she tightly grasps the ropes with her hand. We see that it is going a bit better than what she initially thought, though she still hesitates a lot. The main character smiles towards her, saying that he forgot to tell her something. The wind blows off an ear, so be careful. As we see the vanguard emerging from the deep valleys, the girl just heard what the main character says. We see the wind and the current getting stronger, reaching a point where it is more like a tornado than a wind. We see the main character's image standing still over the bridge, and her image surrounded by wind. We see the wind from behind coming toward her almost in an attacking pattern. She looks toward the back and is blown into the air as the whole bridge shakes violently. We see her body going up in the air, her expression stale as she can't fathom what is happening. We see the main character telling her that she does not need to fear and just think of it as flat land. That's right, she thinks to herself, this is no different from flat land. But as we see her posture in the sky, it is a lot scarier for her than it was for the main character to say that. She clenches her eyes, thinking to herself that she is going to fall. But at that moment, suddenly, we see the main character's eyes shrinking, his pupils getting red. As we see him conjuring some of the energy that he has out, dark purplish aura surrounds him. We see him conjuring some power. And with that, we see him pulling out some kind of shadow fight move as purple aura surrounds the girl, who is still in the air, and she is saved. We see her looking towards the main character, thinking to herself, what? As she can't fathom the power that the main character just showed her. Gradually, we see her slowly being brought onto the bridge as she steps toward it, shaking violently, trembling all over. Just a few seconds before, she almost died. As she looks down toward the valleys, the tethering ropes now haunt her, but she still keeps up the spirit of going forward because there is no way back either. For her, this small bridge has become like a life and death obstacle. As the main character stands right in front of her, we see that she has been overwhelmed with fear, so much so that her feet won't even budge a meter. At that time, we see the main character saying to her in a soft voice, "The first time I ever saw you, I thought my heart stopped beating." Wait. Was that a confession? The main character says to the sword girl. We see her pupils dilated after hearing the main character. Seeing that, the main character extends his hands, saying, "Come to me because I like you." We see her expression flabbergasted as she thinks to herself, "What? He likes me?" She remembers everything the main character has ever said around her. How wherever he goes, women follow him. How he was stalling at her house. How he even asked her for help. She thinks, no way, does that guy like me? We see her going towards the end with a robot-like motion. her mind now filled with the main character's confession. Before she even knew it, she was on the mountain, past the bridge, still thinking if the main character was joking or not. She thinks to herself, "Did I hear wrong? Didn't I?" We see the main character saying, "You crossed over in no time, didn't you?" But the girl is only seeing the main character confessing to her. She asks the main character about what he just said right now. The main character, with a smile, says, "What I said." We see her blushing, saying, "Were you saying it to distract me because I was too scared?" We see her waiting for an answer as the main character thinks to himself and says, "As I thought, you are smart." We see her punching the bridge, thinking to herself, "You jerk, how dare you toy with someone else's feelings?" As she was throwing punches, we see someone yelling about how dare someone throw punches on the sacred ground. We see her startled face after hearing that, as we see a bald man saying to them, "Stop at once." We see that it's a monk yelling. As we see the girl apologizing to the monk, she says, "I apologize." We see the main character turn his head towards the monk, seeing him. We see the monk in shock, as we see him trying to flee away, saying, "I suppose young people could do that. Ho ho, have fun." Then we see the main character stopping him at once, saying, "You've got quite a convincing disguise, haven't you?" We see the devilish look in the main character's eyes as he looks towards this monk, saying, "However, you can't deceive my eyes, ugly lunatic." It's going to be way crazier in the next chapter. Well, we observe in front of a Buddha statue, a few sticks of incense are burning. We observe the monk, with his hand on his head, distressed, saying to the main character and the sword girl sitting right in front of him about how Buddha can be so indifferent. We see him tearing up a piece of his mask with his hand, wondering how he could send such a crazy monster to this place. The crazy monster, in this instant, is the main character. We see him tearing up his mask into pieces as the sword girl asks the main character about the identity of this bald man with a mask on. The main character says, "A con artist, a quack, a thief." He has about 8 useless skills like that. We see the smile on the main character's face as we see the surprise on the face of the sword girl, who is very surprised by the 8 different talents in different fields. She thinks to herself, "Could this senior be?" We see her eyes dilating, her pupils shrinking, as she reveals the man's identity as Unbounded Handsome. We see the man tearing up the last few pieces of his mask from his face, and we see his real face. He is Unbounded Grotesquerie. By the way, guys, it looks like the translator had some problems with the names. Let's just call this man Mr. Unbounded, that we see him looking at the young brides and wondering if they seem to know the roles of the Jianghu. We see someone's hand teaching, more like slapping, on the head of Mr. Unbounded as the main character says to the sword girl about how this guy is the main character's disciple. We see the shocked look of the sword girl, who is asking the disciple, "How did this happen?" The main character explains how the man lost a bet with him, and the loser was supposed to become the winner's disciple. She asks about the bet, and the main character tells her about how it was first a game of VQ checkers. In simple terms, you see the man screaming about how someone definitely told the main character moves using telepathy. Then they had a fraudulent battle, then an actual duel, and so on. We see the man saying how the main character must have used a dirty trick to deceive him. He must have used poison. We see the sword girl thinking to herself about how those are the main specialties of Mr. Unbounded. And still, the main character won against him in his own specialties. We see the main character's face as he says, "I have a request for you today. You are a quack, but quite a good one." The main character tells him that he needed his help to take a look at a patient. We see the man, in anger, telling the main character about how he doesn't just take a look at anyone. There are plenty of rich guys who died because he didn't treat them recklessly. We see the main character turning his eyes now, telling him about how if he helps in treating that person, the bet will be off. We see the man's eyes now surprised, as well as looking like he is waiting for this moment. We see him standing upright in an instant, filled with energy as he says, "All right, let's cut off this nasty connection once and for all." "Let's go," the man says. We see the sword girl asking the main character about who is hurt, looking towards him in worry. The main character just looks towards her and smiles with a bright face. We see, after some time, the look of the sword girl who thinks to herself, "No way, the patient that the main character was talking about was her sister." We see Mr. Unbounded checking the disease of her little sister, which has been untreated and undetectable for decades now. We look a bit closer at how he is checking for heart disease with focus in his eyes, and it doesn't look like anything serious for him. You see the reaction of the sword girl's sister, who is mesmerized. She thinks such a great person is here for her. We look towards the sad girl. She looks disappointed, as up until now, no one could even find the cause, but she has high hopes for this time. After a few distressed moments, we see the main character asking the man about how she is. Sir, we see the main character is at least trying to show respect in front of others. The man, with a stern face, says out loud that a venomous bee has stung this child. It's a very rare bee called the blood bee that we see the surprised faces of both her parents when they hear about the venomous bees. Both of them are shocked. The man says that he will write down the medicines he needs for this condition, brew them, and have her take them for 15 days. After that, feed her well and have her exercise to build up strength. That should help her regain her health in a year. After hearing such a simple yet life-changing solution, even the patient was mesmerized. You see the look on the faces of all four: her mother, father, big sister, and her sister's husband, shocked after hearing such a simple treatment. We see the face of the main character, who is very pleased after hearing this, and the face of the sword girl, who is finally relieved that her sister can recover. We see the sect leader on his knees, on all fours, saying, "Thank you," as expected of the great, unbounded grotesquerie. We see that the moment is kind of emotional for everyone, including the sword girl, as she had never even thought about her sister's survival. We see her mother saying to the main character, thanking him from her heart. To think that someone like Mr. Unbounded came here because of the main character, and we will be sure to repay this kindness. We see the main character smiling and saying, "You shouldn't mind it. Your daughter has worked hard. She even risked her life." By the way, he's talking about the sword girl. We see the main character looking towards the sword girl as he says to all with an emotional bandage, "It was all thanks to her." You see the eyes of others filled with grief, and the main character congratulating her and saying that she has done a good job. It looks like she couldn't stop her tears as she says an emotional thank you to the main character, who just smiled, looking towards her and seeing her in this condition. We see the happy look of the whole family, the mother hugging her daughter, the main character giving some emotional support, and also Mr. Unbounded spreading his influence. That we see the main character, after a few minutes, joining his fists and greedily saying that he is sorry about everything, apologizing to Senior Unbounded, and how the man can return now as their deal is completed. You see the man saying, "Right you are. This kind of straightforward guy. Fun to be around. But this isn't why you came to me, was it?" The man says with a stern face towards the main character. Of course, the main character says that he's saying right, and at first, he needed him at all costs to dominate this world. But that child's life is precious as well, the main character says to him. The man says, "Even one child's life is important to you, huh? 3 years ago, back when you were just a reckless brat, you said so, didn't you? You said you dreamed of creating a great Jianghu. Back then, I thought those were immature words of a child." We see Mr. Unbounded saying to him about how the main character seemed to have matured a bit now, but he still asks about the main character if he still dreams the same. The main character says, "Of course." We see the man's eyes looking towards the main character, more like staring into the main character's soul, as he says, "Show me the great Jianghu of which the main character speaks of, and I will help." The main character sternly says to him, "You will have to risk your life for it. Are you sure you won't regret saying that?" The man looks towards the main character and says, "I won't." The main character says to him, "Even if you have to call me young master?" The man says, "It's a lot better than having me call you master. I'm also curious as to what you will do." He asks the main character about what the main character is planning next. As we see the main character's figure smiling, saying that he has gotten a new companion, he says, "Next is..." We see a cut, and we see a small island at the tail of the third trial, the Dragon and Phoenix Tournament. We see a group of people, a large number of dragons and phoenixes, gathered here. All of these people have passed round 2. They're talking about how there is nothing on the premises and what exactly they want them to do here. We see the sword girl saying to the main character about how she didn't expect to carry out the third trial on an island. As we heard someone's voice screaming about how he wants his guards right now, we see 3 figures screaming towards a messenger-type guy. The main character and the sword girl both look towards their direction, thinking about what is happening. We see that it's the successor of the Southern Peak Alliance, screaming about how the man expects him to be left on this remote island without any guards. We see the man trying to calm the young master down, saying that the Southern Peak Alliance leader has already agreed to the fairness of the test. We see him saying that his grandfather would never. The man explains how the experts of the Northern Heaven Supreme family are all over this island. We see the main character commenting on how those immature guys will never change. This whole scene has made the sword girl worried about if they will be okay. The main character tells her how the experts of the Northern Heaven Supreme family the man had mentioned are unexpectedly quite skilled. The girl is surprised at how the main character can sense them. He says that even though they can't let their guard down, she knows what he means in Jianghu. A single moment of carelessness can mean death. We see the damn scary face of the main character. Seeing this, he says, trouble always comes at moments like this. As we see a ship headed toward the same little island, and on the ship, we see a girl covering herself, and a plate is broken behind her. We hear her screaming as someone asks how to get out of the room. We see an image of someone running outside as the man on his bed says, "Damn it, where did they find someone so half-assed looking?" We see him calling someone from outside. The man responds with a yes, and the man asks if they're almost there. He gets the reply that they will arrive in about 15 minutes. The man licks his lips and says, "All right, I wonder if the women of the reputed noble families are any different." We see the flag of the Young Bong, a beige-colored flag with a dragon and phoenix drawn over it with golden roofs. Then, we see a bald man named Yom Chung. He's the examiner, and we get to know that whoever claims this flag will pass the third gateway of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Seeing the old bald man, there's quite a stir in the crowd. People are calling him a hero and thinking about how a master like him is really going to oversee this exam. Quite a shock for them that we see the main character and the sword girl. She asks him if the third gateway is a flag capture battle, and if they have to fight to take it. It's a logical question, isn't it? When the main character answers, he surprises her. He says it's not really about fighting to take it. Changing the scene, we see the bald man pointing towards two gateways as he says, "The two entries you see here. If you go in through the left door, you'll circle the island and come out through the right door." In other words, this entire island is the third gateway. For those who didn't understand, that means they don't have to follow the path. They can just make one by themselves if they want. Continuing the story, the first 4 pairs to return here will each claim a Young Bong flag. We see the dragon and phoenixes, all quite surprised yet focused on what they're going to have to face. Only 8 people in total will be able to claim this flag. They're talking about pairs, by the way. A girl sings, "Could it be a quick movement skill test?" Her question startles the sword girl, who wasn't paying attention. The girl happily introduces herself as Guyan Gu from the Yolwang clan. "This is my senior brother," she says. We see a man greeting her, saying, "Nice to meet you," joining his hands together. The main character asks, "You're the lady from the Zhang Geometry clan, correct?" By the way, it's the official name of the sword clan. The girl is quite startled that he knows about it. She says that her senior brother apparently saw the sword girl briefly last time and fell for her. He's embarrassed, saying, "When did I ever?" "It's a misunderstanding, my lady." Their little misunderstanding gets them into trouble when the examiner shouts at them about how they are playing around. Everyone has to apologize, even the main character, who is laughing as he watches them apologize. The examiner tells them that having quick movement skills alone will never get you a Young Bong flag, because this island is full of various mechanical traps. Mechanical traps? They wonder. No one had mentioned that. The girl sweats as both the man and woman are worried. The examiner assures them that they don't need to worry, as the arrow tips are wooden and not pointy, unlike the real weapons they'll be using. If you find yourself trapped and unable to get out, call the nearest instructor. The instructor will always be nearby. The man wishes them all good luck. The scene shifts to the main character and the sword girl, both walking on one of the paths they've chosen, looking around the scenery. The sword girl says that no one has chosen this path. The main character tells her that going on a path no one has traveled before holds a deeper meaning. She asks, "Did you really start traveling when you were 10? You must have been to so many places." The main character tells her that there are hardly any places he hasn't been to. The girl has quite a dull face as she says, "That must be amazing. She thinks to herself about how the surprising things the main character shows must all come from his experiences. The girl, looking depressed, says to the main character, "When I look at you, I feel like I'm a frog in a well." The main character just looks at her and says, "Don't worry, I will take you to many places from now on," smiling at her with a bright face. The girl blushes at his words, thinking about how the main character said, "Take me with you." As she was going to continue, the main character says, "Didn't they say the instructors would be everywhere?" The girl stops and asks, "Why?" The main character tells her bluntly, "I can't sense anyone around us." This is quite a concern, and we see the sword girl's colorful face die down. This is quite a shock for her. She asks, "What?" Both of them stop in their tracks, wondering what is happening around them. After a few seconds, we see the girl turning around fast and saying, "Why are you being so scary? Let's just go." Trying to hurry up. The main character stops and thinks something in his head. We hear a rustling sound. The girl quickly gets into her attacking stance, unsheathing her blade as fast as she can. In an instant, we see her defending herself with her blade as some kind of object flies towards her. She blocks it with all her strength, even taking a few steps back. As the ruckus settles, we see an arrow on the ground, a trap mechanism. She relaxes, observing that the main character has stopped the arrow with his bare hand, the one that was heading towards the back of the sword girl. The sword girl is quite shocked and thanks the main character deeply. He just looks at the arrow and thinks to himself, "At this speed, even wooden arrows would be dangerous. Something has changed. This is a real arrow." The main character says, as we see the arrow has an iron beak which could have impaled someone. We get to know that someone has tampered with the traps. As this happens, both of them hear a rattling noise and a scream of some sort. Their attention is violently redirected. The main character runs toward the noise, saying, "Let's check it out." The sword girl doesn't fall behind and starts jumping after him. Meanwhile, the ship of the lecherous demon has arrived at the island's port. Two instructors are standing, looking toward the port. One of them asks, "Did anyone report a boat coming? Looks like some fool has approached the young Bond competition ground." The other replies, "Suddenly, some kind of fluid is flowing through the air toward them. Upon second glance, it's not fluid but something bouncing around." The men see something swollen and their attention is drawn to it. Their eyes bulge out of their eye sockets as they see a head rolling on the floor. We find out that it's one of the instructors. We hear someone's voice fast approaching. "So, there were more instructors. I sent subordinates to take care of them a while ago, but they keep crawling in one by one." We see the sex demon, with blood all across his face and body, as if he was eating something. Fear amplifies in the surrounding area. The two instructors look at the man, their eyes bulging. One unsheathes his sword, saying, "You go and inform the examiner right away." As he turns to leave, we see a chain weapon rattle around his neck. In the next instant, the chain tears his head off his body, and blood splatters all around. His lifeless body falls to the ground, his head on the other side. His subordinate is terrified by this scene. As the man is about to say something, we see the same chain, now coming toward him. The man says, "How dare you?" from the book Xian Clan. The next second, the man meets his fate, and blood splatters all across the ground. We see a foot on the ground, the premises of the third round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The demon swings his weapon around, coming toward the dead bodies of the two men. He says, "Then the women are waiting. Shall we head over slowly?" On the other end, we see the main character rushing toward the place where he heard the scream. He sees a group of people gathered in the middle of the forest. Someone is crying, "No!" Other people have their hands over their faces. The main character is startled by the scene unfolding before his eyes. The sword girl looks on from behind his shoulder, surprised. We see those two dragons and phoenixes, her senior brother, crying over him. We see the full scene about how his senior brother was no more. Not just that, but his fate was even more brutal than some things that were shown earlier. His lifeless body was not even complete. Seeing this scene just brought the dreadfulness of what was going to occur. The successor of the Southern Peak was in complete shock as well. We see the girl head over towards the woman, saying, "Lady." The main character, thinking something to himself as his eyes roll over something, sees Honor 3. There was some kind of weapon lying around, a long blade that was launched into the tree, covered with blood, sharp as a razor. As the main character took a closer look towards it, we see one guy completely freaked out, saying, "I didn't know this was such a competition." He was quite startled. Even her partner was quite startled, looking towards him. He said that he didn't care about the Yongbong flag and just wanted to leave this island. We see another man screaming for the instructor, calling him, but there was no answer. Maybe because there was no one left. We see their whole group gathered around the man, with the main character looking towards somewhere, thinking about something. The sword girl thinks to herself, "Why isn't anyone coming?" She tried to stop the girl from crying. We see her heading over towards the main character, asking him if something is wrong and if they should head back. We see worry in her eyes. The main character says to her strictly, with a firm sentence, that they cannot do that. This island is turned into a massive trap. If it's someone's deliberate plan, they probably anticipated us trying to turn back. The strongest traps are likely to be set up here, and if we stray from the path, we will fall into a formation trap. We see that they were completely surrounded from all sides. They did not have any options at that point. The girl asked what they should do, but the main character only had one suggestion for them. They must keep going on, no matter what happens. It's getting more and more interesting. Now let's see what happens. We see all the people, including the main character as well as the sword girl, present in the group of people who are thinking to themselves. There are formation arrays installed here. In this delicate situation, the main character is having a conversation with the sword girl, who is asking, "Is there a way to destroy these formations?" The main character, with a stone-cold face, replies, "There is always a way to destroy mechanical devices or formation arrays. After all, these things are all created by humans." The sword girl cannot fathom the meaning of the main character's words. He explains to her that it's about preparing for the possibility of the creator being trapped in the array. After all, humans dislike situations where there's no solution. This just means that the creator of the array always has a backup if they ever get caught in their own traps. Hearing the main character's words, the sword girl asks, "Then can we dismantle this formation array?" We see the companion of the Southern Peak young master is also listening to the conversation. The main character, with a demoted face, says to her, "Dismantling an array is a very difficult job, even for someone like me." You observe the girl also looking toward the main character as the conversation between the sword girl and the main character continues. They discuss how they should at least get out on their own and alert people, and how the main character just can't leave the sword girl alone in a place like this. We observe the girl thinking to herself, making an odd face. Isn't he bluffing too much? She thinks. The main character is just saying all those words to impress the girl, but she still thinks to herself that the main character is way better than this punk, looking toward the Southern Peak young master, who is freaking out over the situation. He thinks to himself, "What's going on here? I must alert my grandfather." Trembling, looking like an utter loser, asks all that happens. We see that the clouds have darkened as the birds migrate away from the danger. We observe the group of people, including the main character and sword girl, now moving forward as there is nothing else they can do about it. The main character and sword girl look around, alert in this situation, thinking to themselves as they walk along the path. Somehow, they've ended up together. We see every one of these phoenix and dragon symbols on different paths, but the end goal seems to be the same. The sword girl asks the main character, turning toward him, "All the paths are merging. Does that mean the exit is near?" The main character, looking toward her, says, "Maybe it's possible," but he actually feels more uneasy because there haven't been any particular traps since then. For the main character, who has experience in all of this, it's like the calm before the thunderstorm. The main character, sensing something, feels that somehow the ground beneath their feet is feeling kind of strange. As all of them observe, the sound of iron chains is coming from below. The next second, the ground crumbles into pieces as the crumbling ground swallows both the main character and the sword girl beneath. As they fall, we see the scared look on the sword girl's face. She has closed her eyes, squinting her eyelids shut, thinking to herself, "This is a trap, and we are going to fall." The main character, holding her back as she does all of this, cannot fathom why she is crying out. There is awkward silence in the air. We observe that the sword girl isn't the only one who is overly worried. Everyone else, except the main character, is also thinking they're falling. But it looks more like a mud arena on a cliff. We see the sword girl asking, "Is this the original mechanism installed for the third gate?" Laughing, she remarks how childish it is. The main character, seeing her celebrating, abruptly says no, stopping her in her actions. He says with a cautious look on his face, "This swamp isn't just any simple trap." As we see just the main character say that everyone is now experiencing it. They are fully dissolved in the swamp, worrying about something they now find out. The swamp is acting like quicksand, slowly absorbing them. But the more distressing thing is that they cannot get out. Everyone there can understand what the deal with this swamp is. The main character, who somehow knows what this is, says, "It's a hellish swamp mixed with insulating sand." We see the overall top look of the swamp, and you see just how big it is, almost impossible to get out. The sword girl asks, "Insulating sand? Hellish swamp? What is all that?" The main character replies that it's called that because the sand severs ties, blocking internal energy and sucking you in deeper the more you move. We see the distressed face of the sword girl hearing all of this. She didn't imagine such a simple trap to be so complicated and deadly. The main character, though himself in a bit of distress, looks cool on the outside, picks his hand forward, sensing something. We get to know that even he can't gather any of his internal energy. As we see, even the tattoos on the main character's hand have become a little dull. If that wasn't bad enough, there's something worse. This swamp isn't even the actual trap. It's not even the end of it. We see a massive structure starting to emerge from the swamp as all the people are getting more and more stuck in it. We observe everyone else who is stuck in the mud as they finally notice the big building that has suddenly emerged from nothing. One of the men points toward it, saying, "Look over there." Everyone's attention shifts toward that device. We see that it's a large pillar with some kind of long blade along its axis. In an inverted position, the blade looks like it can move up and down, more like an executioner's blade. We see the sheer size of this thing, in front of which the people stuck there are nothing but mere pebbles on the ground. All of them are terrified, unable to move, and now this thing has suddenly appeared. The sword girl asks the main character, "What is this?" The main character is just silent, observing everything. We hear some kind of noise happen, and suddenly the big device starts to shake. Its blade moves, and someone notices that the blade just moved with tremendous speed. The massive blade falls toward the ground. Not just that, but there are people running away from its trajectory. Many people are stuck right beneath the blade. They can't move their bodies because of the sand, and they can't use their internal energy because of the mud. As the blade falls toward the ground, there's a massive noise that gives everyone around there a mini heart attack. The blade submerges into the ground right in front of these guys. We see their scared images, longing for breath, as they've just cheated death. That a girl says, "That's a real blade." As the blade slowly returns to its original position, we see everyone looking toward it, saying, "That blade is back up." They seem to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it's over without anyone getting hurt. But as they think this, the next second, the whole structure shakes once again, and the blades start to rotate in a circular and horizontal pattern. It looks like trouble is destined to mark their way here. We see the main character and the sword girl looking toward it. The sword girl screams out, "It changed direction." The main character is still keenly observing it, most probably forming some kind of plan in his head. We see one guy, who looks toward the blade, screaming out with all his power. He looks up in the sky, and the blade is right in front of him, directly above his head. He screams out in fear, and this time, we see the ugly lunatic and his sister, who are also very close to the blade's range. The ugly lunatic says, "That guy's your partner." How unlucky. His sister just observes what's happening, totally recoiling after seeing death so close. We see the crying man desperately cramming his fist and pulling on the clothes of the ugly lunatic, trying to free himself from the sand. This action looks quite different from the perspective of the others as the man screams for his young master to please help him. But this makes the situation even worse, as now the ugly lunatic is getting pulled toward the blade. We see the anguished look on his face as the man begs him to pull him up, saying he can't get out alone. As that slides along, we see the look on the ugly lunatic's face. He's panicking right now. He looks around desperately for help, while the man clings to his clothes, pulling him toward the blade. We see his sister is also shocked. Both of them cry out as they see the situation escalating. The man says, "You crazy lunatic, let me go." His sister, behind him, isn't okay with it either. She shouts, "Do you want the two of us to die? Let go of those hands. We'll get more sucked in if you move around too much." At that time, the mechanism of the device starts to shake, indicating that the blade is about to fall any second. The girl points toward it, as if warning the man about what's going to happen. The next second, the unthinkable happens. The blade, with all its force, slides down the mechanism, looking more like a shooting star. We see the worried expression on the ugly lunatic's face, his mouth open in shock as he's also caught in the range of the blade. We see him absolutely scared as, the next second, a boy's scream occurred. We see blood splattering away as the plate was now filled with blood and mud. The screams didn't stop for a while as everything got dark. Sometime later, we observe the faces of the crazy lunatic and his sister behind him, all covered with blood, splattered all over his face and clothes. We observe the man holding a sword in his hands, which was dripping with blood as well. We get to know that this crazy lunatic had cut down both the arms of the man who was holding his cape with his sword, most probably trying to free himself in a panic. We see the broad picture arising, with everyone around him absolutely scared out of their wits. Some were disgusted, as both the brother and sister were looking towards the man who had died because of the massive blade, and also because of the chopped off hands. The sight was quite uncanny and absolutely disgusting. We see everything occur in a second, and we observe the tension arising on the face of the guy whose pupils are bulging out, seeing what has happened. He thinks to himself, did I kill him, or was it the blade? We see him reassuring himself. No, he was about to die anyways, but he almost dragged me with him. His uncanny and confused mind was looking around as he observed the young master and future successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family looking towards him. We see the man on the ground, covered with blood, holding a sword in his hand, trying to express what he had done and why he did it. As he was saying all that, we see the young master of the Northern Supreme Heaven family, in a soft voice, saying to him, it was the right choice. We see him looking coldly towards the man while hearing this. The smile on his face was wiped off as he was engulfed in a lot of tension, sweating bullets. We see him finally reassuring his mind. Right? My choice was correct, as we see him dripping with blood and evil intentions swirling in his mind. We see the main character and the sword girl looking towards the man from behind, observing what had happened. The sword girl says, he is just too much. The main character was also observing him. The sword girl says to the main character, asterisk, but I don't have the confidence to do what he did. I would have acted differently if I were him. Asterisk, feeling a bit down about herself. She mumbles, am I a bad guy too? The main character, hearing all the things that she was saying to herself, says to her, the fact that you have such a remorseful heart is admirable enough. We see her eyes light up as she returns to her normal face, quite surprised by the words of the main character, admirable enough, as it rings in her mind. The main character, with his stone-cold face, says, asterisk, right now, this world doesn't even have that. You have become a fool once you begin having those thoughts about yourself. Asterisk, we see someone yelling about how the mechanism is changing its direction once again. This caught the attention of everyone around them, including both the main character and the sword girl. We hear someone's voice screaming, asterisk, no, a swamp that blocks internal arts and even that kind of device. This is truly hopeless. Asterisk, we see them looking towards the device, but why? Why do I think everything will work out whenever I am with him? We see the sword girl turning her head, moving her hair, saying to the main character, let's find a way to get out. As she was about to complete her sentence, she, absolutely devastated, looks aside, and there was no main character present, just a lot of empty space and mud. Even in the broader picture, we see that the main character had disappeared from the entire scenario. We see the sword girl calling the main character's name, devastated, thinking, right? It seems like he's out to call people first, assuming the main character had gone out to help them. Otherwise, there's no way he would suddenly disappear like this. As she mumbles all around her mind, we see a shadow cast over her. She looks up, absolutely devastated, thinking to herself. We see the mechanism has changed its direction towards her, and the blade was right on top of her head, making her the target of the mechanism. As she understands this, her eyes dilate, looking towards death itself. The noise happens, and the device activates itself quite early. The blade falls down with the speed of sound and comes right in front, rather on top of the head of the sword girl, who couldn't even fathom the situation, let alone attend to it at that time. We see the ground inflating like a bubble. In the next instant, somehow, the legs of the sword girl have come out of the sand that was entrapping her. But this didn't last too long, as we observe her body getting dragged inside the ground. Everyone was observing her in that second, as she couldn't fathom what was happening, just getting sunken more like being pulled inwards by the ground itself with tremendous speed. We see her already under the ground so deep that the blade that had launched into the ground seemed small. Moreover, she was safe, which was the biggest turn in the situation. We see her falling into the mud, like it's some kind of structure beneath her, as she gets dragged in more and more. We see her expressionless face, unable to fathom the situation. She thinks to herself, what's going on? She feels how her hand is going deeper and deeper, as if someone is pulling her down from below. The pulling wasn't stopping. She was getting dragged, and she thinks to herself, just how far is it going to drag me? We see it didn't stop for quite a while, and it kept going until we observed that blue water emerged, clearer than anything she's ever seen. The sword girl, dragged into the water, sunken in it, finally feels relieved. It didn't last much longer, as she got to her senses and understood that she was underwater, confused and devastated, her feelings quite mixed. We see her holding the palm of her hand, as if someone was pulling her up ahead. She thinks to herself, water? Finally, it's weak, but I can finally feel my internal energy again. Looks like this water is not stopping my powers from coming back, and my internal energy surged in 1 second. We see that she is in some kind of pond-like structure as she looks up towards the top from where the light is emerging. We see that it's quite a big space, a ginormous pool, more like an underground river. We observe the main character, holding her in his arms, most probably the person who dragged her into this river alongside him. She finally looks towards the main character, surprised but relieved. It can be seen in her eyes that she trusts the person she is seeing. As we observe the main character's hand holding her wrist, we see his slight smile and happy face, looking towards the girl as his hair flows inwards the river. The sword girl screams out the main character's name. Asterisk in her mind, of course. Asterisk because she's in the river. Let's see what happens next. Well, as the deep sea engulfed the sword girl, we see the main character and her image together, close, as she faces towards him. We see a close-up look of her, totally surprised to see the main character there, as the main character holds her hand. We see the face of the main character smiling brightly towards her. While all this happens, she is surprised to see the main character there, and we see her freaking out. She does notice that she is underwater, but at that point, we see the main character doing something as a very big tornado-like thing happens in the water, and she gets sucked in. The main character was the one who pushed her towards it, as we see her going fast towards the whirlpool. We see the main character's image who pushed her, and he is smiling brightly, looking towards her. As this happens in her vision, we see that there was first nothing, and then the image of the main character slowly shrinks as she is getting away bit by bit. We observe that for some time, it went totally dark in our eyes, but the next second, we see the reaction of the outside people as she popped out of the ground with tremendous speed, flying towards the air. The sky, their eyes were surprised looking at this. Well, as it goes on, we look towards the sky, and the sword girl is there at the top of the mechanism, even higher than that. We observe the amount of pressure that took her to go this high wasn't less, as everyone's eyes were on her now. But more than that, we see her image. She's totally surprised by what happened, her pupils dilating, seeing the situation, as we hear a loud noise cut out from the mechanical device. She realizes that this voice belongs to the main character and that the main character is using sound transmission to contact her. She gets freaked out by this, and we see her image falling towards the mechanism's top. As she realizes this, we observe that as she was about to fall, we see her poking her sword into the mechanism right at the top of it. Well, this was enough to prevent her from falling down, as we see she was just hanging on the tip of the sword with both legs in the air. We observe a reddish energy, and she thinks to herself that it's the smell of blood. It's most probably coming from the mechanism, as it has slaughtered a lot of people. We see the image of the lady on top of the mechanism, and we see just how puny her size is compared to this large mechanism. She thinks to herself that she cannot do this on her own, and given its size, she must at least wield the sword chi. But she has never. Well, as she was going to continue her sentence, we see her looking down. Right below her, we see a lady whose leg has been cut off by the mechanism, screaming in pain, as one of the guys there says that he cannot suppress her acupuncture. "Use your clothes to stop the bleeding," the other one says. We see that everyone is wounded, and as the sword girl takes a good look towards them, we see her image conscious and quite surprised by looking at all this. She was more disappointed than surprised, as we see that the lady was none other than Lady Ga, whom we met a chapter earlier. Remember? As we see everyone helping her, covering her leg with some kind of cloth, this scene was enough to make the sword girl rethink her decision. She moves towards the mechanism, facing it now. We look towards just what kind of disaster this mechanism has caused, as people have lost their arms, their legs, and most of them have died. They beg to stop this mechanism and just leave them be. Leave us alive, at least. You see them begging for their life, saying, "Mother, father, somebody help me, please. My body keeps getting sucked in." We see the trembling hands of the sword girl, who is listening to all this. She prepares her mind and fixes it, telling herself that she has to cut this mechanism out no matter what it takes. We see that she has made up her mind, ironed her will, and is ready for action. We see the main character telling her telepathically that there is a difference between a novice and a martial master, and that he has told her that, right? We see her right on top of the mechanism as the main character tells her to take a deep breath, that he believes in her, and she can absolutely cut it out. As we observe the other people waiting for their junior sisters and, of course, their arms, we see the face of the sword girl, who is thinking to herself that she must cut it out before it changes direction again, so no one else will be sacrificed. "Let's believe I can do it, at all costs," she thinks to herself as she hears the voices around her. "I can't breathe. It's coming this way. Save me." We see that she just has to focus on the sword and ignore all these voices, as they're causing her to get distracted. We see her posture now, meditating with her sword in her hand. As that happens, we see her tightening her grip on the sword. She thinks to herself about how, since the first day she ever held the sword, she had trained in martial arts without a single day of rest, strengthening her will, looking fearlessly towards her own destiny. She decided to pour everything she had into this one strike. As she strengthened her resolve, we see her blade emitting lightning as we see her in her posture, ready to attack. We see, as she swings her blade, that the hand she is wearing the wind god glove on feels hot. We see it emitting some kind of energy outwards. She can feel her internal energy surging to its maximum as we see the space around her warp and the energy start to gather towards the wind god glove. We observe in that second that the main character instructs her, "Now is the time." And we see her, in one full scoop, slice her sword like a mesmerizing beauty. As we observe her reaction towards her own swing, which shook herself as well, we see the energy going from her sword, traveling into a slash-like attack. That attack was heading towards the mechanism's structural iron blade. We see, in the next second, it hit its target. Not just that, but it clearly destroyed its target, slicing the blade handle into two. We see her observing what she had done as she breathes a sigh of relief because she had finally done it. The crumbling pieces of the wood fly like dust and dawn as we see the large mechanism fall towards the ground. As it was falling, we observe the people down below looking towards it with amazement and surprise, thinking to themselves, The device has been cut." You see them screaming out because they have survived. These screams are of happiness. These screams are of joy. As the mechanism finally reached the land, the sword girl looks towards her deeds from above, thinking to herself that she really felt like she was done for and wishes to go back now. Then, as the evening plunges and dark clouds are about to emerge towards the sky, we see that everyone who has survived, including the main character and the sword girl, is now out of the mud. We see one of the people coming towards them as a man thanks the sword girl for the deeds that she did, and that she didn't only destroy the device, but she also jumped across the swamp and pulled them all out. If it weren't for you, everyone would have drowned and died. As we see what happened in the past, we see the hesitation on the face of the sword girl, who was a bit hesitant about it, thinking that people are already coming to greet them. But we see that she was going to continue. The main character just signals her to keep her mouth shut. We see she was a bit hesitant about this as she looked towards the main character, then got back to that person, saying that it was not a big thing, and she is just relieved that all of them had made it out alive together. As we see the main character, he is quite pleasant hearing all this. We observe her confused look as she asks the main character, "Why are you telling me to keep quiet? If it weren't for you, we would all have been dead." This is such a... As she was going to continue, the main character stopped her in her tracks, saying that it's not really time for him to draw any attention yet, smiling towards her. It looked like the main character has some sort of plan in his head. Well, she was quite confused because of the words the main character said, yet she thinks to herself, wondering, what is the main character planning? As we see them stopping in their tracks, she thinks to herself, how did things turn out this way? She asked the main character, was it just a coincidence that someone targeted the phoenix and dragons? Of course, the main character told her that he has said it in the past. There is no such thing as coincidence in Jianghu. As we see the main character looking ominously towards her, saying all this, we see him saying how he doesn't know the exact reason. But this isn't the work of a lone individual. He suspects that an unknown organization is behind all of this. We see the sword girl was quite surprised after hearing about an organization. The main character thinks to himself about how, since they dare to go after the Northern Heaven Supreme family, this organization is definitely not made up of ordinary people. We're talking about the organization itself. We see the lady from the past, whose name I forgot, with a fine in her hand and beauty on her face, asking, it must have been happening around this time? We see the person she was asking was the old man. Not just that, but the fourth swallow, the band, just murmurs something to himself. We see the woman looking keenly towards the fourth swallow, as if she was going to say something. She said to him, I see you still believe hiring the lecturer's demonic scourge was a mistake? The man, sitting a bit far from her, said to her that, to be honest, that is all irrelevant now. What concerns him the most is what the lady's intention was for hiring that guy. He says, looking keenly towards her. Lucy has both of their eyes met. The woman just closed her eyes and looked away, asking the man, I don't understand what you are implying, making it look like she's the innocent one in this. Well, as all of this was happening, we observed the clouds that had taken over the sky, the black clouds, under whom the main character and every other survivor were walking all together with injuries, somehow surviving, as we do here. The scream, awful guy who rattles a bit out the main character, who sees him as all of them run towards a gate that seems to be the end point. The main character and the sword girl are just behind them, watching and observing what happened. We see this as the exit gate. As all of them move towards the exit gate, it looks like the Southern Peak young master was the most eager to get out of there, as we see him running the fastest, saying, we can get out. We made it out alive. The main character and the sword girl were just standing there as she asks, could this really be over? The main character said this, and as he said that, we observe all of them stopping in their tracks. As they pass through that gate, the main character finished his sentence about how this is in the energy of the exam assessor. We observe a man hanging on the jeans. They're more like only his body. Well, it looks like the examiner has already been dealt with, as we see his corpse on the tree, hanging by general. As all of the people look towards him, they scream out, is that Grandmaster? We observe how, below his hanging body, is the lecherous demon and his minions, all present there, as they have already finished off every examiner on the premises of the island. We see the man who was first in line backing out, going behind, saying, no way, my expert like Grandmaster. As we see the main character going in front, he bumps into the guy who is out of his wits, seeing what is happening. We see him looking towards the main character as the main character says out loud, "So it wasn't the end." As we see the gruesome scene of death everywhere, right in front of the main character, it looks like this is going to be a hell of an interesting thing. As we see the main character looking keenly towards that guy with anger in his eyes, but more excitement, he says, "But this is just the beginning." As the man looked towards the main character with his bloodied mouth, dropping off blood, their fight will be amazing. Bellevue observed the gruesome scene once more, of the man being hung on the tree, and the main character, as well as the lecherous demon, are facing each other. The lecherous demon says to everyone around there, "These people may not know who I am, but many call me the lecherous demon scourge." We looked at his face, which is looking menacingly towards them, but as that happened, we observed the faces of everyone facing him. The young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, the lunatic behind him, the Southern Peak young master. All of them are in quiet awe after hearing the name lecherous demon scourge. We see the main character, who is looking towards him furiously, as well as the scared little sword girl, who is standing behind the main character. We look towards all the bad guys, as well as the demon. All of them are laughing abruptly, as we see the lecherous demon saying, "I can hardly call it an empty title." Well, we look towards a bit back, and the sword girl is asking the main character, "He lecherous demon scourge, could he be?" We see the main character knows who this person is, as the main character tells the sword girl about him. He is vile scum, infamous for violating countless women and using them as human cauldrons, treating victims as mere tools for exploitation, ruining their vital energy through intercourse, a process known as extracting yin to replenish yang. The girl wonders about human cauldrons. So, he absorbs female energy? That's correct. If he targets you, your vitality will be completely drained. You will end up in a state that's neither life nor death. The main character jokingly states that he is lucky he is not a woman. We look towards the face of the sword girl, who couldn't fathom how the main character can joke in such a situation. Have you seen a woman looking towards the main character from afar, saying to him, "This isn't the time for jokes," as we see her cunningly looking towards the main character, saying that guy looked like a feast. Looks like even the main character is not safe from these people. Wonder what they will do. Well, anyways, we look towards the main character and the sword girl. While the sword girl is a bit worried, the main character is just purely disgusted and looks angrily towards them. But as all of that happens, we see the demon saying to all of them that his employers have instructed him to show them what hell truly is. We see the sword girl asking the main character if the employer is the organization the main character spoke of before. The main character says to her, "They're resorting to such devious acts instead of killing us outright. This feels more like vengeance than ambition." We see the main character seeing this with a straight face, look like he has got hold of something. Well, as the scene changed, we look towards the lecherous demon, who is looking towards all the women there, saying, "There are so many women here, but sadly I can only absorb so much energy in a single day." We see all the women there covering themselves, worried about what is going to happen next when the man wonders who he should pick. Just as that was going on, someone calls out the young master of the Northern Heaven family from behind, taking his name. We see it's none other than the idiot lunatic who proposes a plan about how they should team up and get rid of this lust demon. Well, of course, the young master of the Northern Heaven family is not a foolish guy. He says to the man, "If we joined forces, do you think we could kill someone who had killed the assessor?" He explains to that guy, "Forget about killing the assessor of the exam. Even the normal guards that were with the assessor couldn't be killed by us, even if we all acted together. That demon lunatic is a martial master before he is a lust demon. Attacking him head-on isn't righteous. It's downright just foolish." Well, as they were talking about all that and trying to make sense of the situation, we see the Southern Peak young master just ran in an instant, flashing towards the lecherous demon with his sword in his hand. And with full jolt, he runs towards the man with his sword in his hand, sheathing it open, saying, "You filthy lunatic." We see the concerned look of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's young master, thinking to himself, "Do you even have any idea who you are up against? We observe the young master of the southern peak attacking the lecherous demon with his sword, as he is going to impale the man. We see the man has gripped up a smile on his face, anticipating the attack. Then, in just a second, it looks like the man's hand got stretched up and got even further behind the sword of the boy, who was devastated after looking at what is happening. The worried look of his didn't last too long, as we see the hand of the lecherous demon almost engulfing his whole hand and twisting it badly. Well, looks like the boy realized it a bit late, as the sudden pain surged in his hand. We see him gouging out his tonsils, screaming in pain as we look at his hand, which has been badly broken. He cried out with the pain. We see the look of the people surrounding him, who are now traumatized from what they have witnessed, shocked in their stances. Looks like this boy has become an example for those people who were thinking of doing something. Well, if this wasn't enough, we look towards the man, who is now being held by the neck. Looks like the lecherous demon wants to make an example out of him as he slowly lifts him up in the air. We see his legs shaking as the man grunted around in pain. The demon says to him, "You were yapping loudly," because he's holding him by the neck, even twice his height, nonetheless saying to him, "Turns out you little brat are just all bark." Well, the arrogance of the demon knows no bounds. We see the lecherous demon going close to the face of the boy with dilated pupils, saying to him, "Lower your case," such tenaciously that it could have scared anyone present. We see the boy now being strangled by him, slowly, piece by piece, and the boy thinks to himself, "What an overwhelming presence." But we see him with all his strength calling the lecherous demon, "You son of a, you know what." We see him thinking to himself, "My grandfather always said a fight is all about spirit. Look like this little one has some potential." Then, at the next moment, we see the demon slapping him across the face as blood flew from his mouth. We see the demon saying to him, "For crossing me, you are going to pay." Well, as the payment began, we see slap after another slap, as the man is on the brink of death. We look towards the faces of the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the idiot lunatic, looking towards the man getting slapped. Even his own partner couldn't do anything, but just look at him getting absolutely mushed. We see one slap after another. The lecherous demon was not stopping, giving him the help as the man couldn't do anything and just accepted his fate. The man, filled with bruises all across his face, could not do anything but endure what has come from his own words. We take a look towards the main character and the sword girl. As the sword girl is looking damn worried, she asks the main character, "We can't let this attack go on. If we all attack together," we see how she was going to unsheath her plate. The main character just stopped her. We see the main character telling the sword girl how the demon is not going to kill him, stopping her in her tracks. We see the main character seeing, as time passes, such experiences will be a great source of strength for him in the long run. Looks like the main character has detected some kind of potential in this guy. We observe the boy, who was beaten to a pulp, now camping out with blood flowing from his mouth. We see his pitiable state as blood trickles down his whole body, while he is held in a position of submissive, intimidating terror by the demon imprint. Blood trickles down his cold eyes, and bruises cover his face. Not just that, he was mentally and physically both at his limit. We observe the lecherous demon man looking towards him ominously, saying to him, "You should have done that much earlier rather than keeping your mouth open," smiling towards him. We see the man, having had enough of his actions, throw him away like a rock in a bag full of rice. We observe the stunned face of the man, now on the ground, maybe even gasping for his own breath. Well, we see the lecherous demon noticing something as he thinks to himself, "It would have been much better if you had been this quiet and obedient from the beginning." As the man's attention divided, we see him suddenly screaming and seeing that young lady to wait, as that young lady is helping the brat from the southern peak. We see him stopping her, asking for the girl's name. This is the Phoenix partner of the Northern Peak young master, as she obeys by looking towards him. We see her distressed face looking towards the lecherous demon. She slowly introduces herself as the lecherous demon looks towards her and recognizes her. He says, "The top beauty of the Chong Queuing, Miss Soul. Just as the rumor described, you are beautiful." And since you are from a prestigious set like the Green Water Mountain Manor, your internal energy is bound to be chastity as well. We see the man choosing her as one of the women, thinking to himself, that one is not enough, as he looks around the crowd of people, searching for his second target. We see everyone covering themselves, and the main character and the soldier are standing at the very far end of the line. He notices someone, and that someone is the main character, as well as the sword. He says, that woman piques my interest too, looking towards the sword girl. As he moves there, we see him asking the sword girl what her name is. We see her devastated and surprised face looking towards the lecherous demon. The man says, never mind, it's not that important. We see him ordering his servants to bring these two to the back and keep watch on the rest. The servant, a bit hesitant about it, asks, watch? We must bring all of them and leave the island before those outsiders notice? We see, as he was going to continue, the man shuts him up by picking him by the collar, punching him, and saying with a dreadful face, I have been waiting for this moment for so long. Anyone who comments on that will be killed. Well, that's something of a lust you have. Anyways, it looks like finally some important figure has said, wait. The figure is none other than the main character, who is shining in between all of these people. The main character stops the man with his words, and all of them look towards the main character. We see his other subordinates saying to the main character, a little arrogant. It looks like the main character has piqued the interest of the lecherous demon. As he says, what is it? The main character slowly says, this woman is my phoenix partner. We live and die together. As he says this with a bluntly outright face. While the surroundings look quite romantic, we see the lecherous demon fail to stand or fathom the situation that is happening or what the main character is saying. Not just her, but even the demon and the man who is arguing with him are confused by the main character's words, as neither pity nor confidence is showing from them. We see them asking the main character, so, what do you want? Of course, the main character fluently says outright, with a smiling smirk on his face, if you want to take her, take me along as well. We see the main character looking obviously confident in this panel, radiating with light. We see that even the lunatic demon in front realizes what a complete lunatic the main character is and says, fine, bring those women's partners along with them as well. I will show them something very interesting. Now, that does not sound very good, but still, as we see the interior of the whole cave and the key insights, which are just written by a small campfire, it looks like the lecherous demon is alone there, and the main character, as well as the other man, are standing behind them. The man turns around towards the main character, saying, I have never seen women as beautiful as these, while smiling with an evil grin. But to think I'd get two and not one. I am truly lucky today, he says as we look towards the beaten boy, as well as his phoenix and, of course, the main character and the sword girl. Moreover, the man says, it seems like those two are lovers, then says that to the main character and the sword girl, as the sword girl wonders, who? Well, this is the same guy who was dying to hear that just 2 chapters ago. Something like this happened back then too. The demon says, I devoured the woman in front of her man, and the guy was bawling his eyes out. That was very fun, at least fun for him, he says, as we see him looking towards the sword girl very closely and keenly, with minimal distance between them. He says, I'm looking forward to today as well. But as he says that, we see the only campfire lighting the cave suddenly burn out, and the darkness overtakes. In this situation, we see both the Southern Peak young master and his phoenix suddenly knocked down as they all land on the ground, unconscious. We see the main character suddenly go past the man, near the face of the sword girl. We see the lecherous demon in shock, surprised about what happened. My blood vessels are suppressed. Looks like he realizes that something pretty bad is happening. And why is there wind in the closed cave? Not just that, we also observe him getting his weapon out and thinking to himself, where is it coming from? The man suddenly realizes that this cannot be the woman in front and sees the main character. He realizes, then, can this guy be? As he looks towards the main character, who has a minimal gaze. Suddenly, the main character's gaze shifts towards the man, looking directly into his eyes as his pupils dilate. We see the man suddenly realizing that it was the main character who caused all of this. The main character smiles, looking towards the man as he sees the fear in his eyes. Now, it looks like the main character's personality is coming out once again. We see the man, not wasting even a bit of time, attack towards the main character, saying, "So it was you." We see him using his chains to attack the main character, who is now going into a frenzy, and as his murderous personality unleashes, we see his eyes dilating. He avoids the attack of the lecherous demon by jumping over his chains. The chains destroy a boulder, causing a massive ramp of rocks, but it's not more impressive than our main character dodging it. We see the face of the lecherous demon, who is extremely shocked about how the main character can dodge his attack. We see the main character's foot on the chains as we see it crackle. The main character is trying to work on the chain. In the next second, we see him running towards the lecherous demon with full speed, while still on the chain. The lecherous demon sees the main character coming, but the intensity of the main character's attack is apparent. We see him attacking the lecherous demon with one of his attacks, a purple hue in his hand, striking towards the lecherous demon's body. We see him backing off a bit. We see the main character realizing something. We see the lecherous demon smiling, not smiling, but laughing, seeing the main character as we observe him blocking the main character's palm attack with his chains, saying, "Seems like you are no ordinary, upcoming youngster." He realizes the main character's power as the main character says, "Isn't that obvious?" with a smiling face that cannot be of a normal person. Didn't I say their fight would be epic? Well, we observe their fight, starting as slashes ring out, and we see the lecherous demon moving his weapon with all the ferocity. There it is, as you observe him breaking the world piece by piece with his chains, destroying the entire inner area of the cave, seeing it does not matter who you are. We see that the cave is going to collapse at this rate, and the sword girl, who is trying to help anyone, is surrounded by boulders flying towards her as she tries to take the unconscious bodies of all the people there out to a safer place. We see her moving the lady, as she thinks to herself, "Is this really okay?" We see the loud rocks falling one by one on the ground, making super big noises and impacts on the ground. We see the face of the lecherous demon, who is observing all of this in a dim light, thinking about the main character and where the hell the lunatic has hidden. He thinks to himself. We see him not observing that the main character is right behind him and is about to attack him. It looks like the main character is far more skilled than we had initially thought. We see, at just the very last moment, him noticing something as he quickly moves his eyes towards what he has noticed. He sees the main character awaiting a deadly strike, but not in time. We see him getting a little cut on his face as blood spurts out from the main character's powerful claw attack. The main character rings out as his hand is surrounded by the chains of the demon, who says, "The scar on my face, women fear it." You know, as we see him binding the main character's hand with his chain and trying to use the momentum of the chain to attack the main character, slamming him up against the ground. The main character just takes it without any expression on his face. The next second, we observe the main character jumping from almost a horizontal plane to a vertical state, where he lands on the ground safely and soundly with no chains that he is partially controlling. And how? With the old chains of the lecherous demon. The main character used those chains to attack himself, and with the ferocity, we see him getting hit by the main character's leg. Blood splatters through his mouth all over the frame. As we see him getting absolutely pummeled by the main character, we see him realizing that the main character is more powerful than he thinks. He takes a good stance on the ground and attacks towards the main character with his hands, now calling him a lunatic as a greenish energy attacks toward the main character. With ferocity, we see the main character using his palm attack. Not just that, but he slithers the man's wrist and stops his attack. It looks like the man doesn't realize yet that the main character is more skilled than him in these techniques, as the main character even hits his weapons and chains at the same time while fighting him. The main character is defending himself from both sides, and the weapon is ringing against the main character's chain. We see their formidable clash, which leaves the sword girl in awe. She thinks, "What an incredible fight." She knew that the main character was skilled, but this is just something else she never imagined. as we see the main character using his skills to constantly attack the man with ferocity. The man, who is quite shocked by the main character and the moves he is using, thinks to himself that he never wondered someone like the main character existed in the Jianghu, and how he does this in this age. We see him not getting much time to think, as he sees something coming toward him. His eyes are bombarded as he sees the main character using a long-range attack. We see the main character using both palms to attack with an energy exchange. The man tells the main character to bring it on, as he prepares himself to attack. As both of their palms meet, we see the clash between their energies. Energy flies out from both of them. Their auras scratching against each other, and large energy waves form between them. This is more like a clash between two monsters. We see the man thinking the main character is just a foolish brat. He smiles toward the main character, thinking that no matter how strong he is, he's still barely in his 20s. He thinks that the main character cannot withstand his internal energy, strengthened by absorbing so much dark energy. Well, the man will soon realize whether what he thinks is right or wrong, as we see him slowly starting to realize something. The energy between them isn't coinciding or getting slower. He realizes the main character hasn't stepped back even a bit, even though he's using all his strength. He wonders why the main character isn't getting pushed back. He wonders why the main character's energy doesn't seem to be lesser than his. He cannot understand or fathom this. We see suddenly him getting bombarded with energy that he has never felt before. The pressure is so intense that the cave is shaking and could sink at any time, which worries the sword girl standing there as she has to save the others as well. We see the energy exchange not slowing down, and more energy from the main character's side is now being pressed toward the lecherous demon. We observe large cracks in the cave's wall subsiding due to this intense clash. As we see rubble falling from the roof, a dusty wave spreads between their clash. The lecherous demon looks toward the main character with this hue of dust. We see the main character's image in this dusty wave, not subsided by any of it. As the demon looks at him, the main character asks him, "How many people have you harmed?" The main character asks this question with ferocity. The man's pupils enlarge. We see the main character using a bit more of his strength, using the energy in his body to create a huge wave of energy that takes the lecherous demon with it and crashes him into the wall of the cave. We see the lecherous demon spitting blood from his mouth due to the clash with the wall, his bones broken from the crash. We see him realizing that the main character is unbelievably strong and stronger than him. He understands that, at this rate, there's no choice for him. He looks toward the sword girl, who is standing there, and decides to take her as a hostage. He uses his chains toward the sword girl, trying to wrap her up and take her as a hostage to flee from the main character. But at that point, once more in this series, we see the demon blade unleashed. This was the blade that sliced a man into 100 pieces 20 chapters back. We see both the girl and the man realize that something different just took place here. The man's unbreakable chains are destroyed into pieces of steel, falling to the ground. The man looks up, and what he sees upon him is nothing but the main character, in whose hand lies death itself, looming over him. The main character says the sword girl's name, implying, "Hands off my woman, you demon lunatic." The main character instructed the sword girl to close her eyes. We see the main character, with all his strength, holding the demonic blade in his hand and slamming it towards the ground, breaking the ground open as rocks fly. The image of the lecherous demon dodges that, somehow getting a bit farther. We see him trembling and thinking about what the main character just did. Even he, as a skilled master, could barely dodge it with his trembling body and unyielding posture. We see him devastated to his core as he sees something coming. He spits blood as we observe the main character once again attacking him. The man has seemingly lost both of his hands, which causes him to severely bleed as blood flows everywhere. The main character is once again targeting him. We see the eyes of the main character, intent on finishing this demon off, as the main character's gaze is titan-like. We observe the look of the sword girl, who has never seen the main character in such a posture. She looks shocked and shaken to her core. We observe the lecherous demon somehow evading that attack as well. Of course, not without some precautions. As he jumps back, the main character lifts his sword, which has an orange and yellow tilt like it's burning up. It looks like hell itself. As he lifts it up and swings it once again, he says, "Where do you think you're going?" with a smile. It looks like the main character is a different kind of lunatic once he gets into action. We see him pacing his foot on the ground, making enough traction for him to swing the sword. As he swings, we observe that the sword has hit its target and blood splatters once more. The whole area is now covered with droplets of blood. The main character has slashed the lecherous demon over his abdomen. We observe the lecherous demon with his abdomen slashed and his hands already gone, bleeding profusely, still trying to somehow waver his situation out of there. But the main character doesn't want to give him a chance or spare him. As the main character turns his shift on the blade, gripping it tightly, he slashes once again towards the lecherous demon. This time, it is much worse than before. You can see what is happening in the frame as the man gets chopped, at least on one side of his body. This is a tremendously bloody battle. We see him screaming out in the painful sensations that he has been feeling. It looked like his wish of seeing someone get tortured is coming true, while he is the one being tortured, of course. But we look towards the main character, who is still not happy with the pain he has already caused the demon. Once again, we see him with his devilish eyes, swinging that hell of a blade. This time, we see him focusing a bit more, and in seconds, we see him finishing off what he started. The lecherous demon was yet defeated. Not just that, but he also cut half of the cave open with that one slash. Truly terrifying, if I must say. We see the expression of the main character and the change of color in his eyes, while one has become red and the other is still brown. As all of this was happening, we look towards the face of the sword girl, who is watching all this as blood splatters towards her as well. We see her reaction, totally surprised or speechless, to be exact. We look towards the lecherous demon, the once almighty one, not knowing what just happened to him. His head is severed from his body, and his last words were, "Who the hell are you?" to the main character. As the main character sees his soul going to hell and his body freed from the lecherous soul it was trapped in, we observe a pair of feet coming towards the cave. They see the amount of blood on the floor and speak about how this could have happened. They came here because of the strange sound coming from the cave. It looks like these people cannot fathom how their almighty boss has been defeated and cannot understand that they are standing in front of death itself. They still didn't believe that the main character, who was holding a sword and was covered with blood, was the same person who killed their boss. "Are you telling me this was all you're doing?" the man says. We see them a bit annoyed, seeing how such a young guy could do that, most probably rejecting the idea of the main character being fair in the fight. We see them swinging the sword towards the main character with the intention of killing him. But the next instant, the man gets slashed in half so fast that he can't even fathom what is happening. Seeing the amount of blood flowing towards them, his accomplices are a bit shocked. After a bit of grasping, the main character just decides to use his demonic sword and finish all of them with one fell swoop. As we see him swinging around, jumping, and finishing everyone in an instant. Of course, this was not all smooth, as everyone had multiple slashes before they died, so their deaths were more painful. As the main character lands his final slash, we hear the screams ringing out. The whole cave is now painted with blood. Blood was flowing like water in a river. But if there was someone who was more traumatized than the people facing the main character, it was her. I'm talking about the sword girl who is seeing all this damn fighting. Not fighting, but a massacre of a scene in front of her eyes. Truly traumatizing, as she sees everything from the sidelines and the main character, who is covered from tip to toe with blood. She could not fathom the situation as dead bodies and corpses lie at the main character's feet. It seems like the dance of a devil or hell on earth itself. She thinks to herself, if this is really the man I knew, the main character that I have laughed with and spent moments with. Of course, reminiscing about the time the main character came to eat at her house. We see her calling the main character with a soft voice, as she is a bit scared right now. The main character, who hears her, turns his head 180 degrees towards her. She was truly scared to her core about what the reaction from the main character would be. Traumatizing, ugly. We see the main character's face, and we realize why she was trembling. The main character looked like a demon himself after defeating a demon. We see the main character saying to her, "I've already told you that you should have closed your eyes." While we see the main character returning to his original self, or more or less his friendly self, as both his eyes are now of the same color, and the smile on his face just looks correct. We observe the main character now once again sheathing his sword, which is still emitting such a gratuitous amount of energy, as he says, "I cannot control myself. The moment I draw this blade." We see the main character telling her about how even he cannot yet control this sword, and is not able to fully make it his own yet. After seeing the things that the main character had done, she was just speechless. The main character broke the silence about this sword, telling her how this weapon is from his mother. Now that's a surprise. By the way, guys, we still haven't gotten any news about the main character's parents. While the main character shows her the blade, we see her reaction, thinking about how this blade is such a terrifying one. Well, isn't she a bit of a scaredy cat? Anyways, we see the main character now introducing his father's weapon and saying that it's a sword. But the main character makes it clear that he is going to conquer the world with only his mother's weapon, and that he will never wield a sword in his life. We see the determination in the main character's eyes. It looks like he has some problem with his father, as we have heard again in the chapter before. Anyways, we see the girl asking why the main character says that, why is he carrying his father's weapon when he is not even going to draw it? The main character just changes the topic, asking the girl if she is all right, if she is okay. We look towards the frame where the main character is kindly looking towards the sword girl, keeping in mind that this is the same guy who just obliterated a master 15 minutes ago and a few of his servants 5 minutes ago. We see the entirety of the cave as the girl says that she is all right to the main character. We see the corpses on the ground, and the lady says whatever version of the main character he is, he's still him. He's still him. Looks like she has already accepted the main character, and it's not going to change her mind with a few bodies. Well, as the night arises, we see some people thanking someone, saying, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your generous intervention, we all would have been killed. We won't forget this favor," they all say. But the man in front just says, "No, actually," well, we look at the young brat of the Southern Peak Alliance, who wavers about it as we see everyone gathering here to thank him. He himself could not understand the fact that how all of this happened and why he is in the limelight here. Well, what happened was when he opened his eyes in the cave, he found himself standing up with a blade in his hand and the corpses of all the enemies on the ground. He couldn't understand what was happening. It felt like he had fallen asleep for just a moment. And then when he woke up, it was all there. Of course, the main character makes up this story to tell everyone. We see the sword girl also completing it, saying how not just the lecherous demonic scourge but his henchmen were also dead when they woke up. This is what both the main character and the sword girl have been telling him and everyone. Strangely, it all makes sense to him, of course, because he is an idiot. We see him looking mysterious, saying, "This can only mean that Grandpa has implemented an unparalleled martial art into my body." We see him making a fist and looking towards the sky like a person who has finally achieved something, as we see him imagining the face of his grandpa, who is also the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, thanking his grandpa for all that he has done, or what he thinks he has done. We see the confused faces of the people who are bowing in front of him. What a scene! We see him doting about how it's a relief to see everyone safe, and about how he had a feeling that he would have a trick up his sleeve, and all that. But looking in the background, the Phoenix girl was looking keenly towards something or someone. As we see her face a bit closer, she's thinking something as she looks towards that direction. She is looking towards the main character and the sword girl, who is sitting beside the lake in the bright moonlight, with the stars shimmering in the sky. The sword girl says that she had never expected he would be the one claiming responsibility for all that. Well, the main character replied to her that he had always expected that from him because pride and status mean everything to people like that. We see the sword girl thinking to herself if these things are really so important to people. We see someone saying, "Hey, look, our worship is arriving." As we see a daunting little ship arriving towards the coast, we get to know that, due to this incident, the main character, with his striking pose, believes there will be a gush of changes. We observe how the gradual Dragon and Phoenix tournament had eventually come to an end, an abrupt end, to be exact. In a mesmerizing castle, we see the head of the Northern Peak Alliance. And if you observe, a man is coming towards him, saying, "Exterminating those latches, demonic scourge, and rescuing these people. He did a great job." We know this man. We have seen him once before in Chapter 4. Looks like he still doesn't understand something. But the old man, with his face down, does realize something. He says to the man, that wasn't his grandson's deeds. The man says, "I beg your pardon?" He did not understand what the old man was saying, but we see him explaining about how his grandson's poison was strong enough to face the lecherous demonic scourge. Yet it looks like he knows his grandson's limits. We see the big guy asking, who could it be that defeated him? Then we see him remembering the main character and telling the big guy about how he has heard that boy participated in the tournament. Of course, the big man does remember the main character and asks, "Are you referring to him?" Well, of course, it's the main character, Geek Legion. We look towards the main character's image that they saw that day. He thinks to himself, could it be that this was the boy who took down the lecherous, demonic scourge all by himself? It's unthinkable, but I can't shake the feeling that he is connected to this incident somehow. Looks like the old man still has his senses. Shall I investigate him discreetly? The big man asks, but the guy says, there is no need to provoke him unnecessarily for now. Let's act unaware and keep watching. The man understood this and says, in any case, this is an opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The old man says that he has decided to let this incident pass, at least for now. The man was quite shocked by the old man's decision. The old man explains about how, of course, they could exploit this to their advantage. However, they still can't dig a hole deep enough to bury them. The mastermind behind this incident is certainly daring. Since there was such an incident in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, there is no reason to think that the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament will be spared either. The man was shaken to his core after hearing that there is a chance that these people might mess things up in the Grand Tournament. By the way, those people who have forgotten about it, the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament is the biggest tournament in the Jianghu, where only the martial masters take place, just like this old man, and the main character was originally coming to Jianghu for this tournament. We see the image of the old man showing his lunatic side, saying, I don't know who is pulling the strings, but we will dance along. Of course, you must with someone's grandson, and that is what you're going to get. Looks like there will be a lot of chaos in the grand tournament up ahead. Well, before that, we observe beautiful terrain, large mountain peaks climbing towards the sky, and folks surrounding them. We observe the poster of the New Wind Manor, as someone says. You said you had something to go to New Wind Manor? What is this place? We see that it's the main character and the sword girl. Well, it looks like the main character is finally going to show her this place of his. The main character explains to her that this place is his home. She was quite shocked. So this is your home? Just when I thought I wouldn't be surprised by anything he does, he manages to outdo himself every time. She thinks to herself as the main character opens up the door for her, saying, I built it with the meaning of the new gush of wind that will sweep through the Jianghu. We see her pupils dilate as she watches what's inside this gate. She is mesmerized by the beautiful palace and courtyard inside this place. Absolutely astonishing. Of course, a bit smaller than her own house, but still something. The main character asks her, how is it? Do you like it? She says, it's stunning, but why is it so enormous? We see the main character explaining to her that he is planning to establish a new sect here. She was absolutely stunned after hearing about the new sect. The main character, with his face towards the sun, says to her, I am naming it the Azure Heaven Sect. Do you guys think that he should call the clan the Namgung clan? We see the girl love the name Azure Heaven and brightly smile towards the main character. That is such a lovely name, she says as we see, in the dense forest of bamboo, The main character and she are walking towards somewhere on a path. She asks, "The back garden is beautiful too, but when did you start building all of this?" The main character explains how, just a few months ago, he started all of this. We see her stopping, and her face changes as fog comes. She wonders, what is happening? She asks the main character, "Wait, is this an array?" The main character says, "Yes, it's a simple sound blocking array." He says it so nonchalantly, like it's just something that everyone has. She asks the main character if this array is to block the sound. The main character, walking towards the door, opens up this big, massive door, out of which light erupts like the blazing sun. The main character says, "I have placed the array here because," well, we look towards the expression of the sword girl as she sees what's inside this huge place. The main character says to her, "The real Azure Heaven sect is still under construction deep inside the Wind Manor." As we see an even larger area and a whole sect inside that building on the other side of that door, we look towards the main character's eyes, unwavering with no fear and fully confident in what he is doing. As we see the top view of the Azure sect, the main character's home, which is so massive on the inside that it makes the other sects look like children's play blocks. As the gates open one more time, they observe the main character telling the girl about how the real Azure Heaven sect is still under construction, where all of this has already happened. "So let's move on," he says. She is in quite a wonder, looking towards the large man and the main character, calling his home. She wonders how in the world there could be such a space behind such an ordinary-looking manor. Surprising indeed. The main character, with a smiling face, answers to her. In other words, the new Wind Manor is the entrance gate of the Azure Heaven sect. It looks like they have utilized the godlike terrain of this place. The Azure Heaven sect plans to handle everything using the new Wind Manor as a front. Looks like the main character and the Manor Master have planned a lot of new things. We learn that they have brought all of the laborers working there with their eyes covered. Well, this is to keep the area disclosed, but more importantly, I believe it is the best option for their own safety. The main character tells the sword girl about how he is going to build a training hall and dorms that can be used by several thousand people. Hearing this, she is awestruck. She can't fathom what the main character is seeing. No way. How many groups in Jianghu can hold this scale of people? Just what in the world is the main character trying to do? She could not fathom the main character's thinking. The main character, with an abrupt tone and a strict face, says, "In all these years, Jianghu has been dominated by the four hegemons." The main character says that he's going to tear every one of them down. He says that with a killer gaze that is enough to strike fear into one's heart. We observe that the sword girl is quite surprised by hearing the main character's words. But the main character has not said all of it. He adds, "That's not all. I'm going to take their place as well." Looks like the main character's ambition has not died down since the first chapter that we observe dark clouds looming over a building, the building looking like darkness itself. This is the Wuhan branch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. We observe a person striking his fist against the table with force, making a noise. This person rises up, saying, "We entrusted our children with you because we had complete and unwavering faith in you." This person is the Blood King sect leader. We see that he is sitting beside a group of people, most probably the most powerful sect leaders of Jianghu. He says, "But you are feeling sorry after all that? Even if you lost a child, would you have said the same?" We see him screaming towards a man sitting in the last chair at the table. People around them discuss to each other using telepathy, wondering if they should stop him. Of course, he is not in his right mind. Yes, he has lost his greatest disciple, and his youngest daughter had her feet cut off. We see that these two were related to this man, and we have shown what happened to them just a few minutes ago. The man sitting at the very last corner, and most probably the organizer of the meeting, says, "As a father with children, I understand how the family is feeling." We see a grumpy-looking face saying, "How shall we investigate this incident, truly?" We observe someone saying, "Just as expected, those people have lost their children." We see a water body filled with rose petals, as we observe a large bathhouse, more like a bath palace, where a man says, there will definitely be those who won't accept it just like that. This is the Northern Heaven Supreme family's general military advisor. We observe the grumpy-looking man sitting in the bathtub, getting rinsed by two beautiful ladies, as he says, "To think this would happen in the third gate that we have prepared in sect. There must be a traitor within the household." We see the grumpy-looking man seeing this, with a beautiful swan in his arms. This man is Imchunsc, the family head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Looks like this grumpy-looking man is one of the most powerful people in all of Jianghu. We observe them saying, "What should I do then?" as a few women play musical instruments, calming the mind of the patriarch. The military advisor says, "We need to turn everyone who made small contributions, including the young master of the Southern Peak, into perfect heroes." He explains a bit more, saying that it will create a theory that the dead children are dead because they were weak. As we look towards the grimmest image of what had happened before, he adds, "Soon, their death will drive their families into humiliation." He is truly a cunning man, the military advisor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. We observe the grumpy-looking man, also the patriarch, saying, "That is a good idea indeed. But those who still won't yield will face unavoidable consequences." Now we are back to the meeting, as the man from before is still angry at this man, not understanding the situation he is in. We see the grumpy-looking man saying, "I fully acknowledge the responsibility, but this matter is also a matter of Jianghu." He says to the face of the clan leader who lost his greatest talent and some family members that, even in the worst situation, the majority of the dragon and phoenix survived. There were even dragon and phoenix who saved their comrades and got rid of the enemies. We observe the man absolutely going bonkers after hearing these words from the patriarch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. He stomps on the table, saying, "If your grandson had died, would you have taken care of this matter this same way?" People around him try to hold him back, but it looks like the damage has been done. The patriarch says, "Why do you keep referring to my grandson?" We see him saying, "Do you want my grandson dead? Should I go ahead and slash his neck or something?" He says this with a face that seems to say, "Talk some more, and death will be at your door." A truly fearsome man indeed. We see that the Blood Sect clan leader is now starting to understand the situation and keeping his mouth shut, that we observe the old man, the Northern Peak Patriarch, saying to the family head of the Blood Sect, "I know it hurts you, but it's spilled milk. You are very aware that anger cannot solve anything." The old man is quiet and intellectual, trying to give the man a chance at life, but the man is still angry. Well, it's justifiable. We see him thinking about how, if he were the one who hosted the tournament and his grandson had gotten his feet severed, the Blood King sect would have been annihilated already. We see him screaming his mind out, clenching his fists as his eyes drip non-stop. Looks like the man has lost every bit of control of his body. We see him getting his posture back, crying and all that, as people nearby look toward him. The old man thinks, "It may be frustrating right now, but how many people has that man trampled on to get all the way to his position?" As we observe the soul of how many people this man has destroyed, the image shows all of them trying to reach his head. Of course, karma always comes back in the end. The law of the jungle is the essence of the world. We see the face of that terrifying monster of a human, the patriarch of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Back at the table, it seems like today will be the last day I ever see the Blood King sect leader. Looks like the man has already caused a lot of problems for himself and his clan as well, that we observe from the gloomy room to the blazing sun. And in nature's embrace lie the main character and the sword girl, who are walking in a forest. The main character says, to be honest, a green forest group called the Wind Mountain Group is setting up camp in this forest mountain. They have been demanding money under the pretense of protection fees. By the way, the Green Forest is a group of mountain bandits. The main character smilingly says that he is on his way to get rid of them all. Doesn't sound that intimidating, right? Then the words "get rid of them" make the sword girl remember the main character from when he got rid of the lecturer's demon. She thinks, could it be like that again? She runs toward the main character, saying, "Wait, won't there be people who were originally kind, but had no choice but to become bandits to feed themselves. The main character explains to her that there is no kind thief in the first place. The main character says, "Are there kind assassins? Kind enemies? That doesn't make sense, does it now?" He says to her, "Good people are always good." The main character says these deep words with close to no expression that we observe the base camp of the bandits, as the girl is still trying to convince the main character. Even so, killing them is a bit. The main character says, "Guilty," as we see two slumps in front of the gate of the building. Both of them notice the main character as well as the sword girl, and they unsheathe their blades. We see one of them saying, "Who are they?" while the other says, "Are they lost? The girl is pretty good. Huh, are these the so-called kind bandits the girl was talking about? What? Oh, shame." We see them saying, "We can't just send them away," as they lunge towards their goal from their place. And their goal is to slash the main character's head. The main character asks the sword girl, "Am I a demonic murderer?" The sword girl, seeing the man trying to attack the main character, is scared. "Behind you!" The main character just stops his blade with bare hands and with no force at all. Not just that, with the handle of the blade, he breaks the face of the man who is going to attack him, all while maintaining his posture and looking cool. We see the broken face of the man who has lost all of his teeth, and blood flies like a fountain from his nose. We see the girl thinking, "Was that what he meant?" as a lot of blood splatters in front of her eyes. Is this called not killing them? We observe his fallen body. The other guy is frozen in place, as well as his sword. He can't make up his mind to attack the main character, but the main character just looks towards him, rotating his neck, and with a sly smile on his face. Everything suddenly goes dark. We see him leaning toward the man, trying to bash his head in, saying, "You could have just beaten us up moderately and chased us away, but you tried to kill us." The slaughter begins. We watch as the whole Wind Mountain camp of these bandits gets desolated, with screams ringing out everywhere. The sword girl isn't one to back down. She's fighting multiple bandits at the same time, hitting them with all her power. The main character, while airborne, says, "You feel the murderous intent, right? You'll die if you hesitate." He says that to the sword girl, who looks toward him. We see multiple people trying to attack them at the same time. A man tries to attack her from behind, screaming and looking like a demon, but she notices it in time and changes her footing. This makes her whole body spin, and with one swift move, we see the man getting hit in the neck, blood splattering everywhere. We observe her looking toward the man, who is spitting blood from his mouth. She thinks to herself that she has completely changed from before. Her martial arts have improved immensely, as we observe the main character smashing someone else's head at the same time. While fighting, the main character asks her, "Feels good, doesn't it?" His lunatic side starts showing. We see him smashing the mud in the ground, and with a smile, he says, "You can get even stronger because of this feeling, but it's not the end yet." We observe an attack coming from somewhere. Sensing it, we see the pupils of the sword girl dilate as she screams, "A hidden weapon!" We see her cutting a pouch open, and with that pouch, a lot of powder falls on her face, covering her completely. She slowly senses what has happened, realizing her mistake. Indeed, we see her covering herself, saying, "What is this?" The main character is standing right beside her as a man appears, saying, "To think only 2 people created this mess. Your martial arts must not be ordinary, but not everything in this world can be solved by martial arts." He introduces himself as the Green Forest group leader. The sword girl asks if this was poison. The man says that it is not poison. This is a bit of a shocker for both of them. It's poison mixed with an aphrodisiac, he explains. Well, it means that her body will become hot, and she'll embrace just any man now. If you don't meet with a man, you'll die from bleeding in your 7 organs. He says, "I cannot kill those who cause such a mess so kindly." We see her looking toward the main character, terrified with no way out. Aphrodisiac. The main character just calms her down, saying, "Don't worry too much." She's a bit confused, but the main character says, "There is a man right here to do the deed," as we see his smiling face looking toward her. "My blue is the greasiest FK boy there is." We observe the main character pointing towards himself, while the sword girl is looking sleeplessly towards him. In the next instance, she veiled up, shouting towards the king of bandits to give her the antidote, while the main character is laughing in the background. We observe how it's already evening, as we see the hideout of the bandits. We see the bandit king on the ground, with both the main character and the sword girl standing on top of him, while he says, "You must know that you got hit with the poison sack." He said, "Only one of the 3 bottles in front of your eyes has the antidote in them. The other 2 are poisons that will amplify the effect of the original poison several-fold." While he laughs, we observe his beaten face, most probably getting beaten by the main character as well as the sword girl, while he says, "I am bringing you with me to death." The main character and the sword girl both hear his words. The sword girl was quite hesitant, saying, "What did you say?" While the main character just laughed, saying, "That is simple." The main character, with a grimace on his face, told her how she should pour the poison onto his head. She could not understand at first, asking, "The poison?" She got the reply, "He and his martial arts are weaker than you, so he will die first. If he wants to live, he will reveal the antidote. It's that simple. You are both dying anyways, so just do it." We observe the man sheepish begging for his life, thinking, "Wait, if that's how it is, the 2 of you will just..." We observe the girl quite hesitant, while holding the sack that could be filled with antidote or poison. She thinks that she has to pour poison onto someone else to survive. The main character just looked at her keenly, as he knows what's going on in her mind. We observe her shaking hand, in which the sack of poison is held, as the main character just sighs in relief for some reason. We observe him getting a bit relaxed while he takes the poison out of the girl's hands, saying, "My mother would have liked you if she saw you." These words were out of the blue from the main character's mouth, and the sword girl just asked, "Your mother? Why is that?" The main character replied with, "Because you are just like my father." We observe in the next instance the main character kicking the man and then pouring the pouch onto him, while the sword girl was in shock. He says, "Follow my instructions and control your inner energy." Do you feel an unfamiliar energy within your body? You can just this and that, and it's almost nighttime. We observe the sword girl and the main character standing, while the sword girl could not believe it. The energy of the poison has really disappeared, she thinks to herself. We observe the man lying around dead. The main character just looked towards her and said, "You did great by not poisoning the man, putting poison over him." The girl says, "Are you serious?" We observe the main character looking towards her with his kind eyes, saying, "I like you because you couldn't bring yourself to do it." We observe how the sword girl was quite evidently shocked hearing the main character's words, as she had seen the main character's true colors. The main character says in return, "Get stronger." While she is hearing his words, he explains, "Only when you are stronger will you be truly capable of protecting your kind heart." These words were like a cannon to her ears. The main character continues by saying, "Because in this world, being kind and upright has become outdated and frustrating." The main character's words are nothing less than the elixir of life. While he says so, become stronger, you can just get stronger. We observe how it is already nighttime, and in the Palm Essence Union, we see the annoying lunatic sitting with his sister and the clan head. The clan head says, "I heard the girl from the Righteous Sword sect performed really well in this Dragon and Phoenix tournament." We observe a closer look at him, while he says, "Is she the one the goal was supposed to team up with for the tournament? By the way, this is the union leader of the Palm Essence, Jang Thy Sin." We observe the sister of the idiotic guy saying, "Why laughing? That's right though. She didn't even spare a glance at us." Well, you would understand if you saw the young Master Jayhawk. She's talking about the main character. We observe her saying, "Anyways, that was pathetic, groveling over an insignificant girl." We observe how the man was quite angry, saying, "Why you?" But the clan head just said, "You stupid brat, letting yourself be looked down upon by a family that flimsy." Well, never mind that. He says, "The Blood King set leader was said to have committed suicide." That was the guy who was talking crap to the Northern Heaven Supreme family's leader. The idiotic boy was quite shocked. evidently saying he committed suicide just because his daughter lost her feet. His sister was a bit smarter than him, saying, "How foolish. Do you really think that it was suicide? The Northern Heaven Supreme family must have had a hand in it." He was quite shocked, evidently hearing her words, saying, "What?" But it looks like the clan leader acknowledged her words, saying, "She is right. The Northern Heaven Supreme family is ruthless enough to do something like that." We see his grinning smile, saying, "That's why we have made the right connections. The fact that our Palm Essence Union has grown this big is because we remain loyal to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Wouldn't you agree?" We observe the main character as well as his servant on the top of a building. It's the same building in which all three of the guys are talking while we hear them listening. If we just don't get into their bad side from here on out, the main character says to his servant, "They are surely having a blast, aren't they?" We observe his servant saying, "But they won't be laughing once they find out what is going to happen at the ancient sword store." Anyways, the man says, "It's been a long time since the main character has dressed up this elegantly," as we observe the main character wearing quite a royal robe. He says while laughing, "I've got to put in this much effort." We observe his face while he thinks about how, if I want to convincingly act as the Northern Heaven Supreme family's inner hall. We observe a mask as well as a box, while the main character asks, "You brought it, right?" The servant says, "Yes, here it is. As expected, the mask you created is incredible, young master." "Well, it's easy to replicate someone with such distinctive features," the main character says. We observe him holding an exact replica of the face of the man he's trying to dress up as. The servant thinks to himself, "Even so, the truly terrifying thing about the main character is that his voice, expressions, and even his mannerisms are indistinguishable from the real person." The main character says, "If things go smoothly today, we won't have to worry about money for a while. On top of that, we will create a rift between the Palm Essence Union and the Northern Heaven Supreme family as well." His servant asks him to be cautious. He knows that the main character's disguise technique is extraordinary, but the main character cuts him off, saying, "Don't worry. I am well aware. It's impossible to perfectly mimic someone else." The main character, while holding a box in his hand, says, "However, if this is presented in front of a greedy old man on a dark night, wouldn't he completely lose his sense of reason? By the way, if Mother finds out I took this, I will be in big trouble. It looks like there is something very important in that box." We observe his servant saying, "She will understand you, sir." The main character just takes the name of his servant, smiling towards him, saying, "That's easy for you to say because you have never been hit by her, have you?" It looks like the main character's mother is quite the strong person for the main character to say that, as we see his servant laughing. "Take care then. I have confirmed the real inner hall leader is fast asleep at home. He won't be coming out tonight." We observe at the Palm Essence Union's ancient sword manager's office. We observe his palace from outside, and now in his office, we see the main character sitting right in front of him with the box placed on the table. There is some sweat on the man's face as he asks, "What is this?" The ancient sword store manager asks the main character, who is dressed up as the hall leader, "What brings the inner hall leader of the Northern Heaven Supreme family to our humble estate?" We observe the main character saying to him, "Listen closely," as we see him coming close to the table, trying to say it in a slightly less wordy manner. As we see him whispering to him, "This must never be spoken of to anyone. No, not only that, but it's something I must bet my life on." We observe the man was quite shocked, evidently, as a person of the status was saying something like this. Thinking, if it's something that dangerous, it's got to be a lot of money, he says, "Please do speak." The main character opened the box, saying, "I want to get rid of this item." We observe the man looking towards the item, quite evidently shocked, as he says, "Could it be?" We observe that it's the balanced beauty, the incarnated sculpture, and even the blow that changes depending on the angle. It's the reward artifact of the heavenly demon divine cult, the divine demon Jade Buddha. The main character says to him, "That's correct," while the man, who is now blinded by greed, says, "This is truly a genius one." He thinks to himself, "This Jade Buddha is worth at least 500,000 yuan." We observe him thinking to himself, If I can just work this out without the Palm Essence Union leader finding out. We observe him thinking, can I offer this man 400,000 yangs for this? No, there is no way one can get rid of such an item secretly if not for me in the first place. Moreover, it's a dangerous item just to process. I can drive an even harder bargain, he thinks to himself. We observe the man saying, I will give you Sin Yin 200,000 for this, while sweat beads on his face. We observe the main character, a bit angrily saying, 200,000 yang? The man was a bit scared, as we observe him looking towards the main character. The main character says, 200,000, using a tone of voice that was quite serious. There was quite a bit of silence between them as the deal was happening. The main character says, very well, and we observe the man, blinded by greed, suddenly coming up with a smile. The main character says, but only if you hand me the money immediately in small, untraceable slips. We observe the main character, both with and without a mask, smiling. We observe that after all of this is done, the main character once again meets up with his servant in the forest. His servant says, you have worked hard, looking towards the main character. The main character just rips apart the mask as we observe his true hair and face coming out. We see his beautiful face as he says, well, it was quite easy for me, while smiling towards the man. Once we break into the ancient sword store wall tonight, we will get several thousand of Niang, and we will also retrieve the Jade Buddha. We observe his servant saying how he has heard that the ancient sword store is protected by 12 unbreakable formations. The main character says, there is no formation in this world that cannot be broken. The Palm Essence Union will suffer devastating losses. There will be an uproar tomorrow morning, and with the Northern Heaven Supreme family's inner hall leader visiting that same day, the backlash will be immense. The main character's voice got a bit darker as he says, but not yet. We observe him with his lunatic sight, slightly facing, saying, we will suck all of them dry slowly like leeches. The next morning, at the Palm Essence Union's headquarters, we observe how the Union leader is screaming about their ancient sword store being robbed. We see the anguish on his face as we observe the store master saying, when I went to the safe, all the protective mechanisms were destroyed, and the antiques and cash were all gone. But there was something strange, he says. He tells the man about how the leader of the Northern Heaven Supreme family visited their store yesterday. The man says, leader? You mean the inner hall leader? Why was he there? We observe how he told the man everything about how the main character left the divine demon Jade Buddha, and this, and that. We observe the gaze of the Union leader as he asks the man, he entrusted such a valuable item to you? And then, on the same day, everything got stolen? What is this? A strange coincidence. We observe the man bowing down, trembling on the ground. The Union leader thinks to himself, was this guy behind this? No, he's not brave enough to visit me and pull such a stunt. He thinks to himself, if it was the whole master's personal doing, but he is not that reckless, that only leaves one possibility. Out of everyone, the Northern Heaven Supreme family orchestrated this deliberately. The man, with his hand on his face, thinks about how they have been running their business in Wuhan all this time and maintaining a close relationship, but why are they starting to turn their back on us? We observe another man barging into the quarters of the man saying, Union leader, there is a very big problem. The iron safe has been raided. It looks like another nuke has been detonated in the man's head as we see him screaming out with all his force, saying, what on earth is happening here? Did they steal that many weapons? We observe a cart that is filled with weapons to the brim and the horses that are supporting the cart as it is going through the forest. We observe the main character pointing off late, saying, I didn't expect the Palm Essence Union's iron safe to yield such fine weapons. His servant was saying, that seems to be the case because they are meant to be delivered to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The main character says, I have left enough traces in the iron safe that could easily lead them to suspect the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The Palm Essence Union leader will find himself in serious trouble. We observe as the main character was checking the weapons, and his servant says, that's likely, but we are not in a position to confront them outright. The main character replies, I heard the Northern Heaven Supreme family is hosting the Dragon and Phoenix Award ceremony soon. As we see the main character's reflection in the blade, thinking about, by then, the Palm Essence Union leader's suspicions and doubt will have fully taken root. We get to know that at the Award Academy, I heard this year, those who made notable achievements would be chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix. Right? Like the Sword Girl who disabled the mechanism and the young master of the Southern Peak who defeated the Lector's demonic scourge, or at least made an escape, quoted by the main character. The main character tells his servant about how the Sword Girl says that she couldn't accept the award because it wasn't her achievement, but still, being recognized as the Phoenix would greatly benefit her righteous sword set. We observe the Dragon and Phoenix Tournament Award ceremony, where a lot of people are gathered around. Our Sword Girl has everyone's attention as we observe one of them saying, "Congratulations, miss," and even thanking her for saving them. She just puts her hands up, saying, "No, no," and breathing a sigh of relief. She says, to be honest, he should be the one receiving these congratulatory messages, but it's been quite a while since I last saw him. She is talking about the main character as we see a few days ago, when the main character and the Sword Girl were having a chat. The Sword Girl says, "You are going to stay at the Azure Heaven sect now." The main character confirms this fact, saying, "Yes, I can't keep convincing you." We observe the Sword Girl saying to him, "Since when did you care about such things?" It looks like she wants the main character to be with her. The main character just says, "You seem disappointed." She says, "The Azure Heaven sect is quite far, but you are leaving regardless." The main character replies, "There is no need to refuse being Phoenix this year." She was quite startled by the main character's words as he says, "Disabling the mechanism was entirely your own doing," while we observe him smiling towards the Sword Girl, saying, "Dig the prize money and let's have some grilled meat." She says with a smile, "That sounds good." She asks the main character, "But why did you join the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with me if you were not interested in these things?" The main character just smiles towards her. We see the girl thinking to herself, "On the first day that the main character and I met, he was just eating, and the idiotic lunatic picked a fight with me. Back then, even though you were overshadowed by the Palm Essence Union's influence, you stood up to him." The main character says, "It was the first time for me as well. I have wandered around Jianghu for a decade, yet no one has ever stood up for me as a complete stranger." As he looks towards the Sword Girl, smiling. We observe her face, quite evidently shocked hearing the main character's words, as she gets a little sad hearing his story. We see both of them under the ray of moonlight as she faces the main character, saying, "So, your journey wasn't all one after all." The main character, smiling, says, "It's a bit different from the Jianghu that I entered." She thinks in her mind, just what kind of experience has he had on his journey? As we return to the present, everyone is still complimenting her, saying, "When I think about what happened back then, I still think your martial arts are truly wonderful." As we hear a voice, even taunting her, "I wonder if it was really your skills." We observe that it's the idiot-faced lunatic who is coming out of the crowd saying this toward the girl. She is a bit shocked by it as she faces the man, thinking, "This lunatic, what is he trying to pull now?" We observe her facing him, saying, "What are you talking about out of nowhere?" The man just says, "It's strange how you were the only one who managed to escape from the swamp. How did you cut through that giant device? I didn't know your martial arts were that impressive." She says, "That was only because of luck." The man taunts her, "Luck, you say?" The guy with the sly smile thinks to himself, "She is not saying anything." Well, of course, there is no doubt that she used some filthy trick, as we observe him unsheathing his blade, saying, "I'd like to use this chance to ask you to enlighten me with your amazing martial arts." As we see him pointing his blade towards her, thinking about how he will reveal her true colors, the girl was a bit hesitant seeing that a sword was pulled on her. We observe the man saying, "If you really destroyed that trap with your own strength, someone like me shouldn't be a challenge, so draw your sword." Everyone around her says, "What? A duel?" The girl replies to him, "What are you doing? It's a banquet." We observe the man cunningly looking towards her, saying, "So you can't explain how you did it, nor can you prove your skills?" We observe everyone around there now speculating things. But the man smiles even bigger, thinking, I rather hate to consider this. We observe him saying to her, but the righteous sword sect wouldn't have been in cahoots with those scoundrels, right? We observe him saying, though you have been hanging out with suspicious guys even before the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, this was enough to trigger her. She pulled her sword out, saying, all right, if it's a duel, then I will gladly present it to you. We observe how the duel is now about to start as people murmur about how there is a duel with a phoenix. It's certainly interesting. The Palm Essence Union descendant isn't easy either. We observe the duel starting as both of them lunge toward each other. The sword gun easily dodged the attack of the man, and he was quite in shock, looking toward her, saying she dodged that in one fell swoop. We observe her blade near the man's face as she is about to slash him. We observe both of their eyes meeting, and there is no hesitation. She just slightly changed her grip on the sword so it's not a deadly move, and even with that, we observe a wound on the man's face as blood splatters. We observe his sword was out of his hand, and this all happened in an instant. He has lost that duel, as well as his dignity, in an instant. We observe the whole scene as everyone covers their mouth, and the crowd stands still while the man's sword lies on the ground. Everyone is in quite the shock, seeing the scene unfold before them. The girl, sheathing her sword, says, satisfied? Now, we observe that the man was left in disgrace in front of these people with just one strike. People around them murmur about how, if she had taken him seriously, he wouldn't have even stood a chance. Miss just went easy on him. What an embarrassing loss. Even his father looked at the man who had just been utterly defeated as everyone laughed. We observe his father angrily shifting toward him, saying, how dare you lose to that wench in front of so many people? We hear someone saying, you have an exceptional daughter, as the man's gaze shifts toward the people talking. We see that it's the clan leader of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, while the sect leader of the Sword sect says, you flatter me. She still has much to learn. The man replied, how modest of you. We observe how the Union and sect clan leader thinks to himself, I have been suspicious ever since the ancient sword and the iron safe were robbed. But seeing how friendly the Northern Heaven Supreme leader is with that, I just saw sect's reputation rise. You must be planning to abandon us and ally with them instead. The man says that he cannot just sit back and let this happen. We see both the son and the father calling the sword girl vengeful, with anger and blood in their eyes. A bloodlust emerged as they said, righteous sword sect, I will get rid of you tonight. It looks like they have planned to destroy and finish everyone in the sect. Meanwhile, we observe the main character, who is sitting in his own sect with his servant. His servant says, are you having trouble sleeping after switching places? We observe the main character saying, I guess so. He says, but I have to focus on raising the sect. There is so much to do. His servant replies, if that weren't the case, would you have stayed with the righteous sword sect? The main character said, you figured it out, didn't you? His servant then asked him a question. Why didn't you attend the awards ceremony with the sword girl today? Of course, the main character's reply was quite evident. She thinks that she took my prize. If I had shown up, it might have made her uncomfortable. The servant thinks to himself, has the young master ever been this serious about a woman? While saying to the main character, it's unusually quiet tonight. You should get some rest quickly. The main character, who is looking toward the whole night and his plans, says, I'm unsure. I don't know, but something doesn't feel right today. We observe how someone says, Young, bring that bench to me. You observe that it's the idiotic, lunatic boy who is asking for the sword girl to be brought to him. We observe how his servant did not understand in one go, saying, sorry, but are you telling me to kidnap the second daughter of the righteous sword sect? We observe a closer look towards the servant, and we get to know that this is the confidant of the idiotic boy, who says, are you going to kill her, sir? We observe how the man says that just killing her won't suffice, and how he is going to make her experience pain worse than death could ever bring. That is some real angle from his side. We observe how all of this conversation was heard by his father as he barges in, and both the people were quite freaked out because of him. We see how the man says, Tonight, we will eliminate the Raja Sword sect. He was quite angry as well as determined to finish this family once and for all. We observe how his son, as well as his son's servant, is quite shocked as the man says, "Let's clearly show them what happens when someone dares to touch our family." The man says to both of them, while mainly the servant of the boy, "You will join us, and we need a high-ranking martial artist." We observe how the man bowed down, saying, "Yes, Union leader." In the next second, the idiotic boy glared towards the man, most probably giving him the sign that he must bring the sword girl to him, not killing her. The servant understands it quite well, as we can see that in his eyes. The next second, all of them are now starting to leave the room as we see the distilled air of anxiety and war that is commencing between the whole family. We observe how it has been nighttime, and the stars are shining in the back house of the Righteous Sword sect. We observe how the sword girl, who was sleeping, opened her eyes obliviously in an instant. As she got up with a jolt, looking all around her, it is still not clear what got her worked up so much. But we observed, in the next second, the look on her face was more of confusion rather than surprise. We observe how she looked towards the windows as well as the doors, which were tightly locked. But still, it gives her some unease feeling as she looked towards them for quite some time, trying to reassure herself. We observe how she, in an instinct, woke up and took her sword while she started running with full speed towards somewhere in the courtyard, as she has finally started sensing overwhelming killing intent. She noticed how there are dozens of people who have surrounded their sect from all sides. As we observe the shadows that are creeping up towards the sect, as well as the sect door, for anyone who is trying to leave, multiple men with their swords are here to finish the sect once and for all. We see how she, who is in distress, still thinks about how she needs to quickly alert her family. But as she was thinking about it, we observe that she gets attacked from behind as a man creeps up to her and attacks with his sword. She somehow dodges that attack, moves to a side, and the sword went past her hair. In the next second, she unsheathed her sword as we see the dazzling blade, which in one fell swoop, attacks a man, slicing him truly, who is trying to attack her. The blood is gushing out like a fountain as the man holds his neck. We observe how the blood splatters all over, and she has saved herself from this one attack. We observe how her white clothes have been painted with the red essence of blood as the body is lying right in front of her. She, with the sword in her hand, is trembling quite a lot as she hadn't neutralized many threats, just some. We observe her trying her best, still shaking from head to toe, closing her eyes. She thinks about how there is no time to be consumed by the guilt over neutralizing someone or a threat. As in the next second, she ran towards the horn, screaming for her mother and her sister's names. We observe the night sky is quite clear towards another part of the city where the main character is sitting on the fence of his own sect as he was just peacefully waiting there. We observe someone screaming out, saying to the main character that something very bad has happened. We observe how it is the servant of the main character who is telling him about how the information gatherer that they have hired to monitor the Righteous Sword sect has reported something. We observe the main character's reaction as he gets to know about how there are dozens of suspicious people who are trying to ambush the Righteous Sword sect. The main character was thankfully surprised, angry, and terrified by this. We observe the man continuing, saying, "By now, the Righteous Sword sect is probably..." We observe how the atmosphere has totally changed, and flames are ringing out. In those flames, the sect is burning, and the sword girl is the one who is fighting with countless people, as she is in a battle with two, and more are on the ground. We observe how she just slices and dices her enemies one after another, as we see them flinging through the whole frames, and people getting neutralized one after another. She is not giving up even against the odds of her life. We observe how her pretty white gown is now covered with the blood of these rich beings. In the next second, we observe how her whole family is behind her, her father, who is on the ground, while her sister and her mother are on their guard with swords, but they cannot do much. We observe how there are high-ranking warriors that are trying to kill them, as well as many of their low-ranking assassins. We see the servant of the idiotic boy saying to her, "You are very impressive for someone so young." He thinks to himself how this must be truly the reason that his master wants, or rather wants to convert her to himself. We observe the woman, who is now drenched with sweat, blood, and is breathing very heavily due to all of this battle. As we see the mother and her sister, who are in her arms, while all the men in the family have been defeated for a long time. We observe the man asking, "But how can you hold on like this?" As we observe how everyone is holding on for their dear life, the sword girl, who grits her teeth, thinks to herself how she must hold on because her father has gotten injured defending their family. Not just that, but she is the only one who has been left standing. We observe the man giving her the proposal of how, if she surrenders herself, he will spare everyone's life, or that's what he says. We observe the face of the sword girl, who thinks to herself, smiling, "Why is it that in moments like this?" As we observe how she sees the face of the main character, who says, "Are you so naive enough to believe what he is saying is truth?" She thinks to herself how she can feel like she can hear the voice of the main character. But the truth about it is that the sword girl can only barely stay on her feet right now, and it's just a move game of waiting for her to lose in front of this many people. We observe her pitiable situation as she looks towards them, how there are multiple reasons for people in front of her eyes. She thinks to herself that she cannot always depend on the main character. As with the trembling sword in her hand, she rises up once again. She strikes one more man, thinking that this is a matter of her family and about how she needs to handle this, but with a weak and trembling body like that. We observe how her sword got flung out of her hands, and it looks like she was quite defeated as she got defeated. We observe how the servant of the idiotic boy orders his minions to leave the girl, and only the girl alone and alive while killing the rest. In an instant, we observe one of his men going towards the family of the sword girl, trying to neutralize them. In an instant, we observe the face of the mother of the sword girl, while holding her youngest in her arms, bracing for impact. But in the next second, we observe how the sword girl has protected her family while taking on the attack of the swordsman by her mere hands, stopping the impact from falling towards her family. We observe how shocked the man was as his attack got blocked. Not just that, but she blocked a sword attack with her bare hands. We see that it's the glow of the wind god gloves that were given by the main character to her, or at least one pair of them. We see the face of the sword girl, which is filled with blood as it is dripping down her mouth. In the next second, a large pile of blood got coughed up by her as she tried to control the release of it. She fell to the ground in an instant after that. As we observe her trembling image, she thinks to herself about how her body has no more strength and she cannot move. We get to know that how the main character, when he put these gloves on her, says that she can block a sword energy attack with her bare hands. Of course, her internal energy is still weak, so she will be greatly injured if she uses that. She thinks to herself, if she was just a little bit stronger. As we observed how the man is now attacking her with his sword, calling her a little arrogant fool as he tried to swing the blade towards her family, we observe her thinking to herself that would she be able to protect her family if she was strong. In that moment of distress and destruction, we observe how a majestic dragon, which can be seen in the frame, has come behind the man holding the sword. It looks like the dragon wants to swallow that man alive. The man senses this, but it was far too late, as he gets bitten into pieces and his body flung to the other side of the estate. The sword girl was watching this, but couldn't understand what was happening. As we observe the man getting flung into the boundary wall of the sect, it was a scene of carnage. We observe the eyes of the sword girl, which were dotted on towards the man, who has now been impaled into the wall dead. But the way his whole body was there could even be called the work of a team. We observe how, watching the scene of their men get destroyed, the servant of their idiotic boy was quite distressed. He couldn't wonder what was happening. The family of the sword, her mother, her sister, and even her defeated father, was watching all of this from the sidelines, as some blood trickled down towards the ground, making a small pond. We observe that this is a hand that is dripping with blood, and it's, of course, the hand of the main character. We observe the tears in the eyes of the sword girl, who realizes what is happening as she sees the back of the main character in front of her. The main character has now arrived on the scene, and the first thing that he asks the sword girl is if she is all right while still facing towards the enemy. We observe his darkened image, while the crying sword girl says yes, in a crying manner, as she is grateful for the main character's intervention. We observe how the bloodlust in the main character's eyes is more like the determination of saving his own family. This is getting more and more interesting. We observed how the whole scenario unfolded right in front of our eyes. The main character stood against the worst of them all, the bandits or the assassins, whatever they were. We observed one of them saying, "Who is he?" as all of them lunged toward the main character to eliminate him first, seeing him as a thorn in their side. But just as they were about to do something, the main character gathered some energy in his hand, made a fist, and in the next second, punched one of the guys. The man split into two, reminiscent of a Gojo Suru move. We observed how another one, while his partner had already died, still tried to attack the main character, calling him scum. But with one kick from the main character, he lost his leg. The main character was not one to back down after being pulled into a fight and finished the guy off with a second strike. His face was still lit up as he saw the god of death right in front of his eyes. The main character splattered his insides all around the place, making it look like a painting of death. The leader, a servant of the idiotic guy, was absolutely terrified, seeing what was happening to all his men. He thought to himself, how is the main character way too fast? Even I myself cannot follow the movement of his soul. How can my men survive? As all of his men wondered, where did he vanish? We observed every one of them get cut and slashed, one by one, losing their lives. Their boss, swinging his sword with all his strength, thought, how is the main character the one behind my men's deaths? Who else could it be? The main character swooped in with a fist in his hands and a powerful energy emitting through it. He ducked down and attacked their boss with one strike. Blood splattered all over. We observed how their boss was in a life and death state with just one punch, but the main character didn't have any pity for him. Staring into his eyes, he took the boss's own sword, called him a lunatic, and watched as he fell to the ground. We observed how, in an instant, he realized this man was the underling of that idiotic boy. While the main assassin begged the main character to stop, the main character's sword stopped just short of reaching the man's neck. The assassin trembled as he spilled the truth, saying, "The Palm Essence Union leader ordered me to kill everyone around here, but he was going to spare that woman, and only that woman." The displeased main character could not understand the reason and asked him, "Why was that?" in a tone that would frighten the devil himself. The man spilled out how his young master had separately asked him to bring her to him alone. The main character asked the location of the boy as he kneeled on the ground. The man said he's waiting on the southern side of the forest and begged to be spared since he had just told everything to the main character. We observed how the main character picked up his sword and said, "Don't force others to do something you would never have done yourself." And that is sparing an opponent. With that, he slashed the neck of the guy, ending the fight once and for all with the demonic lunatic phase of the main character, splattered in blood and looking anomalous. Seeing this scene of carnage, the entire family, as well as the sword girl, was in quite a shock. The sword girl, who looked toward the main character with his face in her eyes and her name in her mind, thought about how, once again, he had killed so many people for her alone and saved her. She owed him something. We observed her trembling feet splashing the blood that flowed like water on the ground as she came closer to the main character, asking him if he was all right. The main character, ducking down and sitting on the ground, just looked toward her with a smile, saying, "Sorry for being a bit late." But the girl, crying, couldn't understand why the main character was apologizing. She was just happy that he came to save her. Their eyes met, and happiness was all over. Here came the late servant of the main character, who barged in, saying, "Young master, so you came here in time." First, he greeted the sword girl, saying, "It's a relief you're safe." She also greeted him while we observe how the main character said to him, "Escort all of her family members to the New Wind Manor first and have them unbounded." That's the name of the manor. Master, handle their treatment as well. He asked him to get ready because Today is the day we shall put an end to the palm essence union once and for all. We observed in the darkness of the night someone standing in the forest. That someone was the idiotic boy who thought to himself, why is that guy taking so long? He should have been here by now. What's stopping him? He observed someone standing behind him. Mistaking him for his servant, he said, "Did you bring her?" But he soon realized this was the main character and asked him, with a bit of fright, "How could you be here?" The main character just smiled toward him as he made some kind of show. He said, "You must leave quickly, as the martial artists from the Northern Heaven Supreme family might be on their way." We observed the guy didn't believe the main character at all, saying, "What are you talking about? What's this nonsense all of a sudden?" But the main character insisted, saying, "When I was at the Righteous Sword sect, assassins suddenly stormed in. I managed to hide for a while, but other martial artists arrived soon after. They killed all the assassins and took the Righteous Sword sect members with them." He said he eavesdropped on their conversation, and it turned out they were martial artists from the Northern Heaven Supreme family. This shocked the boy to his core as he thought, did someone manage to escape the siege and inform them? No, wait. So they did abandon us and choose to side with the Righteous Sword sect. Before dying, one of the assassins confessed that he had been sent by the Palm Essence Union and revealed the boy's location. We observed the man clenching his fist, thinking to himself, that son of a... The main character asked the boy to hurry up and warn his father, saying they might be headed there as well. We observed the man asking the main character, "Wait, why are you telling me all of these things?" As both of their gazes met each other, we observed the main character rehearsing his words, saying, "Why? Well, your family, isn't it quite rich?" This response was enough for the man to join all the clues together. The main character still insisted, saying, "If I save your life by giving you this life-saving information, just hand over 1,000 yang as compensation." The idiotic boy called him a pathetic lunatic, saying, "Still, this information is too suspicious to ignore." As the boy ran toward his family, he said, "I have something urgent to get to, so I'm going to leave now." We observed how the main character got a threat from the guy, who said, "But if you speak any nonsense again, I'll cut off your neck." The main character just stood there with agony on his face. We observed in the Palm Essence Union, his father was absolutely mind-boggled when he heard about how the Northern Heaven Supreme family intervened in their fight. He said, "There hasn't been any news so far, so I sent someone, but all they found were the bones of the assassins, lathered in blood. I was wondering what happened, but the Righteous Sword sect doesn't have the steel to deal with those assassins." The fact that things turned out this way, it seems the main character was telling the truth, and we need to escape quickly. We observed his sister saying, "Wasn't the Northern Heaven Supreme family just considering the idea of switching sides to the Righteous Sword sect? I thought eliminating them would solve the problem, but to think that the two families have already gotten this close." Her father said, "If that's true, we're as good as dead. I know far too much about the Northern Heaven Supreme family." He thought to himself, "Now they're after our lives." After casually trying to verify the facts, he made a decision. He opened up a chest full of some kind of valuable beads and said, "Go and take this to our safe house." We observe her sister saying, "Aren't these nautical pearls? Each one of them is worth 50,000 yang." The father said, "I've gathered these all my life. There are more than 100 pearls here." We observe the idiotic boy saying, "Aren't you joining us?" His father replied, "I'm acquainted with the Marquis of the Southern Peak Alliance, so I'm going to find him." He said, "The Southern Peak Alliance would be eager to obtain the information we have about the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Now that it's come to this point, they'll side with the Southern Peak Alliance." We observe at the roof of their own house, the main character standing, hearing all of this, thinking to himself, "This is quite interesting." We saw that his servant had arrived, calling his name, saying, "The members of the Righteous Sword sect have finally arrived at the new Wind Manor." The main character praised him for the great work, saying, "The situation is going to be as predictable as we thought. There's only one way for him to survive, so the Palm Essence Union must have no other choice in it." His servant thought, "Moreover, it will cause a rift between the Southern Peak Alliance and the Northern Heaven Supreme family, so he'll be killing two birds with one stone." To think that he devised such a plan so quickly even when taking down the Palm Essence Union wasn't originally part of it. The main character said, "When the time comes, I'm curious about which decision the idiotic lunatic will make." While his servant asked if he was going to punish him differently depending on his choice, the main character thought about it a bit and then abruptly said, No matter what, I've decided that lunatic will die tonight, no matter what." We observed a dark forest and a looming house inside it. The old house had sprinkles all over it and dust falling off. Inside, we observed how both the brother and sister had entered. The sister said, "Who would have thought father had a safe house prepared like this?" She stepped in while the boy was outside. She continued, "It's shabbier than I thought, but whatever. What will happen to us if something goes wrong?" She wondered as she saw the insides of the house, thinking, to end up in this mess overnight, I should have nipped that kind of family in the bud from the start. We observed the boy, who was speechless, carrying the chest full of nautical pearls. The sister, who gave him a side eye, said, "Are you even listening? You haven't said anything since earlier." But in the next instant, her pressure points were pressed as she heard a voice saying, "Tell father that I'm going to have these nautical pearls all for myself." It seemed like family had betrayed itself, and the boy had betrayed his sister, saying this to her that we observed. In the next instant, someone running through the forest like wind at night. It was the idiotic boy who was running at full speed, trying to get these nautical pearls away from the hands of his father, all for himself. The boy thought to himself, if these things don't resolve as planned, I'll have to spend my whole life resting and avoiding the Northern Heaven Supreme family. But if I have these nautical pearls, I can live high on the hog forever. Having one survive is better than having everyone die at once. We observed someone saying, "You seem to be in a good mood." And there came the main character, who jumped off from the trees, or so it seemed. The boy was quite startled by the main character's voice as he cursed him, saying, "Did you follow me?" The main character, who just looked toward him, said nothing as he jumped in front of the boy. The boy said, "You've been a thorn in my side for too long, and I'll finish you off right now," as he took out his sword and slashed toward the main character. The main character just punched the guy in the face, spitting out blood like gallons. The boy, who got tarnished on the ground with just one punch from the main character, couldn't even keep his footing steady. We observe how the box full of pearls was left on his side, and the man, coughing out blood, was on the other. The idiotic boy still thought, what's the deal with this lunatic? Was he hiding all his strength all along? He cursed himself, saying, "That's not important right now," as his hands trembled against the shoes of the main character, who just grinned in agony. The main character said to him, "Did you say you were going to kill me?" We observed the scene, and the momentum had shifted. Now, it was the main character who was on top. He said, with a grunt and a lunatic look in his eyes, "It's too bad. It's going to be the other way around." We observed how the boy cursed himself as his instincts screamed at him that if he couldn't get out of here, he'd be as good as dead. We observe him trying to flee from the main character, running with all his might, thinking, "I should get back toward my father. I'll beg for forgiveness. He's never gotten angry at the problems I've caused all this time." We observed how the main character was trying to kill this guy once and for all, even demolishing trees and everything that came into his path. But he looked toward the guy, fleeing, and smiled a bit. With one attack, he obliterated some trees in the forest and wrested his ground. We observe how he was trying to attack and follow the idiotic boy, who looked toward the main character, saying, "That monster. If I get caught, I'll die." We observe a few slashes here and there near the neck of the guy, which hit the trees in front, causing them to get absolutely obliterated. A branch stuck in the tree was targeted toward the boy. We observed how the carnage in the forest was getting obliterated, and the man was just damning himself, trying to run away from there as soon as possible. The boy even screamed at the main character, saying, "Just why are you doing this to me? Is it because of the righteous sword sect? Did you fall for that mere wench?" Talking about the sword girl as he cursed her. The main character replied with his own words while the boy said, "Let's not do this. My little sister fancies you too, you know. What do you think of that rather than that ugly piece of crap?" The main character stopped him in his tracks, saying, "Your little sister? She's not bad, but the problem is that she looks exactly like you." With that, we observed how the guy's eyes shrank in an instant. He thought to himself, this crazy lunatic is insulting us. Is that reason not good enough? We observe him throwing something toward the main character, saying die. In an instant, it was some kind of poison, an extremely intense poison. Even just a brush of it would melt one's flesh away. He thought, the main character is a stupid fool. He was careless. But two of the main character's fingers targeted the boy, came around, and struck him. The boy dodged, and the main character brushed down the trees on the other side. We observe him thinking, what's happening? He felt like the main character was playing a game of tag as he ran, and the main character tried to catch him. But he slid by just an instinct. His eyes dilated as he saw the main character in front of him, who said, this is a good way to kill a lunatic like you. The guy gritted his teeth, thinking, does he think I'm going to surrender that easily? We observed him speeding off as the main character just looked toward him. He got onto a branch, and the main character smiled toward him with a grin as his servant said, he completely fell for it, didn't he? The main character, who just observed him, did nothing as his servant said. Why did you let him off? The main character replied, there's another way to kill him, the more painful way that I'm going to offer. The servant was speechless by the main character's words. While they had caught the nautical pearls, it seemed like their financial problems would be completely solved for the time being. That's a good idea. Even the main character thought. We observed how the boy, frightened, was running toward the family he had betrayed just a few moments back. He thought, I've made it alive. We observed his father and sister having a talk, saying, is it true? Did my son really betray you? We observed the idiotic boy coming back to the family, saying, Father, please save me. His father, who called him a lunatic after seeing him, screamed toward him, saying, how could you abandon your little sister, leaving her alone in this kind of situation, even with the nautical pearls? The guy screamed, wait, father, that lunatic is trying to kill me. He screamed toward his father, saying he must have stolen the nautical pearls as well. We observed him trembling, saying, come to think of it, he may have killed the assassins of the Righteous Sword sect and his servant as well. His father couldn't understand what he was talking about or who this lunatic was. We saw him give the name of the main character to his father. His father was speechless for the time being and then screamed at him. You're saying that a single boy killed all the experts and took the nautical pearls all for himself, and you barely escaped with your life? The boy, who still didn't understand his situation, screamed at his father. That's right, father. You must stop him. But his father just crushed him with a question, saying, why don't I sense anyone coming toward here? The guy was evidently shocked as he looked behind and was speechless. He didn't understand what was happening. He looked toward the forest, saying, yes, there's no way. He must have run away after seeing you, father. As he turned around, seeing his father, we observed how his father had incurred energy in his hand and pressed it against the heart of his son on his chest. The boy, who understood what was happening, just looked toward his father. In the whole frame, we observed how this was kind of the end for him. The father, who looked toward his son with extreme anger just for the last time, and a sister, who couldn't bear to see the carnage that was about to happen in front of her. We observed as the guy called him father for the last time. Blood splattered out of his mouth. He couldn't understand why his father had done that in his last instinct of living. His father told him, I always knew that you were reckless, but I never imagined that you would deceive your own father just to fulfill your selfish ambitions. And in doing so, you betrayed your own blood. That's something that cannot be forgiven, son. We observe his father killing the boy slowly, but properly. In the end, he had to kill his own son with his own hands. Maybe that was because of how he raised him, but in an instant, the boy was out clean and cold. His sister still could not fathom it. He must have hidden the nautical pearls somewhere nearby. I have to go look for them, his father said. Not only that, it seems like he was scheming something else. This lunatic is no longer my child, he added. His father said, let's get in for now. Someone is waiting inside. We observe the main character and his servant, who were observing this mess from a bit further away. The main character asked his servant, did you report it to them, right? The servant said, yes. I sent them out of the safe house with an anonymous letter. The main character said, this is right. And it's about to get even more interesting right now. He observed that someone was sitting right inside the safe house as the man said, "We've made an esteemed guest wait." The esteemed guest said, "Did something happen outside?" The guy replied, "Yes, there was a traitor. I just got rid of him. Now that you brought me to such a place, do speak." The man said, "Do you want to join the Southern Peak Alliance's forces?" We observed as the guy was speaking. As I mentioned before, the Northern Heaven Supreme Alliance has turned against us, and with the information that I possess. But in that instant, both of them shook and stalled with fear as they froze. The gate of the safe house slammed inward, and a group of people gathered around and entered the premises. All of them were startled and started seeing this. The man asked, "Who are these people?" We observed someone coming from the shadows, saying, "We received some suspicious information, so I was on the fence about it. It seems like you're trying to betray us and join the Southern Peak Alliance, but it won't be that easy." We observed that this was the military advisor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The young man or patriarch was quite baffled, seeing the military advisor right here. He couldn't understand. How did they betray us? Wasn't it the Northern Heaven Supreme family who betrayed us? Is this a misunderstanding? Because the Northern Heaven Supreme family saved the Righteous Sword sect. The military advisor cut him off in an instant, saying, "The Righteous Sword sect? What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden?" The man couldn't understand what he was talking about with that instant reaction. If it wasn't the Northern Heaven Supreme family, then who was the one that saved the Sword sect? In that instant, he gathered all the information and got his answers in his mind. Don't tell me. His son's image gathered up in his mind, saying, "Come to think of it, he may have killed the assassins of the Righteous Sword sect as well." Was it really the guy called the main character who was behind this? But in that instant, his neck was severed by a blade, and the man lost his life. The Southern Peak Alliance's messenger was there, along with his own daughter, who saw this scene of carnage in front of her eyes as her father was impaled by a sword in his neck and finished in an instant. We observed that the person who killed him. Who was that lunatic? Did the Northern Heaven Supreme family have such a strong man on their side? This person cut off the man in an instant as his lifeless body hit the ground. His daughter screamed for her father. We observed the man saying, "Are you the White Tiger squad leader of the Southern Peak Alliance? It won't be wise to get involved recklessly." The military advisor said to him, "This is a warning." The White Tiger thought to himself, "Damn it, I ended up getting swept into this unnecessary mess." A hooded strongman said, "What should we do with this woman, the daughter of the patriarch?" We observed them looking toward her as the military advisor said, "Looking at her face, finish her off. What else is there to do?" And with that instant, blood splattered all over as they finished this mess. They burned down the place cleanly. We observed how the servant of the main character said, "I've hired 50 reliable and trustworthy people for now. I'll have them run the new Wind Manor to deceive the eyes of others." The main character said, "Okay," and immediately after, "I'll seize all the businesses and clients that once belonged to the Palm Essence Union. I'll leave this matter to you to handle for now. Don't attract the attention of the 4 hegemons." His servant asked him not to worry and to trust him. He said, "Do you not like the scent?" The main character replied, "Not at all. One should get punished for one's crimes. I have no sympathy whatsoever for them. But why you seem so downhearted?" He asked the main character, who said, "I thought the Jianghu was my father's Jianghu." We learned that he began his first expedition when he was just 10 years old. Back then, he didn't know anything at all. He was just wandering off. He even had no idea that his servant was following him around. His past self only thought of wanting to look good in his parents' eyes. His servant thought, the young master, who was always passionate about interpersonal relationships and proactive in everything. Was that how he truly felt all the time? We observed the main character saying, "Do you really think I enjoy traveling? I was just a kid back then. I was just following my mother's advice to travel a lot. I wanted to show my parents how much I'd grown, but the Jianghu I discovered was nothing like the one my father spoke of. I came to realize that my father had only been chasing after a dream." As in reality, both of them watched the house burn down. They thought about how what he truly learned from their wandering Jianghu wasn't justice or the righteous spirit, but how to deceive, how to avoid being deceived, how to deceive others, and how to survive by any means possible. This was the reality. The servant was speechless by this. Over the years, the main character had endured countless trials and suffered numerous wounds, time and time again. His kindness for the Jianghu was only reciprocated with sharp blades. I could only hope that these wounds do not scar the heart too deeply. You were still young then, the servant said. Yes, I was, but I've become an adult now. I've changed, but this place, this world, is the same as ever. The righteous are made fools while the wicked prosper. Only the ruthless can survive in this Jianghu. The Jianghu that will never change, not now, not ever. Just what was the world that my father was looking at? Was he truly seeing something that I failed to see? He said to his servant. I won't just dream as my father did. I'll turn my dream into a reality, as I've already strengthened my mind. His servant thought. In the end, he's probably trying his best to hate his father because he loves his father the most. Even when he takes wealth from the rich or beats up a passing drunkard, killing him and taking away his secret techniques, something worth more than 1,000 gold coins. He's always trying his best to find excuses like it feels so good, there's no reason why I shouldn't take it all. Perhaps this is the last stage of respect he still holds for his father's ideals. What truly complicated emotions, that is. We observed that at the New Wind Manor, the Palm Essence Union leader had died, and the Palm Essence had fallen. We observed the patriarch of the Righteous Sword sect saying, "What did you say? What happened?" Word is that the Union leader perished after betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family and attempting to align himself with the Southern Peak Alliance. What a coincidence! By the way, the family had no idea how the main character was a martial arts genius, and this was great. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have survived at all. How did he manage to construct such an impressive manor? The more I see, the more I wonder about his origin. Come to think of it, where's his daughter? The patriarch asked. She's rooting for him. Rooting for him? We learned that the main character was participating in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, which was the reason he originally came to this place. We observe him on the ground against a massive guy, and the sword girl was the only one cheering for him, taking his name, saying, "Give it your best." The main character just looked toward her, smiling in an instant, as she thought, it looks like the main character doesn't need my strength now. Then let the first match of the preliminary round of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament begin. The first contestant is a master of fist techniques, well known across the province. The Tiger of the Dong, the Wind Fist Demon, and the opponent is a 20-year-old young man who's participating for the first time. What? Just 20 years old? Everyone there nodded their heads, saying, "What's a mere boy doing there? He's only throwing his life away." The main character, who was getting ready as his name, was announced as the new contender from the Flowing Water. We observed the standing image of the main character, but in an instant, a lot of rubble flew around as the ground beneath his legs broke into pieces. The scene was quite different than we had imagined, as the main character was the one dodging, and the bulky-looking man was the one who struck the ground beneath his feet. We looked into the eyes of the bulky-looking guy, who was intent on defeating the main character, and the main character who couldn't understand what was happening, or at least that's what was showing on his face. We observed how the onlookers were enjoying this fight as the main character tucked his tail between his legs and ran away from the impact crater. The sword girl, who was watching this, was just stunned. People were saying, "That guy's sure quick when it comes to running away." The main character was begging to be saved. This amused the people down below. They were laughing and saying, "Why did he even enter the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with skills like this? Is that weapon on his back just for decoration?" When his begging didn't really calm down the giant still used his legs to kick the main character. The main character somehow dodged at the last moment of every attack, dodged, then crumbled, and stood up a bit away from there. Even the sword girl, as well as everyone onlookers, was quite surprised that the main character had performed a donkey roll. By the way, if you don't know what it is, it's a desperate move where one rolls on the ground like a donkey to evade an enemy's attack. Among martial artists, it's considered utterly disgraceful. We observed how the people on the ground were suggesting the main character needs to forfeit before he seriously gets hurt. At this rate, he might actually die. We observed that his opponent wasn't a fool like these people watching from the sidelines. As people were saying, "Hurry up and finish it. Don't play with the enemy," he thought. They don't hold back their words. That guy's movements are so clumsy, but every time I try to hit him, somehow he's dodging every attack by a hair's breadth, and I haven't even landed a single attack on him. But at that moment, the main character gathered some energy in his hand and tried to attack the man. The man was a bit stern, and in the next moment, the main character just slightly tapped the man on his forehead. This little tap wasn't even felt by the big guy, but somehow he knew something was wrong as he saw the face of the main character, which was brimming with confidence and a mocking motion ongoing in his eyes. He called the main character a lunatic as we observed him on the ground with all his force, and the main character towering in front of him. We observed the onlookers laughing at the main character, saying, "What kind of fist technique was that?" They couldn't understand what was happening, but in the next moment, we observed how the man who got punched was clenching something in his mouth. With a large cry, a lot of blood was expelled out of his mouth like a fountain. This scene of utter carnage was enough to quiet down the whole crowd, as they could not understand what was going on. All the people there, the judges and referees, came out on the ground to help the guy. They couldn't wonder if it was a rigged fight. Such a deviation at a time like this. Taking a hit from such a newbie must have been a huge blow to his pride, they thought. The main character was announced the winner of this round, but what he got was not praise, but the booing of the people around him. "It's a shame you've won. Just quit already. That was fun." We observed the sword girl, who took the main character's name. Her mind was utterly confused and even a bit scared as to what the main character was going to scheme this time. On the other hand, we just looked toward the happy and smiling face of the main character. We observed, in a blossoming palace somewhere outside of the arena, people sitting at a table. This looked more like an old inn than a restaurant. We observed someone putting up a lot of money on the ground, slamming it. 100,000 yang. We observed that it was the elders and the main character's servant who had bet this money on the main character. 100,000. We observed that the man who was placing these bets was quite utterly shocked, as he had never heard the main character's name before. He said, "Are you referring to the young guy who barely scraped by in the first round out of sheer luck? You bet such a huge amount on him." We observed the laughing and smiling images of all three elders. The old woman also said, "We'd like to bet 3,000 yang on him as well." We observed the man laughing, saying, "Are you trying to earn a fortune quickly? Well, the odds are certainly incredible. If he wins, you'll make 59 times your wager." It seems like everyone likes to gamble here. We observed the man who was responsible for training the main character in his childhood, or something like that, took something out of his robe and asked if he could bet this blood-poisoned pearl instead. The guy said, "Of course. Please wait a moment. I need to verify the money and the blood-poisoned pearl if they're real. When did you hide something like that anyway? The more we can bet, the better," the old woman said. We observe him saying, "I'm not betting this on the main character." The old woman was shocked, asking him, "Then who are you betting it on?" He took the name of someone who goes by the Nameless Traveler. The Nameless Traveler. Everyone was quiet, utterly shocked hearing this name. So much so that all of their eyes boggled out. But in the next moment, we observed everyone asking each other, "Who is that? Do you know him?" We observed the man going into a frenzy, a very delicate state where he was very serious, as we observed him saying, "It's me." So, this guy entered the competition without even knowing what kind of name Nameless Traveler was. It sounded so frumpy. It looked like he just came up with it on the spot. While they were all partying in the new win manner, by the way, the main character was a bit displeased as he said, "You should have stopped him from participating in the first place." We observed the old woman saying, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to bury him in a nice sunny spot," while everyone was laughing. But seeing where they came from, the sword girl wasn't so excited as she wondered, "What's with her extreme gaze? It looks like the old woman has some intentions with the girl." She took the name of the sword girl and said, "The more I look toward her, the more she reminds me of my young self in her." This was enough for both the men who knew her in her past to spit out the drinks they were drinking. "She looked just like me, doesn't she? Speak comfortably," she asked the both of them to do. They had a lot of tension boiling up as they couldn't really upset her. The old man said, "She looks just like you," while we observed the guy laughing as the main character poured some more drink for himself. We observed him saying, "To think an old man with no interest in wealth or fame would join this tournament. It seems like you've entered this competition just to fight me," he said. Everyone looked toward the main character as he spoke those words, as it was quite evident. The man laughed with his teeth grinning, saying, "Now that I know you've inherited the young ladies and the martial arts of your father, how can I possibly hold back?" We observed the look that he gave the main character and the main character as well, who was looking forward to this. It looked like the night had already arrived, and the main character, as well as the sword girl, were both standing on a bridge. It seemed like the main character was in a lot of trouble, or so he told the sword girl. The sword girl couldn't understand what the trouble was, but the main character made sure to tell her, "I'm not at all confident now that I can win. I have to win to make my sect my own and secure funding to keep it running." "Really? What should we do then?" the girl replied. The main character just said, "I need to eat a lot of meat for that." But the girl said, "You've already eaten plenty today. Is it really all right for you to eat meat every day of the week?" The guy emitted some energy, saying, "Yes, I've mastered a martial art that transforms meat into vegetables in my body." The girl was just a bit hesitant, thinking that kind of martial art doesn't exist. We observed the main character, with a bit of strictness in his voice, say, "By the way, what brings you here?" As we observed a hooded man with an eagle on his arm watching both of them from behind. This robed man said, "Young master, you've crossed your line this time." The main character looked toward him and said, "So, you're asking me to return home?" He asked him, "Who decided where the line is?" It looked like it was his father. The main character said to the robed man with a fringe eye, "Be sure to tell him this," as he said something to the robed man, which wasn't conveyed to us at this instant. But it was enough to make the robed man a bit hesitant at most. In the next second, it looked like he had conveyed a message through his eagle, who was flying toward the main character's father's destination. The main character, who just side-eyed it and looked somewhere else, didn't really take a real interest in it. We observed a large town or a different empire, which was hundreds of times bigger than the one the main character was in right now, and saw some fruits on the ground. You do remember the first time the main character met the sword girl and told her family how his family sold fruits, right? It looked like he wasn't lying. We observed the bird sitting on someone's arm with a message tied to its leg, saying, "Seeing that a letter has arrived. This is the Drifting Cloud and Flowing Water Shop, or sect." It looked like the main character wasn't lying. The man who read the letter knew it was from the main character in an instant, and, after reading it, thought, "He's finally matured." We observed the face of a young man who resembled the main character, saying, "In the end, he's aiming to conquer this world, isn't he?" This was the father of the main character, named Jaik Surin. Things are going to get much more interesting, aren't they? At the Drifting Cloud and Flowing Water Shop, we observed a bunch of fruits, apples, and whatnot, on the ground, filled with abundance. There are a lot of people who are working, most probably people who live there. As we observe, the father of the main character, who is watching the surroundings from the entrance of the shop, is standing there. Here comes someone, a shadowy figure, who says, "I can see that carrier hawk. It must be news about our son." We observe the main character's father saying, "He must be aiming to conquer this world." Well, that woman who put some tea on the table says, "He is our son, so he fully deserves to have that kind of dream." The father replies with, "It's something that should remain a dream, but not a reality." It looks like the shadowy figure was quite speechless after hearing these words. We observe him saying, "It's been 20 years since you and I went into seclusion." As he says that, he moved towards the woman, saying, "Let's go to the Central Plains." It looks like this is the time to get serious for both of them. While we observe a temple-like structure, the main character, as well as his servant, is in there. The servant says, "Young master, we have gathered some strange information." He continues, "As we instructed, you've been trading information with the dark arms merchants, but they said that someone has claimed they are selling 300 rounds of Explosion Thunderbolt. Explosion Thunderbolt." The main character asked about it, saying, "Are you referring to the explosive weapons used by the Orthodox Path Alliance?" The servant agreed, saying, Even just one of them has considerable power. Something must be up. The main character was quite interested and said, I will have to go there. Let's start by following the dark arms merchants and find out who is selling them. We observe in the dark forest amidst wild rain, there is someone who is running as his foot splattered water. This man, he thinks to himself, there is no way back now that I have sold the exploding thunderbolt. We get to know, all this time as an elder of the Northern Heavenly Supreme family, this man was the same guy who was headed for the examination of dragons and phoenix. He has been living a perfect double life as a secret agent of the Flying Swallowtail Association. But with the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix tournaments plan, the situation had changed. These Dawn Flying Swallowtail Association lunatics, he thinks, how dare they put all of the blame on me? As we observed, there was quite a scene going on behind. The man from the Swallowtail organization said to him, I am greatly disappointed in you this time, but I will give you one last chance. So detonate these exploding thunderbolts during the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. Even the man, when he heard these words for the first time, was absolutely devastated by this, asking, what are you? But the person in front cut him off, saying, if you fail again this time, you'll be done for. It looks like manipulating the Dragon and Phoenix tournament alone was nearly impossible. So how can he accomplish this in the Grand Heavenly Dragon Tournament, where skilled masters are all gathered? Moreover, the general military advisor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family is already suspicious of him because of what happened at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Whether I get caught betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family or fail in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament, I will die either way, he thinks to himself. We observe how he was thinking, so I have no other choice but to run away with the money I obtained from selling the exploding thunderbolt. But in that instant, someone came and slashed towards him. We observed how his back flew away, and he got a giant slash right in his chest as blood splattered. He wonders if it is the Flying Swallowtail organization or not. Not only did you ruin the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, but you even betrayed us, the Flying Swallowtail organization, the man says while he corners this guy. Do we look that easy to you? He says as we see him trying to slash and finish off the man in just one instant. As he clenches his eyes, thinking to himself that he was going to die, we observe water splashing, more like some kind of water dance. We observe the man stopped in just the nick of time. He was as still as possible. This person who was going to get hit couldn't wonder what stopped his death. Was his paralysis point just subdued? Just who did this? He wonders as the man was completely stilled. We observe someone standing on one leg on a log in the water, saying, how unexpected. To think an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family was the one who caused that in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. It looks like the main character, as well as his servant, is here now. We observe the man on the ground saying, who are you? The main character just looked towards him with his servant by his side as he took the name of Jung of the Orthodox Path Alliance. It looks like the main character is still hiding his identity for some reason. We observe how his servant was absolutely shocked by this, as this was not all in their plan. The man who heard Orthodox Path Alliance was quite shocked, even to some extent aesthetically shocked. He thought to himself, did the truth already spread to the Orthodox Path Alliance already? The main character, who moved in front while putting his hand on the head of the assassin from the Swallowtail organization, said, but this guy from the Flying Swallowtail organization is a bit strange. We observe, in the next second, veins popping all over the face of the man as his old body goes into agonizing fright. His pupils are dilating. We observe that the main character wasn't the one who did this, but even the main character was quite surprised by this. As his servant asked him to watch out, we observe a large explosion in the area, and the man from the association was blown into pieces. The main character who witnessed this carnage. Even for him, this was a bit strange. We observe how both the man on the ground and the main character's servant did not understand what was going on. As blood rained like water, literally, they all couldn't do anything but just see what was happening. The servant says, it seems he was implicated to use the self-destruction arts if he got subdued. The main character also replied, I really don't like this Flying Swallowtail Association's lunatics. He asked the man on the ground, you must know about them, don't you? About what kind of place the Flying Swallowtail Association is. The man had a darkened expression on his face as he tried to reject this, saying, "I don't know." Well, the main character says, "What an obvious answer, which I thought of. That is why I prepared this. If you swallow this, you will be in quite a lot of pain." It was some kind of a darkish pill in the hand of the main character. The man thinks to himself, "A poison pill? How could a pillar of the Orthodox faction, the Orthodox Path Alliance, have something like this?" The main character shoved the pill into his mouth, saying, "Pillar of the Orthodox faction? By a rat like you. You have crowned everything away, so there is no pillar left." We observe, as soon as the medicine boiled inside the man's body, a lot of strain was put together on his whole body. His nerves trifled all around, and he was in quite an agony. He screamed out, saying, "Spare me. I feel like my entire body is being torn apart. I will tell you everything I know, so please." The main character, who threw him a piece of some kind of pill, says, "Here, take this antidote. If you're going to say something anyways, you should have said it earlier. If you don't take the antidote once a month, this is what will happen." We observe him picking it up with his shaky hands. The main character says, "First, to summarize your words, 12 years ago, they approached you first, and you became one of them. And after becoming an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family with their support, you have been receiving orders ever since." Well, that is right, the man accepted. I only know one or two of the people who relay the orders. The main character says to his servant, "So, it's a secret organization where no one knows each other. How thoughtful of these lunatics. Very well, I shall ask 2 things of you." The main character says, "First is all the information within the Northern Heaven Supreme family that you can get. Second is that when an order comes from the Flying Swallowtail Association, you are to inform us." The man was quite shocked as the main character said, "If you obediently follow these orders, I shall at least guarantee your life." The man still had the guts to ask the main character, "How can I believe you?" The main character said, "There is no such thing. Just believe me." As he saw the face of a lunatic, the man gritted his teeth, taming himself. "Now I have to go back to the Northern Heaven Supreme family and play the role of a secret agent of both the Flying Swallowtail Association and the Orthodox Path Alliance. I'm going to die anyways if I can't detonate these exploding thunderbolts in a Heavenly Grand Tournament. Don't worry about that." The main character says, "I will tell you how you can live." But he asks, what would be the goal of the Flying Swallowtail Association? Just blowing up the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with these exploding thunderbolts. The main character says, "That seems like too big of a disaster, right? They are after something bigger than that." Well, we can't know for sure, no matter how much we ponder about this. So let's just focus on doing our part, he said to his servant. We observe in the next round of the qualifications of the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, the stage was set. We observe how the main character punched a guy as his face brimmed. It looks like even the people are now happy seeing the main character. Whether it's luck or skill, he has won again, time after time. This is invalid. You are doing good. It looks like there are people on both sides. The main character yet again had a victory, and people were quite shocked as they are now understanding that the main character has advanced to the finals. And it cannot be just a coincidence that we observe that the first round of the finals pits the main character against a freezing, leaf-vivid looking man. Whether that guy made it this far by luck or skill will be decided today, as people say. We observe the sword girl just looking towards him. She thinks to herself, is it because it's a finals match or something? All the children of the prestigious families are here. We observe how the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, as well as the Southern Peak Alliance young master, was also there with their phoenixes. Let us begin the match. As the match begins, we observe the referee announcing the main character's name from the New Wind Manor, and his opponent is the deathly poisonous sword. His opponent says, what a soft and fluffy one. Poison, isn't that dangerous? This isn't the time to act. The sword girl says to the main character, act. The main character says, I do not need to act any longer because, from this final onwards, you cannot place new bets on the match. And as he said that, he looked towards the top of the tower where someone was standing. This someone was none other than the unknown traveler. The main character said, this is the start of the real battle from here on out. It looks like even the main character is quite excited for the match. We get to know that the deathly poisonous sword, this guy, just like his nickname, wielded a blade coated with venom and wasn't well received as a person. However, he was just as dangerous as he was poorly treated. Countless people have met their ends, lashed by his vulnerable sword. One man moves his head, saying, "What a pity to that young fella." He's talking about the main character. He says, "Why is he fighting that person of all people?" We observe the sword girl asking of him, "Is that guy that dangerous?" He replies with, "They say that even brushing past that snake venom is fatal. Perhaps that's why everyone who went against him in this tournament is dead. Everyone." It looks like even the sword girl is quite worried. We observe the grunt look of the man with the disgusting face. He says, "I heard you're lucky." The main character just smiles towards him with confidence. He said, "It seems like you're not very confident in your swordsmanship. Huh, considering you have to lather venom all over your sword." The guy replies with, "Everyone who provoked me that way is dead." We observed him smiling, saying, "Let me do the same to you," as he, with brazen speed, tried to attack the main character, running towards him and slashing at him. The main character, who just hit his wrist softly with his hands. It looks like this was enough for his blade to fall, and it looks like the man got stabbed in his hand by his own poisonous blade. The main character's lunatic side is now being shown in front of everyone. We observe how he didn't even stop at that, and slashed the man's hand in half while slathering the blood as it fell like rain. We observe the main character, who looks into his soul, saying, "You won't be able to hold your sword anymore now." We observe the blood that splattered all over and the man who was pushed to the ground, kneeling with both of his hands and legs on the ground. The man, who has an expression of a dead person, and the people who are watching the main character do this kind of thing that he has never done in the tournament, were surprised. We observe how a lot of ruckus enveloped as soon as the main character won. People could not understand what the hell was going on. That guy just lashed him in one strike. We observe how the successor of the Northern Peak Alliance stood up, saying, "No way." He was quite surprised. He did not understand that the main character was such a strong guy. He could not grasp the situation, while the girl who was sitting beside him thinks about how he barely made any impression at the Sword of Phoenix tournament. Moreover, where's the new Wind Manor again? Both of them thought, "I have never heard about it, but he is showing such martial prowess." To think that guy was an up-and-coming youngster. We observe the darkened expression of the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, who was speechless while he looked towards the main character with a glance, saying, that guy right there, isn't at the level of an up-and-coming youngster. Just where did he come from? Was winning the Heavenly Grand Dragon tournament truly his goal? It looks like at least there is one person who realizes what the main character is made of. We observe. At the end, people say that unorthodox faction lunatic was always killing people with the venom. That serves him right. Young master, I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. Make sure to make the next match just as thrilling. We observe how everyone is having fun, and the main character is getting so much praise. He even glares at them, saying, "Very well. Make sure everyone comes." The main character says, "This thing called popularity, is this the same?" We observed the sword girl, who is looking towards him, thinking about how most people are too scared to approach those who made it into the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament final. In any case, he is really something else. We observe how people are smiling towards the main character, and vice versa, while one of the people says, "But still, isn't he the most popular guy in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament yet?" The nameless traveler? He means even the most skilled master couldn't take off the hat that he was wearing. We know who this guy is, so I'm not going to explain again. Well, we observe the girl saying to the main character, "Did you hear what these people said? Did you watch the contest?" "I did," but we observe a man saying, "I couldn't see anything at all," with a darkened expression on his face. What do you mean by that? The person in front of him asks, and the main character, as well as the sword girl, were looking towards the man. They were also interested. It looks like what the man saw, or rather, what he actually heard, was only someone unsheathing their blade and sheathing it back on, and blood splattered every time that was happening. That was all that he heard. We observe the sword girl, who thinks about how this is quite impossible, while we see the main character, who had a serious expression on his face, thinks about how things have become quite troublesome. The sword girl, who was thinking about how to see the main character this nervous, asked him if he was worried. We observe the main character was worried about the fact that he did not bring his money pouch, and he is hungry. We see the sword girl asking him if she could give him a treat. He was quite ecstatic about it, and even smiled towards her, saying, "Really? Then let's start with roasted duck, raw fish, stir-fried beef, chicken soup, and the drinks will be," he observed the girl saying, "But I only have tunyeong." This darkened expression enveloped the room, and the main character was quite disappointed as he says, "Then should we eat and do the dishes after?" It looks like the main character has some serious humor. Or was he serious about it? Anyway, we observe someone saying, "Let me treat you." It looks like this person is none other than the Phoenix that was with the successor of the Southern Peak Alliance. This is Lady Sealed. She congratulated the target on becoming a Phoenix and looked towards the main character, thanking him for what he did at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The main character, who looked towards her, says with a smile, "You should be saying that to the young master of the Southern Peak, not me." Well, you observe the girl saying, "Please don't take me as a fool when you think whatever you want." It looks like the sword girl thinks about how the lady is starting a conversation with someone her family is not want to do that. It looked like the main character says to her, "I am only devoted to one person," while looking towards the sword girl, who is quite blushy after hearing the main character's sentence. She made a ruckus, saying, "What are you on about all of a sudden?" as you see him laugh. We observe Lady calling him, "Being young master, you truly are a mysterious one." We observe the smile on her face as she says that. Well, it looks like it is finally the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament's final round. As the whole stage was littered with people eager to cheer, we observe the people there saying, "The day has finally come." This year's Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament is truly full of surprises. Who would have known that these two would end up facing each other? We observe the sword girl saying, "The atmosphere in the tournament hall is completely different too." The grandmother of the main character, or he calls her that, she says, "Are you worried?" The girl could not hide her feelings and says, "Yes, I heard that you have excellent martial arts." She says, "Also, I'm going to watch Demon Sword's martial arts in a long time." He hasn't had a rival for a long time. It looks like this man is more dangerous than we had initially thought. Regardless of who is going to lose or who is going to win, it won't be decided that easily, the old woman says. It looks like both the contenders are in the crowd. We observe how half of the people are betting for the nameless traveler, saying, "I bet on you from the beginning. You will win." It looks like the nameless traveler is saying to the main character, "You may be the young mistress's blood, but a match is still a match. Even if I have to kill you, I will have no regrets," he says as we see him enveloped in a darkish aura. The main character, who has his eyes closed, thinks about something for a minute. After that, he pulls out his great demonic sword in an instant and says, "I know you will." It looks like this is going to be a battle of life and death. We observe how the scenario around him, all the environment, has now changed. With one slash from the main character, the hat was flown away, the hat that no one in the tournament could even touch. And we see how the grand battle between the main character and the nameless traveler is starting. That is why, today, the main character is betting his life on the line as well.